I definitely take that radio with you because Alan obviously has to move it to program once you're ready to start doing what you got to do. Okay.
Sure.
So I'm gonna try to get the same thing going on Andy's phone too, but Andy isn't gonna have a radio, so that's gonna be fun coordinating with him. But
I'll bring my charger in here too. So if you guys
yeah,
wanna
absolutely.
go out,
Yeah, there's a power strip there.
take my phone.
That's better.
Yeah.
That's a lot better on our side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's out now.
Got it.
So how long is that delay?
Yeah. Yep. I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. So when we're muted, you can hear us?
Okay.
So like right now, you can still hear me. Sweet. So we're just basically muting what goes live. Right on. Thank you.
Thanks.
So now I'm going to take control of the app. Sounds sketchy, but it's not, I promise. Good. And you start seeing the data going down here in the corner. That should pop up here in just a second. And then boom, it'll come back. Yeah, see, if I do this, I can shut your screen off. And all it does is it'll black it out.
Okay.
And then if you tap it, it comes back. So.
Hey everyone, welcome to Fort Dodge, Iowa for the Heartland Challenge 2025. I'm here with Brendan, and Brendan's going to be helping us out. We also have the Hammer Hansen sitting over here. So anyway, we're getting close, within about 15 minutes of the start of the race. We're going to switch over to the drone so we can kind of see what's going on down there and kind of explain how the start goes. You'll see that you've got all the quads lined up on the right side of the track there. It's a Le Mans style start. What that means, they're going to line everyone up. Everyone went down according to first come, first served by classes, so that they can get their starting position established. On the opposite side of the track, you'll see there's kind of a little berm right there, and they have to have at least 1 foot on that berm when they start. So there's going to be a countdown there going from, I think, a 10-minute mark, 5-minute, 3-minute, 1 minute, 30-second, 10-second. And when the horn blows, they'll run across, have to get on their quad, get it started, and take out into the marked track. So it's kind of a cool way to start the race. It's about the only one that I've seen that they do this, with four-wheelers. But one of the big things, the kill switches that everybody have, the kill switch has to be on the rider, not on a machine. So when they get there, they have to plug it in the machine and take off. So you'll see a little bit of delays there sometimes, but not too bad usually. It's a fun way to start the race. The biggest thing that I always tell people with this is a 10-hour race, man. You're not going to win it on the start, but it's sure nice to get going and not have a mouthful of dust. Brendan, have you been in anything like this before?
Not done the adult one, but I've done the same style start as a youth rider, and definitely getting up front to where you're not eating somebody else's roost is a great benefit to the day, so you're not so drained out towards the end of the race.
And I talked to a few people that's been out at the track, workers checking out the track. It sounds like it's a real mixed bag out there today. They've had, I think it was 3¼ inches of rain in this week, earlier this week. I think it was on a Tuesday. So it's going to be kind of wild because you're going to have a lot of rock sections out there as usual. The big part's going to be some of the whoop sections. I know right along the river there's a long, probably about 1/4 to 3/8 of a mile section that's nothing but sand whoops. And from what I understand, the sand is holding the water pretty good. It's dry on top and then about 1 foot of water in the bottom of the dips. So that's going to be dragging a lot of the water over top of the rest of it. It's going to change the track every race or every lap. It's never going to be the same thing twice. So bottoms of the hill climbs, there's going to be some water running down there. Again, that poses a big obstacle because once they go through the water, it starts to drag that water up the beginning of the hill, and you really can't get a good start. When you were racing youth, it was probably about the same thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty close. Everything draws out more and more as you run through those puddles, splashing through, and track evolves over time, especially with a 10-hour race. You've got to really consider with how lanes change over time with the track being so soft and wet from the rains we've had. You got to be able to adapt to the next lap.
I guess they're doing the national anthem, so we'll watch that and keep going after that.
For the land of the free and the home of the brave.
I don't know about anyone else, but I know when I was doing a lot of racing, that was always a pretty powerful time when people get out there for the national anthem, honoring our troops, honoring everybody that's protecting us near and afar. But it's an emotional thing for a lot of people. So it's good to see everyone paying their respects while it's going on. I guess we missed the start of it there, but they always do a great job with that. But you'll see, I don't know if you can tell there, they've been watering the track down. Even though we had the rain at the beginning of the week, there's a lot of dust in the pit area. The circle track out there, you'll see there's some water strips out there. It won't take long. I just came up through the pits on the way up here, and there was water standing in the pits. I'll give it 15 minutes, and there'll be dust kicking up out there. That, with the heat that we have, I don't know what the forecast is. I think it was 86 degrees or something like that, but the heat index is going to be up close to 100 degrees today. So these guys, gals that are out there, they're really going to have to keep hydrated, and that's one of the mistakes I made when I ran the race. You know, it's a nutrition hydration plan that you got to stick with. You have to listen to your pit crew. You've never ran in the adult class of this, have you, Brendan?
I race adult class normally, but not the Heartland Challenge itself. So
I've ran both in the team race and the Ironman, and you know, people seem to think that the Ironman it's really tough, but that team race is also it's a tough thing too, because you go out for an hour and a half, whatever your split is or something like that, then you have a huge break. You know, I think the last time we ran a team race, we wanted to go about an hour and a half a piece, but you run an hour and a half and then you sit for 3 hours, and then you have to wait and then try to get everything, you know, get yourself loosened back up. You're trying to get yourself prepped, hydration, food, everything like that. You're starting all over again, but you've already had your butt whooped for an hour and a half out there. So it's a challenge. That's why, I guess that's why they call it the Heartland Challenge. You know, when you run 10 hours by yourself, though, it's the 10 hour by yourself's a whole different ball game, though. It sounds like they just did the 1 minute time getting ready for the takeoff. Right on schedule here, looks like, for a 1 o'clock start. We'll hit you up here when they hit 30 seconds.
yeah, we can see riders getting ready to run off that berm.
30 seconds just went down. And I imagine the pit crews are just buzzing right now. Hopefully during the race here, we'll have some time that we can get down into the pits and see, you know, some of the setups that these pit crews have. I mean, that's the job, keeping these machines going for 10 hours, whether it's one machine or you can have 2 or 3 machines if you have a team. So it's quite a operation here. Getting close to the start. You can see him getting stretched out there. I could tell you right now, there's several people over there that have a lot of nerves going right now, because it is a 10-hour race, and again, it's not the start that is going to win it, but it sure makes it more comfortable when you're out in front there than not eating dust for the first lap. Dust or mud, I guess I should say, on this track. You're going to do a little bit of both. I see that they have the 4x4s. There's a couple 4x4s started up front there on the beginning. I'm guessing the reason they did that is so that, you know, these 4x4s maybe could blow some of the water out of the holes for the guys that are coming later. I don't know. I've seen that before in mud races where they'll put the 4x4s a little farther towards the front. Oh, they're close. There they go.
Off and rolling.
Let's see who gets the front of the pack there. I guess we're running on a delay here.
Try to see through all this dust.
Like I said, I'm not surprised there's dust going on there because, man, even with the rain and we've been having, this sun is powerful out there today. We're a little ways away from the start and we can feel the rumble in the trailer. I kind of like that. Yeah, we weren't able to catch the Holy on that, but it's, again, 10-hour race. That's not really going to make a huge difference. Oh, there it was. There we go. 4x4. Who was in the front 4x4 spot there got out first.
Followed by one of the Edmondson teammates on the Kawasaki.
This first section right here is kind of just a small TT style track. But once they wind off here, you'll see them cutting across the track. That's where they're first diving into the 7.25 or 7.5 mile track. We're going a little bit on the neighbor's land to get an extra 1.25 miles on this. But a lot of winds and turns in here. I know yesterday the youth ran on this part of the track also, and there was some pretty good mud holes right there too. So I think, granted, there's dust there, but we're going to see some of these guys coming out pretty well coated, especially in the first couple laps. You can see some of these guys going through that little section right there. Generally, that's a pretty wet spot. I think last time I raced here, right between those trees to the right of the track, I buried it completely over the tires. So it was a long day after that. Actually, a short day because it was towards the end of the race. So diving down towards the river, they're still pretty jammed up there on the start. Nothing unusual there, but as I'd say, not even by the end of the first lap, surely second lap, they'll start to get spread out there and make it a lot easier to see, less dust, not getting roost thrown in your face in the mud holes. And the pit crews are heading back, getting ready for him to come through and start tweaking everything. Even on the first lap, you see some of these guys coming in the pits because there's so many adjustments. Dean in here is shaking his head. This guy has worked on more machines probably than 99% of the people out there right now, and it's a constant battle. So Dean, tell me, when you're sitting in the pits as a mechanic here, and on the first lap you hear them start to come, what's as a mechanic and builder and everything else, racer, what are you seeing or what are you looking for when they're coming through on the first lap?
I tell you what, whether you're on a team or that you've wrenched on quads or you've got quads out there that are racing your motors or whatever, all you want to see first lap is those quads come through. And when they come screaming through, there's the relief you feel, and then it's like, all right, let's go for 10 hours. But that first lap, you want to see where your riders are at. You want to see what the machines are doing. You got to know what's up. And for whatever reason, after you see them come through, then it's all good. It's time to go to work.
What you guys are seeing right here on the screen now, Dean, you can attest to this too. This is the challenge section And what the challenge is there's railroad ties, there's utility poles, there's boulders, busted concrete, and it's probably what, 50 yards long?
Yeah, it's pretty long. Actually, it's probably 50 yards. I went and walked through it earlier. You come through the telephone poles, you start to eye up that concrete section and see where the big teetering pieces are and pick your line, because you can really make a mistake coming through there. Costs a lot of time. And then once you get through there, it's not over. You get up over the top of that hill you can see to the right of the screen, and that's going to drop you into a mud hole. And that mud hole looks to me like it could get deep by the end of the day.
Well, I don't know if it was you or someone else was telling me. It started out as a wet spot on a track like this, and it turned out to be a major hole, a major obstacle.
Yeah, years ago at one of the other Heartland Challenge events, there was a damp spot in the track. That's all it was. By the end of the night, it was swallowing ATVs to the handlebars. There you can see them coming through the concrete. There's a little bit of dust and probably some concrete dust bouncing off those DRW protectors on that machine, and made it through pretty clean, trying not to damage chain, brakes, tires, things like that.
I think that was one of Edmondson's team on a Kawasaki. Man, they made it through there pretty quick. That's a 4x4 right there, getting pretty well hung up. The big thing about the challenge section is you see the banner on the left and the poles on the right. You can't go outside of that. You have to make the choice right there at the split. You either go through the section. It's a little bit longer to go around. But if someone gets hung up in front of you, you're really tight, because once you're committed to the challenge section, you can't go back out.
Yeah, there's a rider that got knocked off the side. You can see him behind the banners. They've got to go around and make another attempt. Let's see what they're doing there. If they're going to try or they're going to go around. They're going to go around. They're taking the bypass section. That's the rider you can see coming through right now. They tried it, didn't work. They're going to cut their losses and just keep going.
And you know that challenge section is a make or break. You know, they can make up some time, but man, just like that guy, he lost way more time than we would have if he'd have took the bypass.
That concrete's tough early on in the race. It takes a while for it to settle down, everything to roll in so you can get some lines. There's two riders stuck in it right now. This is another situation where you're coming up to this and you're trying to see who's in there. Do you go there? Do you risk it, try to get in the mix with them? Or do you go around and just try to beat them that way?
Yeah, it looks like one guy's on the back there. They're not allowed to have any outside help in the challenge section, so he's on his own right now. Even some of the years past, we've seen some of the pros, same thing. I mean, it's merciless. They don't care if you're a pro or a first-year racer. They'll eat you up.
Yeah, the concrete doesn't care who you are, and you might lose 30 seconds in there, but how much determination and energy did you burn up trying to get that thing off of that chunk of concrete? You see the wheels spinning on that thing, blowing the concrete out behind it. There's a lot of determination. He's trying to get out of there.
There he made it.
Yep, he's making it through.
Oh, now he still has a few poles to go over too. That's no easy task. Even you have to blip that throttle and then pop the clutch just right to get it to skip over.
Well, this is a trade secret here, Rick.
Oh.
You see him. He's got a smoke cloud going. He's trying to sharpen up them tires, doing a little burnout. He's going to be ready.
Andy left one of those logs loose. We call it the Walker Fowler log because they always move it around.
Yeah, there tends to be some loose logs in there once in a while. Likes to keep it interesting.
We've even seen it sometimes after it's been settled in. They'll go in and start tossing some rocks and such like that, just to keep it fresh, I guess.
Yeah, I actually worked the challenge section at one of the Heartland events, and that was back when we used piles of tires. And
wow.
Years ago, they would kind of get moved out, pushed out of the way, and then it'd be smooth sailing. Well, not when I was running the challenge section. We were restacking and racking and trying to make it hard as possible.
So you were one of those guys that was causing all the mayhem in there.
I was that guy. It's a challenge for a reason. I love the challenge when I raced it. We want to see that challenge and that activity for them.
Yeah, now there's another section here right after the challenge section. That is actually the part that goes down along the fence line, drops down into the river bottom, right, Dean?
Right. Yep. They're going to come out of that challenge section, out of the mud hole, and then they're going to take a left and get back on the regular track and start heading back out into the woods.
Well, that's always that. If I remember right, after you come out of that challenge section, going around the track, the circle track, that was a good time to shake it off a little bit, shake your arms loose, get that arm pumped, a little bit of it gone anyway before you get down into the timber.
Especially first lap. You're worked up, your arms are pumped up, you're worried about the challenge, you just made it through clean. All right, let's regroup and start attacking these trees.
That's right. You're holding on tight too, and that's one of the biggest things. My son races quite a bit, and he always got after me because he thought I had a death grip on the bars all the time. He's just loosen up and let the quad take you. There's not a lot you're going to be able to change anyway. Just let it go.
Absolutely. Don't fight it. Go with the flow. It makes a bigger difference than you might think.
It'll be interesting to see how everyone fares through that river section. From what I understand, that's going to be a pretty good challenge with the mud and everything down there. So it'll be quite the deal.
I think it's going to be exciting for us. If I was racing, I prefer when that's dry because that's one of my favorite sections of this track. You can really see what kind of power you got and blast through the whoops. But, man, there's that standing water in there. It could be really nasty by the time 10 hours is up.
Well, and like we talked about, I think if I remember right, the last Heartland Challenge, the pros, the top guys were getting 33, 34 laps. You figured that many quads going that many laps in the sand down there, that changes the jumps every time. There's no way you can plan on coming in and blipping those whoops the same every time because it's going to be changed with the water and the quads and the skid plates and everything.
Yep. It's funny that you say it like that. I used to think of it the same way. You think about how many times is this section of track going to get used in the 10 hours. And like you were talking earlier, you sit for 3 hours and then you get back on and you're going to try and make a fast lap. That hole might be 2-3 feet deeper by the time you get to it, and your plan might not work out.
That's right. Well, and then you got the Ironman guys who they're going to have all 25, 30, 32 laps on their own. So they're seeing 32 different tracks basically.
And there's going to be sections of this track that they're going to wish they didn't come to. They're always going to have that in their mind. I always have that, but I've never raced the 10-hour Ironman. But there's always that section that you know is coming up that's just not your cup of tea.
That's right. That's right. You know, one of the new sections this year is the motocross section. I rode a little bit of it yesterday on my quad, and that's a cool motocross track over there. They've got it set up really nice. They're going to be running quite a bit of it today.
Yeah, they've really done a lot of work over there. I didn't get a chance to walk through it, but on the way in I saw the big tunnel jumps and things like that. They've done a really nice job over there. I think we've got some camera footage we can show over there later. Should be some good scenes. I think we've got lights over there even for when it gets dark.
Yeah, the drone's going over towards the motocross right now. It'll probably be several minutes before they get to that because they have a lot of tree sections on the east side along the river that come up through there, go across Beaver Lane, across the ponds. Then they dive into that east section. So they're bringing up the map. You'll see where the river's at down there. That's the section that they're in right now. That long stretch along the rivers where we were talking about sand whoops and mud holes. That's about what that consists of right now. Dean, you've been on that many times. Yep. How's that feel on the first try?
Yeah, there's good sections and bad sections. There's definitely some ravines out there. There's some flat river bottom. There's a good mix of everything down there. But there's certainly some sections where you can really make up some time and let that motor sing.
Yeah, look at this drone footage. You can see where the river's cut about halfway up, but kind of in the diagonal like that. But there's a lot of elevation change there too. You know, you're coming off the pond, dropping down into the river bottom. It doesn't look like much here, but there's some pretty gnarly hill climbs too. I think this year the rock wall, or there's a rock rock climb that I think they're going down it this year, aren't they?
Yeah, rock and clay. I'm not sure which direction they're going, but that can be tricky either way because it's straight, but it's not smooth, and you can carry a lot of speed, but there's again where you really got to flow with your machine and let it take the hits and sail down through there.
Yeah, that brings up a good point with taking the hits on this. So many people, when they think about racing four-wheelers and such like that, they're always, we need more power, we need more power. You know, with a 2-hour race, which is normal race, even with that, I'm worried more about the machine lasting for the 2 hours. You're building it for endurance, you're not building it for speed, because I'd rather take my money instead of, putting it into my motor and everything like that, putting it into suspension.
Absolutely. Ergonomics, suspension, a good seat, make it comfortable, make it handle. And until you can ride it wide open, you don't need more power.
That's right. And the wide open sections are few and far between. But another thing that you really have to have on a track like this, especially in a rocky track, Tire Spine's one of our big sponsors here, the guy who's setting up all the audio video here. Tire Spine's and a run flat system, and what that means is these are chunks of foam that are fit to the rim, the tire, everything, so you don't have to worry about flat tires. You could get a sidewall cut out of one of these tires and still make it back to the pits, even finish a race on it. So they're incredible, anything like that.
Yep, absolutely. They're light, and it's great insurance for a race like this. The last thing you want to be doing is changing tires or try to finish a lap on a flat tire.
There's nothing more frustrating than spending all this money to get prepped for it. I've had it happen, and when I ran the Nationals, I went clear to South Carolina with no run flats and got a flat on the third lap. You went home with nothing after you traveled that far and spent that much money.
Yeah, it really can save your day, save a trip. You're going to invest all the money you really should invest into making the most of it. I know I've got a set in mind. I'm not as competitive as I used to be, but I'm sure glad I don't have to worry about it.
Exactly. I did the same thing. I have a couple quads still sitting there, and both of them have Tire Spines in it, and I don't have to worry. Even not even racing, when I go out hunting and with my four-wheeler, I don't have to worry about going through the thorns or anything like that, because it takes care of it.
Yeah. Sounds like we got a question here on the live stream. Well, I lost it.
Right here. They want to know, where can people probably see the most racers' top speed sections at this type of track?
Top speeds. I think we might even. Did I hear word that there's a speed camera? Yeah, possibly. Coming after scoring, they're going to be flying coming out of scoring. They're going to be they're coming in after scoring onto turn 4 of the dirt oval track, all the way down the straightaway, and then they fly down to most of turns 1 and 2, and then come into the infield. And they're going to be carrying a lot of speed coming through there. That's going to be where the action's at.
Yeah, if you're looking for top speed, that would be it. And the only other place that I could think would be close to that is after they come out of the challenge section and go around the south side of that track, headed back towards the river. We got one coming through scoring here soon. You'll see, yep, here he comes. Yeah, they're hitting that downhill and that right off at, like Dean said, turn 4. And man, they're going to be hitting some gears there.
We can hear them out back behind the trailer right now. They're running right behind us. He's got that thing wide open just to try to make up as much time as he can where it's smooth and flat.
And that's not very much of it here.
Nope. You cherish those sections for sure. Yep, we can hear them ripping through.
They got to be getting, the rest of the field's not going to be getting close.
You can see them coming on the left side of your screen behind the trailers. They'll be coming out the left side of your screen here soon. Here they come. Sounds like there's some pretty good battles happening out there already.
I'm going to see if I can click up live scoring here on my phone so we can kind of update as we go.
Yeah, like Rick was saying earlier, they've been watering this track, watering the common areas, trying to keep dust to a minimum. That's the worst part about these 10-hour race is when you're done, everything is covered in dust. But the beauty of this track is there's ponds on property. They're pulling water, they're putting it down, trying to keep things taken care of. Quite a few checking in. Can't really tell how muddy they are. Looks like there might be some mud out there.
I think those rollers are going to get the best of them on these first few laps.
Yeah, those first few laps are going to be blowing out all that rain that's collected in there. And, as long as they can keep their grips dry and their hands clean, everything's going to come out all right. But there for a while, you got to really try to maintain and preserve what you've got. We've got the weather up on one screen in here, and it started out pretty dark this morning.
Scoring.
But looks like all the clouds have moved out of here. We got sun shining, sun's hot, trying to burn off some of that Iowa humidity, and everybody's loving it. Loving the sunshine while it's there, and getting ready for the darkness. It's looking pretty good. I don't see anything coming in tonight. I don't think we're looking for rain tonight. I don't know, the racers aren't looking for rain because you take a track that you've ridden all day long and put a shiny groove on and start to rain on it, and things get really slippery really fast.
Yeah, that packed mud turns to ice really quick.
Yeah, it sure does. Things can really change in a hurry. Doing the old mud ballet.
It's a whole different ball game, like you said, especially after 5 hours into a race. We've been into that before. Different Heartland challenges. I think. It's been probably 21, or wasn't it? Or maybe before, it had to be before COVID, where we had one big storm come in and like 8 hours into the race, and just a virtual monsoon, and they had to call the race, but it was impossible.
Yeah, we talked to racers. I was racing at the time. My teammate was out there, and they said they were lucky to get back, and it just changes that fast. Went from a perfect track to just impassable.
I haven't seen any come through for a couple seconds there. Still, I'm trying to get up the live scoring here.
While Rick's looking for that, let's talk about who's out here racing today. Let me get my list. We got one team in Pro 4x4, number 99, Valentine Food Company.
Imagine that.
Whoa.
Look at that, huh?
Weird. You know anything about that, Rick?
I might have a little insight on that one. You bet. Great group of guys out there.
Let's talk about who's on that team, Rick. You seem to know who's on there.
You bet. We have Kevin Weedy. We have Jackson Carroll and Waylon Eastup. Waylon's the young guy on the class there in the team there. Just started running 4x4s this year. Been doing a great job. Kevin, the seasoned vet, been doing this for years and years, and decided to come back. I think it was last year was his first year back.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, and when it comes to utilities, he's one of the good ones.
Absolutely. He knows his stuff. He knows his machine. And if you ever seen his machine when it comes out of the trailer, looks brand new every time.
Absolutely.
Jackson Carroll, same way. I just looked at his machine back in the pits, and or before they put it in an impound. He even had a plastic wrapped around it to keep it clean. So
trying to keep it clean from those first few laps and shed that mud and that weight, and then be ready for later when the mud's gone.
That's right. But, great group of guys out there. There are some other 4x4s out running, but they're running in either the age classes or I'm sorry, not age, but the letter classes or the family class. So I have a few of them doing that.
Looks like we've got 4 entries in our AA class. We got the Washed Up Warriors, number 1 and number 3 would be Christensen Racing. Number 7 be Look Pro, Go Slow. And then you've got team number 8, Fat and Fast. I know a little bit about that, Rick.
Right there with you. Except the fast part.
Yeah, I dabble. We can all go fast, Rick. It's just how long can we do it? And it's just not as long as it was.
It'll be the fastest 10 seconds of their life, right?
That's right. That's right. The B class, looks like we've got 8 entries in the B class. We've got Duncan Racing, number 20. Number 77 would be Residential Lawns. Number 82 would XS Motorsports. Number 83, No Limits Racing. Number 111 is XC Addiction. Number 128, Not Fast, Just Furious.
There you go.
Number 169, the Berm Busters. And then something interesting here, we've got a number 815. And generally in the Heartland Challenge, they don't allow numbers over 200. Special circumstance was made for 815 because of Cameron Mapes, that's his number. And he was in a pretty bad accident here recently, so running that number to think about him and remember him racing and wish him the best. So we have him in our thoughts and prayers as they're out there racing today.
That's very cool.
Looks like C class, we've got 5 entries. Number 17 is Bold Off-Road. Number 24, Z-Boys Racing. Number 27 in Low Voltage. Number 76 is the Honda Trailblazers. And number 113 would be Bergman Racing. Boy, then we've got the Ironman class, Rick. 9 entries in that Ironman class today.
Wow.
A lot of people out there really trying to punish their body.
And they're going to be feeling it tomorrow.
The first one on the list, I've seen him on this list before, Shane Austin, number 12. He's a veteran of the Ironman class. It's definitely one to watch. Jace Noble, number 39. I wonder, is that Jason Noble's son?
Probably. I saw Jason out there actually on a quad too. So
Jason is on a team with it must be his daughter.
Oh, okay.
So it must be Jace Noble. His dad used to race Ironman a lot. Looks like his son might be giving it a try.
Could be.
Jaden Jones, he's on a utility today, going to run Ironman class.
Young man there. I think he's a senior in high school and throwing it over on a Can-Am. So
yeah, usually a sport quad guy. So that'll be really interesting. Rick and I talked to him earlier today, and he's a little leery. Says he hasn't had much time on the seat, but I think that's going to play into his favor. He's going to be able to relax, take it slow, learn the machine. And then when it comes time to make some moves, he's going to be there and be ready.
I don't know how many times we've heard from people that go from sport quads to utilities. Oh, it's like riding a couch. Yeah, but that's a 900-pound couch. And
yeah.
If you go over on that thing, it's going to follow you, and it's going to hit hard when it does. So I hope Jaden gets used to it, really quick and gets comfortable with it. And I think he'll have a good race with it, though.
Yeah, he's got his Josh in the pits telling him, please smart out there and how to take care of that.
Good bit of trivia on that one. His dad, Josh Jones, won the first Ironman class, the first Heartland Challenge Ironman class. Pretty cool there.
And that was 2008, right?
I believe so. It was early.
So.
If I remember right, it was late in the year, though, and it was snowing.
It was in November. I missed the first one. My friends went to it, watched it, and I said, that's crazy. What are you doing? And then in 2009 we raced it, and we raced it straight for I think 10 years, and I've been in it off and on since then. But once you're a part of it, it's in your blood. It's a drug for sure.
It's addictive for sure.
Another young gun in that Ironman class, number 69, Dylan Trigg.
He's a beast.
Yeah, whose utility is he on? Is he?
No, he's not on the utility. He's running a Honda.
Oh, he's running his Honda.
Yep. He's been running the AA class. He's been running GNCC. I think, the vet. I'm not sure which class he's been running GNCC, but he's been running the whole series out there too. Fast guy, and I mean he's a brute. He's brute meaning slim, just solid guy.
Yeah.
I guarantee he's not going to run out of energy in 10 hours.
Yeah, very fast racer. Been around the racing family for a lot of years. I spent a lot of laps around these tracks chasing his dad. So
Yep.
He'll be
My
fast.
kids raced with him in the youth classes too, so he's been around a long time. Great guy.
Number 131 would be Riley Byer. Number 137, Caden Dyer, another young gun that's been around this series for a long time. Be interesting to see what he does today.
That's cool seeing Caden coming out. He hasn't raced for a few years, but boy, when he was in the youth classes, he was a beast too.
Absolutely. Then the last three on the list, you kind of got a legacy here. The Hutchinson family. Russ Hutchinson, number 155. I don't know if he's missed an Ironman Heartland Challenge. He raced as many as I know.
Every year he's a staple. Every year he's here.
And then his son, 156, Chad Hutchinson. He'll be one to watch as well. And then 157, Braxton Hutchinson, which is, I'm guessing is possibly another legacy rider there.
Very well could be. I'm not. I know them. I've talked to them, but with the history, they were before me. They've been coming.
Yeah.
We've been coming since 2011, and they were here. Russ has been here before us, I believe.
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Oh, it looks like on the challenge section we got someone hung up on there. Again, track workers can't help them out. They're stuck there in their own little world. So
You just got to hope that somebody is riding in behind you that wants to help you, because the other riders that are out on the track, they can help them, but that's it. You're on your own. And they're sideways in there, it looks like, Rick.
that's tough, man. Especially with the sun beating down like this, 80-some degrees. They're trying to throw around a quad that's on chunks of concrete. That's going to take the zip out of you real quick.
You're covered in mud. Your skin's not breathing. You're already hot. You have a helmet blocking up your breathing. You're not having fun right now.
No, he's not liking life there.
Just so you guys know, the update, if the riders haven't came through and they're worried about them, we have a hill back there right after the party center. So redirect going up, we have an alternate route, but you're going to head up with the stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think everyone's going.
Andy just got into the booth here. And Dean, what was he saying there about a hill section?
So if you're watching live scoring and you've got a race team that's not come through and you're worried about them, there is a hill out there. They had to redirect. A lot of mud out there in what they're calling the appliance center. I think there might be some scrap out there. That's why it's got a name there. But they had about 10 riders stuck on that hill. Sounds like they've got them going now, got it redirected, taking care of that. That track crew out there, second to none.
Oh, these guys are great.
They're going to take care of this and keep everybody flowing today. And yeah, I wouldn't want anybody other than Andy's track crew out there if I'm on the track.
There's a great group of guys, hard working. They don't give up. I mean, they're there for the duration of it. You can see in the challenge section here that hung up rider. I can't tell who's that. There's a number on the front of that just got around on 171. Team 171.
I think that's a C-class team. Let's see.
We've had 27 teams come through so far on the overall. But if it was 172, though, I saw that one on here. The Machine Shop Tyloo Burrows team, the women's team. Yeah, keep that in mind. There's a couple family classes and then a women's class. This isn't just for men. There's some tough women out there. In fact, on the let's look at the
Absolutely, Rick. There's 2 entries in the women's class. Team number 153, Quad Squads. That looks like Shay Gibbaldstein, Trinity Williams, and Bailey Llewellyn. There again, a Llewellyn, that's a name that's been around the series for a long time. Her dad, Dan Llewellyn, 4x4 racer for a lot of years, still races, I believe.
he does.
And then you've got 172, Ty Lowe Burrows Machine, Ashley Baudorf, Chloe Burrows, and Jocelyn Mueller. Ashley Baudorf's been around the series forever. Actually, we talked about Jaden Jones and Josh Jones. That's Josh Jones' sister.
Correct.
And then Chloe Burrows, that's a part of the Big Burrows clan.
From Missouri, Gilman City, I believe.
Yeah, Gilman City, Missouri. I don't know. every Burrows I've ever met, I could never catch. So I'm going to guess she's probably going to be pretty fast today, too.
That's true, man. That Burrows clan at made of speed. They're some fast people.
Yeah, that they are. And then one of the coolest classes here is the family class. It's huge this year. 7 entries in this family class. Number 21 is Trumbull Motorsports. Caleb Trumbull, Hunter Trumbull, Jeff Trumbull. I believe they all, at least Caleb and Hunter, race this series. I don't know if Jeff does or not. And then we talked earlier about Jason Noble. He's on team number 50, Noble Racing, with, I believe it's his daughter.
That is. Yeah, she used to race the youth classes also. She started out, I remember her very well, on a little 50 Kimco out there.
Yeah.
And now here she is running it in the family class.
Yeah, that's awesome. Number 67, 2 studs, 1 dud.
That's a pretty cool one there. You got nephew, son, and dad. And we'll take a guess who the dud is there. Big John, he's a great guy, great racer. Did a lot of motocross. He thought he'd throw a leg over a quad on this one, and he said he's just going to go out there and be support for the other two. Make sure that they're running hard to make up for his slow laps. So.
Oh, you're going to ride the coattails of the young guns.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not going to leave John out, though, because I know the guy well, and you're not going to find a more competitive person than what John is. And he'll go out there and run just as absolute hard as he can. He's a beast, man. I keep saying beast. There's a lot of beasts out here. I'm going to quit using that word so much. A lot of beasts out here.
Yeah, he might go out there and turn some laps just to jazz these kids up and say, you better pick it up or I'm going to catch you.
I think he will, for sure.
That's an interesting one, too, because I think they are running was it Sonny that's on the smaller quad?
Yep.
A CC limited quad. What we mean by that is they aren't allowed to ride the other bikes. They're on a junior class quad, a 300cc limited quad. So they have to do changes in the impound just a little bit different than everybody else. He's not allowed to be on a 450, so they have a special provision. They need to do the rider change after the quad change. So a little bit of a hiccup for them. They're going to have to overcome, but it should be no issue. Should be able to fly right through that.
Sonny actually raced yesterday in the youth classes, too. So, I mean, he's hitting double duty this weekend.
Wow, that's got to be tough. I know I'd be awful sore today, but I bet he doesn't even feel it.
He was walking around the pits down there like nothing ever happened yesterday.
Yeah,
so.
riding a bike 100 mile an hour. That doesn't affect him.
The magic of youth, huh?
Yeah, right. Number 89, 10-Hour Victim Club. They came all the way from Texas, it looks like.
Nice, very cool.
So really cool to see these teams come from far away and enjoy this race with us. Number 114, the Staffkey Stability Index. Say that fast, Rick.
Oh, my gosh. I don't even like to say it the first time right. The Staffkey Stability Index from Richfield, Minnesota.
Yeah,
wow. That's a mouthful.
Another team from a little ways away.
You bet.
Number 150, Dog Racing. That's Joey Miklas, Chance Collison, and Will Kelly. Joey Miklas is another one that's been around this series a long time.
You bet.
Looks like they'll probably be racing a utility today, right? Joe races a utility.
Yep, Joe runs a Can-Am, and I think that's the only utility on there, but Joe's always a powerhouse when it comes to racing, whether it's on he started sport quad, the youth classes sport quad, and then moved up to 4x4, and I think that 4x4 is going to come in pretty handy, especially at the beginning of the race here.
Absolutely. And if the ruts get deep later today, I think they're going to lean on that one pretty hard.
Absolutely.
And then the last one is Team 181, Team Reckless Racing. Looks like another local team. So Colin Rink, Dave Rink, Chet Hamilton. So.
Yeah, great guy. We got a lot of good people out there. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I'm looking, hit a refresh here and see how many have came through scoring.
You can see that link on the top of your screen. You can punch that in and actually get live scoring when they come through the scoring tent to keep track of your racers or whoever you'd like to keep track of. Pretty neat app. It'll give you lap times for a whole team. Keeps track of everything, so very handy.
Okay, I'm going to have to pull out a proud papa moment here right now. Looking at the overall so far, 2 laps completed. Valentine Food Company in the lead right now.
Would you say that's all in the name, Rick?
It had to be.
It's got to be. There's got to be some luck there.
These guys, I knew they were good, but man, this is definitely a proud papa moment in here. 2 laps in there in the lead. Looks like we've had 3 teams come through so far on the overalls. Fat and Fast, a double A team. They're running in second place. Residential Lawns, a B-class team, has been through. Those are the only 3 that have came through in the second lap. After that, we won't hit all of them here, but maybe like the top 5. Look Pro Goes Slow, a double A team. Sounds like some are just coming through here again. We'll see how that pans out.
Yeah, they must be coming through because that shot you can see right there, they've come through scoring, they've gone around the racetrack, and now they're headed off the back side of the racetrack and into the woods.
Yeah, it looks like it hasn't updated quite yet, but before it does, we have Look Pro Go Slow in 4th place and Christensen Racing. Then not too far after that, the Berm Busters in 6th. And then we talked about him, Dylan Trigg, coming in first in your Ironman class so far. He's only done 1 lap. We'll see how he comes through, but he's leading the Ironman class. So
that doesn't surprise me, Rick.
Not a bit.
He's got a lot of intensity, very fast.
But yeah, they're making a lot of noise outside the trailer here. So I'm sure, I guess on this side of our trailer, they'll be just getting ready to head into it. They're going over the mulch pile. I don't know if we could flip over to the mulch pile. They're coming up on the mulch pile here. That's kind of a crazy little section. You can see them on the drone right here live. They're going through the pits. Got one taking a pit right there.
Yep, they're going to take a pit. This is right before they come through scoring, Rick. They're going to pit right here, maybe get fuel, maybe switch a rider. Who knows what they're going to do. They're pulling up a picture of the big mulch pile. So that mulch pile is going to change every lap. You're coming in on the left side, and it can get, you want to try to jump it. That's your instinct, but you got to fight that instinct because there's holes, and it gets very rough. Right there, you got a rider coming through.
He took it pretty easy there, but you can see how rough that was coming out of it. It's a lot of other things. It's not the jump in the air that's going to hurt you. It's the landing that's going to get you. But
absolutely,
you never know how that's going to land there with all the riders going through and landing in different places. It's going to change every lap, just like those sand section down along the river.
Yep, with every blip of the throttle, those holes get deeper and the peaks get taller.
There's scoring. See who's coming through here. I don't know if we can see it quite, but they got a lot of mud on them. There's no way we'll be able to tell that one.
A lot of mud. We'll be able to see that'll be a dead giveaway when they start to see shiny, fresh ones come through, Rick. We'll know they're switching quads.
That's right. And looking at live scoring again right now, we had the top 3 already lined up. Dylan Trigg, again, came through. I'm going to get it back up here. There we go. Dylan Trigg moved up into 4th place overall.
Wow.
Running the Ironman class. But right on his heels, Shane Austin. Not surprised at all. Shane's been running this, like you said, for how long?
So you've got a newbie to the Ironman class, not a newbie to racing by any means, and then you've got a veteran of the Ironman class. And you might think, is Dylan running too fast of a pace out of the gate? Well, I don't know. Shane's right there behind him running the same pace, so it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next few hours.
Not only close, 0.03 seconds.
Right on his tail.
Bumper to bumper there.
And that's a sport quad and a utility following him, so a little interesting there.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch for 10 hours. I hope both of them are saving a little bit of gas for later.
Yeah, I think they're looking for bragging rights right here out of the gate, but might need to rein it in just a little bit.
You know, I've had a chance to talk to a couple different guys, multi-time winners, Matt Lindell and Travis Brandt. Both of them won 2 Ironman class championships. And it was interesting talking to him before I ran the Ironman class 2 years ago. And Matt was like, you know, the first 5 hours of the race, you know, just reel it back. He said, because a lot of times, a lot of the people that haven't ran it a bunch of times will go out and blast out at the beginning, and then after 5 hours, they'll start to slow down. And if you can control yourself and control your hydration, your food, everything else for that first half of the race, you can go out and sprint the last half. You know, where they're starting to slow down, you're picking up the pace.
Absolutely. Pick a constant speed, and hopefully that constant speed is faster than their slow speeds.
That's right. Consistency, and that's going to be key in this Ironman class, especially with 2 guys that are that competitive in regular racing. And Shane's experience with the Ironman class, I think that's going to really give him a good boost there. But you look at the age difference. Shane's my age. I think he's either 55 or 56. And Dylan, I think he's 20. 20, 21, 20, something like that. But I should know that one. But
yeah.
But big, you're talking a 30+ year age difference.
Right. Yeah, and Shane very well baby using Dylan to pull him around the track. I don't know if you ever used that tactic when you were racing, but it's a lot easier to follow than it is to lead.
Absolutely.
And Shane might be trying to wear him down a little bit. You know, he knows he's got youth on his side, but can he wear him down early on and take advantage of that later?
Well, especially on a track like this, you know, when you're first starting out with the weather conditions, if you can still see him ahead of you and see how his quad's reacting to the different lines that they're taking. Dylan's out in front. Dylan takes a line and has a little kicker in it. Shane knows how to react to it before he ever gets to it. So that's going to save energy more than anything. It's not so much the time, but the energy that he's saving.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Less stressful. You can see what's coming before he gets to you.
That's right. We've got about the top 10 came through in the overall. After Shane, the Berm Busters, B class, the Quad Fathers, B class, XC Addiction, B class, Not Fast, Just Furious, B class. And then in the 9th overall, the family class. We have a family class coming through. The leader there, the 1 dud, 2 studs. If I remember right, Sonny was going to lead this off.
So
I think.
So if that's the case, he's doing that on a junior quad.
Yeah, he's running a Raptor 250 out there, but I don't know if you've watched him in the youth classes or in the junior class. This kid rips.
Yeah, it's hard not to watch somebody like that. That definitely demands attention.
Oh man, and these guys, he's running against these guys on the 450s and utilities and still running like that. And if it is Sonny out there, man, great job, buddy. You keep hauling. And even if it is the dad.
That's another success story there.
John's putting in some laps there. Good job, John, if that's you. Oh, we're going to flip over here maybe to the pits. We got someone doing tire changes and fueling in the pits already. Let's see, we are how far in here? Time elapsed when the last ones came through. We're only, maybe 45 minutes in. I guess 48 was the last scan through. 48 minutes into the race, getting an early pit like that, maybe making some adjustments on the tires. What do you think on this? You think any of them have like a taller tire for the ruts that are forming?
I did see some out there with taller tires this morning. So some people were definitely anticipating a little bit of mud, running a taller rear tire, taller front tire, getting a little more ground clearance. Might work out for them if it's getting pretty nasty out there.
And one of the advantages these sport quads are going to have over some of the previous years. These utility quads are running 25-inch tires, like a 25, 8, 12 tire. And they're spinning most of the time 4 wheels on that, so they're digging ruts with a 25-inch tire. What's the standard tire size on a sport quad?
Yeah, generally only a 20-inch tire in the rear, and then you've got a straight axle versus independent, so you lose a little bit there even. So quite a huge difference in ground clearance between the utilities and the sport quads. I noticed, kind of early on when the utilities started to be a big thing and the Can-Am came on the scene, you really had to rethink your skid plates and things like that on the sport quads because all the ruts were so much deeper, and they're running the same track.
Yeah, it's crazy. And with the utility quads, they run 4 of the same size tires all the way around it. I mean, I did it anyway, a 25, 8, 12. I don't know, some of them might be running a little bit bigger, but I think that's like the normal size for that. They come out stock with the fatter, wider rear tire, but it's just for tracking purposes through ruts, it's better to keep all 4 that way.
Right, yeah, I even had a machine at home that I did that on. Did 4 narrow tires all the way around, and I really enjoyed the way it handled.
Yeah, and the wild thing about some of these Can-Ams that are running out there, the different change from the Gen 2s up to the later Gen 2s, they widened out the stance of these things. So you're going from a 46-inch wide machine maybe up to a 48, inch wide stance there. That you don't think about it that it's that big of a difference, but man, 2 inches in a rut makes a huge difference.
It makes a big difference. You just got to remember it when the trees get tight.
Absolutely, man. It tightens up really quick with that.
Looks like there's another rider stuck in that challenge section right in the middle. Must be tough getting through that middle. That white quad, they were bouncing through so perfect. And wow, what a recovery. What a recovery there.
He muscled right through that.
Great job by that rider. And that's so disheartening as the person stuck there watching somebody do that. I've been there. You watch them ride right around you. Hopefully it's going to light a fire in them, and once they get that thing out, they're going to chase them back down.
He looks whipped.
There's a good aerial shot of that challenge section.
Like I said, it doesn't look huge. Well, the rocks do, but even those telephone poles before and after, man, those are tough. They're at least 12, 16 inches off the ground.
Yeah, they're quite tall, and then you can't see it, but as that track goes off to the left of your screen, that's where it dips down, and that's where that big mud hole is. And if these riders are conserving that track, they're going to pick one track and kind of pack it in. But if they go through digging that mud hole up, it's going to get really nasty.
After a little bit here, maybe we'll go down into the pits and talk to some of these guys that have went through that challenge section and then did the bypass to see how much time you're actually saving by going around,
Yeah, I know in years past when I was racing, we would have somebody with a stopwatch, try to find somebody that made it through clean through the section and find somebody that was running maybe your pace in the bypass lane to see what it saves. And I remember, if I remember correctly, there were times it was, 20 seconds. 20 seconds over, 30 laps.
That's a lot.
That's 15 minutes or so.
That's right. You bet. I know when a couple years ago when I ran the Ironman class, granted I was on the utility, it was a little bit easier going through there, but I tried to take the challenge section every time, but I didn't hit it hard. I didn't have to, on the 4x4. If there was someone already in there, I went around, but I think I only had to do that maybe one time. But that, like you said, 20 seconds, 15 seconds even, times however many laps, that mounts up really quick.
Adds up very fast. Yeah, you could save yourself some time. One thing we didn't talk about with the utility that I know as a sport quad rider that I always am just super jealous of is you get into a section and you're not happy and the quad's stuck. You got that reverse. You put that thing in reverse, back up, and hit it again.
Hey, you put an R for race, baby.
Yeah.
That it's came in handy several times. One of the biggest ones, not even in the challenge section, but you get a bottleneck out into the timber somewhere, and especially in the super narrow lines like that where there's no way to get around it, you can tend to cut a trail around them fairly easy as long as you're staying within 25 feet of the track, you know. So those big, I remember I used to run Checo bumpers and when I was racing a lot, and Rick Checo made a bulldozer bumper that could take down a tree pretty well, and it was utilized several times.
I tell you what, if I was ever in a bottleneck, and you can hear those utilities with that V-twin engine, they're pretty distinctive sound, and you know if you hear one backing up and he's going to make a line, you better follow, because he's going to take down stuff that I can't with a sport quad. I've done it many times, following through there, and you just keep it pinned and try to stay with them.
Little freight train through the timber. Oh, now we got two stuck in the challenge section. One on the rocks, and it looks like one coming up into the rocks. Got some dust flowing there. Dust or smoke, one of the two. I bet he's peeling those rear tires pretty hard.
Just sharpening them up, Rick. Just getting them ready. I bet Andy's loving this. He was talking about making this challenge actually a real challenge this year. Looks like he succeeded.
I think he did. Should we send Brendan down with my phone? Down to the challenge section? What's that?
You got this young, nimble guy.
I know. If you want to, you can take my quad right out here. Oh, you got yours? It's up to you. Can't go too far because it'll overheat on you. But just all you got to do is hit the white button there. It'll turn red, and then see. We'll. Oh, we have two radios, don't we?
No, we only have one now.
What do you say?
Yeah, we only have one radio.
Maybe.
We'll know when you.
Oh, okay.
So you hit record and it'll pop up here. And then
We're going to send Brendan down to the challenge section with my phone. All right. Oh, if you see there now, you can see a couple guys going into impound. So the way that impound works, you'll see the lane that they took there. Every team's, if it's a team, they can go up to 3 quads on a team. They have an assigned allotment there in the pits, or I'm sorry, in the impound. You'll see on the very right side of the screen there. So it's marked off for 3 different spots. They bring 1 quad in, 1 quad out. Nobody is allowed in the impound except for the rider that goes into it. So no working on it or anything.
Yeah, you're only allowed 1 quad out of that impound at any given time, and you're either racing it or working on it.
That's right. So if something happens to one of the machines, Andy talked about this before the race, they go into impound with a broken machine or it's towed in or something like that. They break another machine, then they have to decide which machine they want towed back to the pits to work on, and then they lose a lap, right?
Right, yep. Yeah, we were never in that scenario. We were in scenarios where we lost multiple quads, but never had to do that. That's a tough day.
Yeah, that's rough. This looks like another victim, or is that the same one? Maybe the front one got out. I missed it there for a little bit. Oh, is this? Yeah, he's trying to get that wiggled out of there. Here comes a drone down the front stretch here. I'm guessing, what do you think? Probably 50, 60 miles an hour?
Yeah, I'd say they're probably coming into that corner close to that. It's got to be going pretty fast. They're going through the gears. They can hear them back there.
Oh, yeah. Dean, you've raced for how long on a 450?
I started racing hare scrambles in 2009.
Wow.
So raced pretty consistently there up until about 2019 or so, and it's been spotty ever since. I raced some last year. Haven't been back out there this year, but the plan is to come back next year.
Look at this. We got a guy that's on. Oh, that's in the little MX section.
Yeah.
Or not the MX, the TT section in the middle of the infield.
Yeah, so he's just come through scoring, and he's in the middle of the racetrack in the infield. And Can't tell what he's doing there. He got off, was looking at something, maybe through a chain, maybe something wrapped up in the axle, but back going again now.
Let's see what he does here, if he goes on with the track or goes back into impound.
No way,
Nope.
Rick. He's got it lit up. He's heading
got
for
it.
the woods. Doesn't look like it's slowing him down.
No, this is pretty cool. Look at the drone here. You're following this racer. Don't know which one it was, but he recovered pretty well there. Another one into the challenge section. And right there. Oh, that's our phone. Okay, yeah.
There you go. That's we've got a live camera down there. We sent Brendan down to do a live camera in the challenge section. So let's see if we can figure anything out and get some better shots. That person's gonna go around there. They maybe aren't ready to take on that challenge yet today, but let's see if anybody else will.
Another shot from the drone here coming into pit area. You can see they got to water down really nice, keep the dust down. But these guys are moving down through the pits.
Another fast section, Rick, is that around that pit area. You can really fly through there, especially if it stays smooth, which today it should. It's not muddy. Should be able to carry a lot of speed. Makes it difficult to see which pit is yours.
It's vital, too, right where he's at in the scoring here. You see the yellow shirts back on the camera here. They have to get slowed down to like 5 miles an hour or less coming through scoring. That's a pretty dangerous section for the track workers. They start coming in hot there because it's happened before. And as Andy said, if they come in too hot, we're going to have a little chat about the weather, and kind of keep things slowed down.
That's right. Yep. The safety of that crew is important there, and if that equipment gets damaged too, you got to think about that. It messes up the whole scoring of the race, and so it's very important to listen to those rules. And if they're not going to listen, then Andy will make them listen. So,
and I think it's a long weather forecast too.
Yeah, it might be.
Knowing Andy,
if it's a habitual offender, there might be a full-on sermon down there.
That's right. Look at the battle going on the TT track there. There are a couple guys just railing it through there.
Little bit of dust, but not too bad.
I don't know. That kind of looks like Sean Stratton, doesn't it?
Yeah, with the blue jersey, that very well could
Oh,
be.
no, that's Spencer Modlin.
Ah, Spencer Modlin.
Yeah. Blast from the past there.
Yeah, another veteran. He's done it all. He's been on sport quads. He's been on utilities. He's raced UTVs. Well-versed rider there for sure.
Spencer, I had a chance to co-pilot for him out of the GNCC one time in a side-by-side.
And you lived?
Oh my gosh, I don't get scared very easy in those things. Some of the stuff that this guy could do in a machine is just unreal. So it was fun doing it, but I think I'd rather be behind the wheel instead of holding on for dear life.
Yeah, I don't like being a passenger, and I don't think I'd sign up to ride with Spencer. I know he's talented, but I don't think my stomach can handle it.
But that was the wild part, but I thought Spencer was just like going crazy fast out there. But then that was back when Cheney and Hunter, the Miller brothers, they were all running in the same class or at the same time. And we're hauling along a flat spot. Then all of a sudden we could hear something coming up behind us, and we pulled over. And those guys shot past us so fast and they were gone. The speed that these guys carry is just unreal.
A real momentum buster when somebody does that to you, isn't it?
It is, but we still did great in our class. It was
Absolutely.
It was nuts.
Josh Haynes online wants to know how long is the course?
Go ahead.
We had a question online asking about length of course. Andy told us this morning it's 7.5 miles. Pretty long course. I know when I was racing, you definitely wanted to hear something more than 6.
Right.
You want it long enough where it doesn't get repetitive, but short enough that it doesn't feel. It can feel unattainable. Take a lot of wind out of your sails.
Well, judging from the first 2 laps there, if I was at 45, 48 minutes for 2 laps, so 23, 22 a minute laps. That's about normal what it's been in the past.
Yeah, that sounds about right. There's been Heartlands in the past. I remember, it was over 30-minute laps, really long tracks.
Probably back in Carlisle when we did it in Carlisle.
Right, Carlisle days.
Yeah, that depended on the weather too, whether the river bottom was flooded or not.
Yeah, that river bottom was a little more susceptible to being flooded out than it is here. There's
That's
a little
right.
more high banks down here.
You bet. That drone coverage, I don't know if you are watching this right now, but man, it doesn't get any more cool than seeing a drone flying around on the track chasing these racers. That's like again, Steve's Tire Spines has put this all together. I mean, Dean and I are sitting here watching two computers right now, and we've got, what is there, 6 times 3, 18 different cameras out there, possibilities that we could see from. Oh, here's coming through the challenge section, our camera, portable camera there, that 4x4. I think that was Kevin Weedy, possibly.
Could be. It was a utility. Made it through clean. Did a great job there. Andy's down there watching.
Film it that I'm watching.
I think just wants to make sure that everyone's doing it the right way and no one's getting an advantage like that. So there's Andy and oh wow, camera in camera.
Yeah, picture in picture. Look at us.
High tech baby.
See what I mean?
Wow, look
Yeah.
out.
Just showing people watching.
No, this will be fun with this view coming in. Here comes
We're seeing a lot of people get stuck, so they sent me over to get
Oh, you think
over.
they're going to take it? I think they're going to
Pretty gnarly.
Oh no, I should have took that.
Oh, wow.
I'm guessing that the utility guys, most of them will take it, but man, how much clearance do you have on a sport quad?
Below the swing arm is where you've got the least clearance, and you've probably got, I don't know, 8 inches maybe.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty small.
But I mean, the tires make a big difference too. I know when we're setting the ride height on our on the utilities, probably 7 1/4 to 7 3/4, someone in there just on personal preference. But
Sure.
we're running a 25-inch tire too, so that makes a big difference, I guess. So
Yeah, I'm probably way off on 8 inches. We can measure it later.
we'll do that.
We'll send Brendan out with a tape measure.
Well, bottom line though, some of these chunks of concrete you're seeing out there in the challenge section, way more
As
than
soon as
either one
someone
of the
finds
numbers
6'7",
that
we will
said.
let you know.
You just got to jump on one side, put all your weight on one side, and hope that something bites and gets you through.
Yeah, it must be pretty gnarly though, because you see a lot of the sport quads doing the bypass on it. So
Yeah, absolutely.
cool stuff though. I mean, this these cameras
Still
are
looking for
insane.
number 6'7". Still looking for
Another
6'7".
rider coming up, going, taking the flag.
Yeah, we need to get Brendan down there to flag him in.
Yeah, we need like, a flag. He's been waving something. Bring it in.
Flashcards or something.
Yeah,
you know.
loop it up for the crowd. We got
It's gotta be a taker. No, here we go.
I'm done guessing. I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, that's 3 for 3. That's a pretty good,
More people taking these.
pretty not good bet, I guess. Oh, here goes someone came into the pits or into the impound, switching out quads.
Looks like first swap for that team. They got 2 clean quads ready to go. What
What's
did he
the-
forget there?
Looks like he's messing with the tether. Yeah, I think he probably had to take his tether off and get the other tether on.
Possibly. Looks like a B-class team there, I believe.
The yellow plate.
Yep, yellow plate, red number, I think.
Oh, I almost got the number there.
There he goes. Yeah, as soon as you get that thing switched, you can drop down onto that racetrack, wide open down into that turn. I was down there looking at the impound earlier, and I was thinking I wanted a spot closer to the exit of turn 4, but I think I'd want a section closer to the exit or the entrance of turn 3.
So you get a downhill swoop.
Get right on the track right away, hold that thing wide open. Nice cold motor, it's great for it. Just let it eat.
Speaking from a motor builder, you don't want the cold motor eating that hard that quick, right?
That was always a conversation that we had in our team. It was, okay, guys, you can do what
There
you
we
want
go.
with yours, but
That's a utility coming through. That's Spencer, I believe, again.
okay, came
He-
through no problem.
Not a problem there. veteran 4x4 guy just making it look easy.
Yeah, no problems.
All right, Sport Quad, yes or no?
Oh, yeah.
He got it. Here he goes. Here we go. Double. That was good.
There we go.
No.
There's that ground clearance, Rick. Doesn't
That's
look
right.
like much.
No, it doesn't.
He's doing a great job trying to gather it back up there. A lot of tires spinning.
Man, that's just chewing those lugs off.
That quad knows that it still has like 8.5 hours.
I don't think it's wanting to think about that.
He made it through there, not too bad.
Yeah, that was a good run for a Sport Quad. He had a little bit of a hiccup there, but I think it's still way shorter than the bypass.
Yeah. Yeah, it takes a while for that concrete to level out. It'll start to happen. There'll be a line.
Is there any way to find out how much time it saves on the challenge section by going around or going through it?
You might text Andy and ask him.
10-4. I don't think they can hear us. What's it? Did you repeat that again? So we just did a little checking here to see how much time it does save to go through the challenge section versus around it. What was it, Dean?
35 to 40 seconds it saves to go
Wow.
through the challenge. That's huge.
That's huge. I mean, like you said, look at it. If they do 30 laps, that's 15 minutes.
That's insane.
At least 15 minutes. That's saying it going through without a hiccup.
Right.
Wow.
Those riders that are going around are missing out on a lot of time, but
Look at
maybe
that.
they don't have the confidence.
Look at that, though. If we could flip over to the camera that's live there. Look at these chunks of concrete and everything.
I think it actually looks worse than when I looked at it this morning.
I agree. Granted, they're carrying a little dirt up on the backside, but some of those boulders or some of the chunks of concrete. Look at that one sticking up right there. We're talking about ground out there to clear that.
And he's standing right beside it, just loving every minute of it.
Admiring his mess right there, right?
That's right, his masterpiece. Masterpiece, if you will.
There you go. Controlled chaos.
Of course, he's loving it.
All right, we're going to take a little break here, run some ads, pay the piper here, who's going to bill for a lot of things. So we'll be back with you very soon.
Tire Spine is a one-piece design, run-flat device that installs inside your off-road tires of choice with basic hand tools. Tire Spine is made of a dense yet extremely lightweight and durable foam and doesn't rely on air to function. These attributes make the Tire Spine insert ideal for off-road racing as well as mission-critical applications like the military and emergency services. The negligible amount of weight added to the tires is justified by the added confidence in tire performance, and they don't rely on air. Tire Spine. It's tested and trusted by the U.S. military, emergency services, and racing professionals alike across the country. Get your podium-proven system today. Visit tirespine.com.
Welcome to Power Sports Nation, the nation's largest UTV and ATV used parts producer since 1999. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of customers bring their machine back to life without breaking the bank. With over 100,000 used parts on our shelf, we are your go-to source for dependable UTV and ATV parts. We inspect every single part, back it with a warranty, and ship it fast for free. That is why we are proud to say that we have sold almost 2 million items with an overwhelmingly positive feedback. We get it. You're wrenching on a machine that means something to you, whether it's for work, play, or getting away. PSN has your back. So don't wait. Hit that shop button, browse thousands of parts, and keep your machine moving.
Welcome to the Backyard Revolution, where you can turn what you have into what you love, where you can take control of your outdoor space from morning till night, where you can rest easy knowing that you've chosen sustainable, durable products that won't let you or the environment down. Whether you need a little shade or an entire outdoor room to work, to play, or to simply relax, let Structure revolutionize your outdoor space. Structure, bringing the indoors out.
Tire Spine is a one-piece design, run-flat device that
Right on. We are back in action at Fort Dodge for the 2025 Heartland Challenge, sponsored by Action Off-Road.
Yeah, we just had Chris McKean, the king of the scoring trailer, pop his head in here, and sounds like it's been quite a first hour of the race. A lot of activity, reroutes and things like that. So a lot of action yet to come today.
Well, I think that just goes to show the way how hard these guys are racing right now, you know, because we've seen some of the battles, you know, just going in the challenge section. When they're bunched up like that after 2 or 3 laps, that's some hard racing.
Yep. They're out there, they're finding somebody to run with and try to, kind of like we talked about earlier, you know, following somebody through and trying to find a buddy out there and just click some laps off and watch the clock.
Exactly. It goes back to what you said earlier, too. It's easier to follow than it is to lead. So I'm sure there's a lot of these guys that are catching up, probably know that they could make a pass, but decided to okay, we have 10 hours to go. Let's kick back and watch them and preserve the body and machine.
Absolutely. They might be hanging back just enough because if you know you can see them, maybe they don't want to ride any faster.
Check this out. We've got a couple little people messing with the challenge section. Andy must think it's not quite hard enough yet. So.
Oh no, he's throwing concrete out. What are you doing?
I wonder if maybe there's some rebar or something sticking up in there.
There might be. That's happened in the past where they got to get a sawzall out there and cut some rebar off.
Oh wow! Don't hurt yourself, fellas. There's some big chunks there.
In action. Get down there for 2025 Turtle Man live interview.
Another one going around the challenge section, adding that 30 to 35 seconds.
I think he had regrets. He looked over at it on his way by.
I don't know, man. If they're changing that up like that, and what we're an hour in, if they keep doing that, that's really going to make that a challenge the rest of the race.
Yeah, it's hard to say what they're doing. I think they might be giving a little bit of a ledge to the best players. Might be some people playing this too hard.
And for the viewers out there, if you guys have any questions that's going on, you see with the race, you see with the different classes, anything, shoot us a message on the live stream here, and we'll get the question and do our best to answer it. It may not be right, but we'll sure make it sound good.
Yeah, we're going to try. Only comment about how good we're doing, right, Rick?
Exactly.
We don't want to hear lots of
You know, there's a lot of negative things in the world. We don't need it today.
That's right.
Tire Spine trailer is sacred ground today, right?
You see with the different
Andy's still, I don't know who that is. That Rock with it. Rock's a big boy now. I remember when he was racing in youth classes, he was taller than Andy, and I think at the age of 6, he actually got taller than Andy.
Yeah, he's definitely the big muscly one of the group. But the other, they're all, the other two are wrestlers, so they're just as strong, but maybe a little scarier if they get a hold of you. But
Brady, his older son, coaches at Wartburg College. He's the head coach of the women's wrestling team. Brady himself wrestled. They had maybe 2 or 3 national championships at Wartburg, and he did really well. And he was just one giant, solid walking muscle.
Yeah, absolutely. He raced for a lot of years too, and excelled at that as well. Brock raced for a lot of years. I remember a couple Harlem challenges where out there beat our team, the old men, and we didn't let that happen. Really.
There you go. No, you can't. You'll never hear the end of it. You let these young guys, whip up on you.
That's right.
I'm not so sure. That almost looked like Josh Jones helping Andy out there. Josh, again, first Heartland Challenge, he was the Ironman winner, and he's raced utility class, he's raced sport quads. The guy was just total mean out on the track. He's a great guy, but man, he was fast.
Yeah, I remember when I started, and it was, when you first start and you're in the lower classes, and you look up to those guys, and he was one of those guys that was the fast, someday maybe I can do that. So
yeah, there's so many of those out there too, and it's good. I think what we're seeing now, and even in the regular series, a lot of these guys that raced back when they were in their late teens, early 20s, when it started, now their kids they have kids. The kids are getting old enough to come in. That's really cool to see, second generation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this year there was 3 guys that used to race or still do race that all had kids like within the same week or month. So there's 3 more coming.
That's right.
Kendall Cruz, Nathan Strand, and Clay Whelan all had kids within like a month. So
oh, wow.
There'll be some 50 quads there, I bet.
That's right. I better sit up straight here. We're live now.
Yeah, they're looking at you, Rick.
I was kicked back, relaxing, settling in here. But even Jaden Jones that's out there, that's Andy's grandson.
Yeah.
So, I mean, second, third generation there.
Yeah, a lot of, the term race family gets thrown around here a lot. but there's a lot of family running around too.
One of the, well, we're going to get a, I don't know if that's Josh or not. It's a big boy, whoever it is.
That's right. Kendall Cruz,
Andy's
Strand,
watching.
and
Get your hands dirty, Andy.
There he goes.
Clay Wheelan.
One of the most promising things I think I've seen this year so far, though, in the regular series,
I better
are
sit
the
up
kids'
straight here.
numbers.
We're live now.
You know,
They're looking
yesterday
at you. I was
we had the
kicking back,
kids race.
relaxed, and settling
There were
in
several
here.
kids
But
teams,
well,
but
even
nothing.
Jaden Jones
I guess once you add up all the participants, it's really good to see the numbers like that.
Yeah, I think this year they had a series race that was close to 100 kids.
I think I asked Andy that, and they had 105 at one race.
That's insane. Just to think about what the classes are going to look like in the future. We talked about a lot of racers on this list that started out way at the bottom when they were kids and are still doing it.
There he goes. Clay Wheelan.
That 90 stock class, I think they had to split it because you have 50 plus Honda 90s out there at one time, so they had to split it, I think, up into two different age groups, but have 30 in one and 20 in another. That's just insane.
And you've got, like you said, that many quads that are the same. These quads run almost identical. And what a fun class to watch.
Those are tanks too. Those little Honda 90s just go and go and go.
That's the good times from what I've heard as a dad is the Honda 90 days because you just put gas in it, kick the tires, and let them go.
Check the oil and clean the air filter.
Absolutely.
What was that?
Oh, we got some comments on Rick's outfit. Rick the Ripper's wearing his cut-off shirt today. We talked about it, whether or not it's going to be appropriate. I said embrace it, Rick.
Well, I'm going for comfort here. We're going to be sitting here for 10 hours, and I thought I'd wear something a little more, formal, I guess. But you know what? We're in a trailer, and we're watching a race. I got my Advocare Spark right there. We're going to rip this baby for 8 more hours or 8.5.
That's right.
What's that?
Somebody was asking if Kendall Cruz is racing. Kendall Cruz isn't here today. We were just reminiscing and talking about people from the series. So not sure why Kendall's not here. He's usually in that Ironman class. Always been a strong contender. And he raced it, I don't know how many years. But yeah, it's too bad he's not here today. But
well, at Kendall, he podiumed how many different times in the Ironman class, and he had it pretty well dialed in. And Kendall and I had a good smack talk battle going back and forth. I enjoyed it, just talking, about beating him and stuff like that. Kendall's solid when it comes to Ironman class.
Yeah, he's very well in tune with what it takes and what it takes to finish. That's always his number one goal, and he's. I don't think he's never not finished one.
That's right. Well, like you said before, he just has a new baby too, so I'm sure that plays a part in it. But congratulations, Kendall, on the new baby. If you're listening in on this, and we miss you here. It's not right, just not seeing that big furry face here.
Right, that big beard full of mud.
That really, our ZZ Top, our own very own ZZ Top, right there.
That's right. Yep, the Ridgeway Rocket.
I like that. The Ridgeway Rocket. A few more of them going through. It looks like another one coming out of the impound. Another one just took the challenge section, so I think it's going to start opening up. We're starting to see a little bit bigger gaps in between people, too, kind of spreading everything out.
Yep, so everybody's settling in, finding their pace. And right now is the time of day where they've probably at least got 2 of their riders on. Maybe they've gotten all 3 riders on. Everybody's kind of calming down, and you just start to settle in. You got a long day in the heat, and you start to look forward to that nighttime when it cools down. Another rider coming through the challenge section now. Looks like he's going to pick off to the banner side there. Right up and over, no problems. Of course, a utility machine, no issues there.
I tried to. Maybe we should. Do you have live scoring up here? Let's see what it looks like so far. How people are faring. Looks like, look at that. Look at that up on top there. Number one right so far in the overalls, Valentine Food Company.
Still up there in the number one in the Pro 4x4 class and number one overall.
Atta boy, guys.
I mean, I know you're into sauces, Rick, but what kind of special sauce did you put in the fuel tanks today?
You know, there's some things I just can't reveal, you know. We have to keep trade secrets, you know.
Oh, something secret going on over there. And then look who's second overall, Dylan Trigg.
Wow.
Dylan Trigg in that Ironman class. And Shane Austin still right behind Dylan Trigg.
What's the gap there? 27 seconds?
I'm showing 52 seconds, so
52.
a minute behind him.
Andrew's got a question online.
There's a question online asking what the manufacturer turnout looks like today. But, you know, there's always the standby Hondas. There's, of course, some Can-Am utilities. And definitely some Yamahas out there. Yamaha's the only 450 still being made. So Honda's kind of hard to get parts for if you're running the old 2004, 2005s. I know the struggle. So, yeah, there's kind of a mixed bag out here, kind of like it used to be. You used to see a lot more varied brands. I think I seen a few Suzuki LTRs running around even. So yeah, good varied bag out there. There for quite a few years, the Honda 450 was the XC weapon of choice for sure.
That's right. Well, like I said, Yamaha's the only manufacturer still making a 450. But like I said, there's even a Kawasaki out there running, and the Edmondsons are running one. So Polaris, I think there's. Well, I know on our team, the Valentine Food Company team, they've got a Polaris Scrambler out there on the team. So a lot of good representation there.
Yeah, that number 17, Look Pro Go Slow in the AA class. They're running a Kawasaki 450. You don't see those very often in the XC, but I know Jericho Edmondson, he's been racing that in the AA class this year.
Well, and with the Polaris 4x4s, Waylon Eastep is the one that's running that. His dad, Scott, works for Polaris dealership, and Scott knows those Polarises inside and out. So I'm sure he's got that baby tuned in and ready to rock.
Absolutely. Going down through this overall list, really must have been some things shaken up out there. My overall list is showing, let me see, let me read. Nope, now I broke it.
Uh-oh.
There it goes. Something interesting here, Rick, is we're showing a Pro 4x4 with that Valentine Food Company in first, a 2 Ironman class, Dylan Trigg in second, Shane Austin in third, and then it goes to a whole cloud of B-class racers.
Really?
That's what I'm showing here. We got Lawns Residential, number 77, 815, the Quad Fathers, Berm Busters, Fast Not Furious, XS Motorsports, and then there's some AA and family mixed in. So
wow,
something going on there. They must have made it through the bottleneck early on, and so the AA is going to have to find some speed, catch back up.
Could be, yeah. It's hard to tell. You have 7.5 miles of track that goes through, river bottoms and hills and rock climbs and everything. A lot can happen there.
Looks like 34 teams in total checking in here.
That's including the Ironman.
Including Ironman, yep.
Yeah, that's really good. We have our mobile cam guy getting in here. Brendan, what'd you see out there?
We got some really good footage in there. We got a sport quad guy. Couldn't give you his race number, but we had him get in the rocks, and as you guys saw, Andy was repositioning those rocks and found a hole and was trying to feather the clutch out and had to really move his body so he could get that four-wheeler out. Really wasting a lot of energy trying to get through that section. Really makes you think about your risk factors towards it. I was talking with Andy, and he said this is by far the most people he's had go through the bypass lane.
So we saw Andy down there restacking concrete. Did he tell you why he was doing that? What was going on down there?
Like you guys said, he was really adamant this year that he wants some good technical challenge in there. He's had years past where he's done sections and people have been able to ride through it a little bit easier, and he's really cracking down on it this year. He wanted to make it challenging. And as the race progresses, all the rocks kick down the hill. Right there you can see that little bit of a hill, and he's trying to reset the rocks back in there, trying to make it more challenging for the riders so that they don't find an easy pathway through. So
good. So he wasn't making it easier, he was making it harder. Andy, my boy, I like it.
So I'll give this back to Rick here.
Thanks, Brendan. Brendan's our boots on the ground out there trying to get some action shots and giving us updates. We'll try to take advantage of that more as the day goes on. Get out there, maybe show you some pit strategy, or some other things.
Yeah, good job out there, Brendan. How far are we in? Can you tell on the live scoring there?
Looks like 7 hours, 22 remaining. Is that right?
Holy cow, we're 2.5 hours in already. Over 2.5 hours. How's that possible?
No, we're an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
I think this is wrong. I was just looking at our Ironman results here. So Dylan Trigg and Shane Austin have made 4 laps. Caden Dyer's made 3 laps. Braxton Hutchinson's made 3 laps. And then Jaden Jones, he's made 2 laps. Riley Byer, 2 laps. Jace Nobles made 2 laps. And then Chad and Russ Hutchison have made a lap each. So maybe running into some troubles out there. It's a lot of variation in the Ironman class.
So what's the gap between Shane and third place?
Shane is...
Oh, it's a whole lap almost.
Yeah, 12 minutes, 21 seconds ahead of Caden Dyer. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. You know, are Shane and Dylan going to wear each other down, and Caden's back there just chomping at the bit? He's got a good pace going. He's feeling good. Can he carry that speed all day? Maybe.
That's right. Well, and that's 2 utilities. Or no, I'm sorry. Dylan's on a sport quad and then a utility 1 and 2 there.
Right. And it looks like Caden Dyer might be on a Honda, so must be on a Honda 450 Sport Quad.
Well, and, a good friend of mine, Graham Whitacombe, came here in, I can't remember which year it was. I believe it was right before COVID, and did the Ironman class, and he got 3rd overall.
Wow.
And 3rd in the over Ironman class, but running a Polaris 4x4, and he was kind of, it always urged me to do it and come out and do it, and I'm glad I did, because I could say I did it now, but I didn't have as good a finish as what he did. So it's a rough course.
Yeah, to place that well in the overall in Ironman is insane. I know you talked about Matt Lindell earlier when he was racing Ironman class, and boy, it was really hard to watch him beat our team in the overall.
Yeah.
And you know, we were doing the best we could. We were usually podium in our class, but wow, just to do that all on your own for 10 hours is just nuts.
Well, and Travis Brandt, he did it twice, you know. So, hey, we've got someone in the pits here.
Looks like they're cooling that quad down. You see that silver can that gentleman's got? That's got pressurized water in it. They'll spray that right on the radiator, cool it down, maybe spray some of the mud off the radiator, and maybe a fresh rider going out. He got pretty clean gear on, Rick, so
Yeah.
maybe he hasn't been out yet today. So he's looking to light it up and make something happen.
Well, they were pitting right next to the Tylube tent. Chad Bodorf did some good sponsorship with the kids yesterday with Tylube, but I think that's the Burrows clan right there beside Tylube.
The women's team?
I could be. Sure in the right vicinity there.
Okay, I was just getting ready to talk about that, the difference in that class here. Let me get the results back up. So the Burrows Machine Shop, Tylube Burrows Machine Shop, it's a mouthful. It's only going to get worse. They have 37 minutes on the second place women's team.
Wow.
So we talked about Chloe Burrows probably having a Burrows blood. It's like she might.
I think she inherited some good genes there.
There's another quad swap. Another rider coming into scoring, kind of coasting in. Maybe looks a little tired. This is the time of the day. Maybe you're feeling like it's going to be a lot longer than you thought.
Yep. Well, what I was talking about before, the Travis Brandt, when he ran the Ironman class and won it, if I'm not mistaken, he never once got off the quad for the entire 10 hours. He was scared that, I think if he got up, that it would, it'd start getting sort of, I don't know, if I remember right, he didn't get off the quad for the entire 10 hours. When they pitted him, they gave him something to eat, everything else, he stayed right on it.
Travis has a lot of intensity. I raced a lot of years against Travis. What a fierce competitor.
Probably one of the best guys you're ever going to meet. I know last night we were sitting in the pits, or other people bringing quads up, and Travis was the first one to help him.
Absolutely. I've been in the same scenario. You do a lot of wrenching in the pits, but Travis is the same guy. Anybody can walk up and, hey, I got this going on. What do you think? And he's going to lend a hand. He just wants to see everybody get out there and compete, just like I do.
Well, and then look at the experience and the ability for him to help train Coley Brandt. That's what I think he's second or third in points in the youth overalls at GNCC right now.
Yeah, he's really, really coming into his own and showing people what he can do. It's so impressive. And I think he raced yesterday. Did he run Ironman in the youth?
On a Honda 90.
Wow. Yeah, very impressive racer there as well. But like Rick said, he's got one of the best in the game to look up to there.
But boy, when you do that kind of number of races in a year, they ran the entire GNCC series. They ran some IXCR, the whole Iowa series. Seat time's paramount when it comes to that.
Absolutely. Yep. Just getting out there and getting some races under your belt, and then going and mixing it up with other groups of people too. Not
right.
Racing the same people all the time. That makes a big difference. That was one of the things I used to love about this race so much is you don't know who is going to show up, and you might meet some pretty cool people, and you're going to race against people you've never raced against before, and that's why that beginning of this race is so interesting, and you might try to pick out who your competitors are going to be and who they aren't, and you might get really surprised in that first hour who's beating you and who's not.
That's right. Like you said, the amount of people that you meet with this, I know when I hit a wall during my Ironman run a couple years ago, I had so many different people saw that I was struggling. They came down there, and like Michael Swift, how many time national champion on 4x4s, and Graham Whitcomb, all these people from, plus the Bad Habit crew was just right there trying to encourage you on. It's just so cool to have that kind of support from people from all over the country, actually all over the world. Graham's from England and such like that. It's amazing, and I encourage everyone that if you ever have a chance or if you ever wanted to go out and try to race, but boy, don't hesitate to get into it, because it's an atmosphere like we talked about before that it's addictive. It's a whole way of life. It's not just a race or competition.
Absolutely. And the thing I love about the Iowa series is just like you talked, if you're new and you're coming in here and you don't know anybody, before you leave that race event, you're going to know who your crew or some of your crew is before you leave, because everybody's going to be willing to help you out. And it's no different down here. you're going to have things break in this 10-hour race that you would have never guessed were going to break, and somebody's probably going to help you out just to see you out there on the track.
I've never seen another sport where you could be, a big, fierce competitor, but if you need a part, your competitors would be the first one to come up and offer.
Absolutely. Look at that drone footage following them around turns 1 and 2 of that racetrack. I don't know how fast the drone's going, but that guy looks like he's moving.
He's cooking. Coming in that little TT section. Almost looks like sand down there. I know it's not, but it looks pretty soft.
Yeah, a lot of sand and clay around here. I was walking on the racetrack earlier and noticed seemed like there was some sand, and I know. Might have had an issue there with the live stream. It looks like we might be back now. Couple riders stuck in that challenge section again, Rick.
Well, it's going to be a beast the rest of the day. I heard with that beast thing. I got to get that out of my vocabulary today.
Did you have like a monster beast this morning?
I must have. I don't know what it is, but the beast is word of the day.
Got beast on the brain.
Beast brain. Yeah, that challenge section, like I said, especially if Andy keeps mixing it up like that. It is kind of cool that he's doing that, because otherwise they'll get a beaten path down there and they'll just skip through it. And that's why it's called a challenge section, is to make it a challenge.
Right. This rider had some troubles in the logs after the concrete. He thought he had a beat. He passed that rider through the concrete, and you seen it almost throw him off the seat there coming over that log. Killed the machine, and must be an 0405 Honda, because he had to kickstart it. I know the feeling.
That's a master mechanic doing a diagnosis right there. But right before we cut out there, we wanted to go through some of the sponsors of this race. Action Off-Road stepped up, did a great job with Andy to help provide this race. Thank you, Action Off-Road. We have Power Sports Share. That's a pretty cool concept. We've been talking about it here. Power Sports Share is a company that sounds like it's almost like an Airbnb for machines.
Yeah, it sounds like you can get on there and rent machines from just folks like you and I. If we want to put our machine on there, I don't think anybody wants to ride my old junk, but hey, maybe they do, Rick.
If they did ours, I'd say you break it, you buy it. I'm sure that's kind of the unwritten, well, probably actually written rules of it. But
yeah, pretty cool thing there. I'm gonna have to look into that. Might take some vacations, maybe rent a side by side.
Yeah, you think about that. You go out to Colorado or something. You don't want to haul a bunch of machines out there. That'd be perfect.
Absolutely.
And Tire Spine, of course, we've mentioned them already. Tire Spine, the best run flat system out there. I run them. You've ran them, Dean.
Yep, I run them in my Sport Quad as well. Just a great system, lightweight, and just what a peace of mind to have. And they're the ones providing this trailer and the live stream for us. They've got us in here in the creature comforts, the air conditioning, and so yeah, great to have them on board.
But you really talk about giving back to the sport. What Steve has done here with this whole setup, it's just amazing. And I don't know hardly any other. I've seen a lot of races on TV, the 4x4, or not 4x4, but quad races, and this setup is just unreal.
Yeah, this is crazy to be behind the wheel of this and seeing it work. Just the amount that goes into this. So big thanks out to Steve and Tire Spine.
Next sponsor up here, Midwest Performance. Midwest Performance out of Keokuk. Jason Smith down there. Super guy. He's such a great guy. He's been a long-time sponsor of the series. Does a lot for the series. Like the Mount Pleasant track, he's sponsored that race for how many years now?
Well, yeah.
Jason's got several kids that are coming up through the ranks also.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. Yeah, great dealership to deal with. I haven't personally had a chance to get down there, but I've heard nothing but the best things.
You bet. And RJ Power Sports, have you worked with them much?
I haven't been dealt with them much, but like last year, I know we went in during the rain delay of the series race, and they had the racers in and made hot dogs, had some specials going on. So really embracing that and welcoming the series to Fort Dodge.
You bet. Anytime a dealership like that, we love to support them too. So if you get a chance, you're in the area here, come up to RJ Power Sports, and they're located.
They're out there on the east side of Fort Dodge. I can't remember what that road is, but just out there on the east side of Fort Dodge, the old Racing Unlimited building. But great facility out there, easy to get to. Stop in. If you're out at the ride park out there, it's just up the road if you need anything, oils or anything like that.
You bet. Next up, here we have the man himself walking in here, Andy Kiner, the promoter of this series. And here, Andy, I'm going to hand the headset over to you so you can say a few kind words here.
I actually had something for you.
He's struggling with technology. If anybody knows Andy, this is normal. Everything's fine.
It's Tracy's fault.
Wow.
I mean, welcome to the trailer.
You guys I just came in to tell you guys you're doing such a great job. I didn't realize.
Wow, that really feels good. I didn't see that coming. I've seen all the podcasts and the way you give, we'll call them accolades to Chris. I was a little leery.
Yeah, poor Chris.
Now, we had you guys live over there in the challenge area watching it, so it was pretty cool. Did you get my message about the how long it saves?
Yes, yeah,
okay.
like 30 to 40 seconds.
Correct, yep.
Now, we saw you over there racking and stacking concrete. We had to ask Brendan, said, was he making it easier or is he making it harder? He said you were making it harder, and that's what I wanted to hear.
Yes and no. There was a couple that was sticking up. We struggled last night. We wanted it to be harder than what it was last year. But we had a couple that was just up there. Pretty much made it impassable at some places. So we want to make it where they still can get through, but it's definitely going to be a challenge.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're still seeing some folks getting stuck in there, and a lot of people bouncing through it, but it's not the easy challenge I remember at years past. It's definitely difficult, so it looks like you did a good job. Even the logs after the rocks looks like caught a rider here while we were watching a little while ago.
And we have the walker log still, too. Do you see that?
Yeah, we heard there's a roller down there, so special walker roller log.
Yep. So I want to stop and talk to you guys. They're going to be coming into I've got Allison from Canada is going to be stopping in there. Their team's having a lot of issues, but they just stopped me to check on one of their machines out there. It's actually their only machine left, having some issues. And I was very happy when we did that. We called one of our track workers who was actually with them and said they got them going. They'll be coming through. But afterwards, I actually asked them to stop up here and talk to you. They got some neat story to share on since they've been here in Iowa. They drove up from Fort Hood, Texas.
Okay.
And they've had issues ever since they tried to unload their machine. So, but
must be running family class. Looked like they were in the family class.
Correct. Yep.
Gotcha.
So, it's a bad situation, but it's made the best of it thanks to the people in Iowa. So.
Absolutely.
Yep. But I'll ask them to stop and just share the story with you really quick, so they'll be in here just a little bit.
Sounds good.
But as far as the track goes, the first lap we had a hill that we knew was going to be questionable with the waters coming down off the hill still from the 2 inches that we got on Thursday. But the track crew was prepared for it. They had an alternative lane they used. Got everybody going. It's flowing pretty good right now. There's still a couple wet spots out there, but guys are starting to navigate that a little bit better now. So.
Yeah, the quads are coming through pretty dirty, so must be splashing some mud out there some places.
Yeah, if you know Fort Dodge, it's usually dusty, but they have had just an unbelievable amount of rain, like anywhere here in Iowa lately. But the rain is just, so we have like 4 tiers, as both you guys know, as far as elevation change here. When we get down that lower tier, everything's coming off of those hills, and it's kind of a bowl, and everything's just kind of setting. So it's really went down about 6 inches from Thursday, but we're still fighting a couple issues, but it's going well.
Okay. How's the beaver path holding together? I know sometimes that can get some holes or have some water holding in it. Is that holding together?
Yeah, it is. You got to remember, that's like concrete underneath there. That's the old gypsum. So it's solid, but there is definitely some water holes on top.
Okay. Yeah, they can be greasy. There's some clay in there, and it can be pretty nasty. That's not stuff you want on your hand grips, that's for sure.
No, exactly. But other than that, everything's going good. Things are moving. Had a lot of guys breaking, a lot of little issues. I just seen one of our Iron Man, Jaden Jones. I just seen he was out right now with I think a starter stuck on that utility. A couple of the guys having some overheating issues right now, but for the most part, it seems like they're doing pretty good.
Perfect. Yeah, we're trying to watch. We saw Jaden Jones was down there in the standings a little bit. Figured may have run into some troubles out there. But the top 2 in that Ironman class, Dylan Trigg and Shane Austin, are putting a pace on, huh?
Are they?
They're running 2nd and 3rd overall.
Wow. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Hopefully they're not pushing too hard this early, but both them guys know how to do this, so I feel like they're a smart enough rider to contain when they need to contain, so.
Absolutely. Caden Dyer sitting back there in 3rd place in the Ironman class, and I think he's waiting for him to slow the pace down a little bit and fall in line, and he's going to take advantage.
I don't care who you are. If you're running the top 3 in the Ironman class, in a day like today when it's so hot, you see dust on the track, the oval track. In the pits, we're getting a little bit of dust right now, but then you got the mud down below. I just talked to a team, actually the one that runs the Vegas to Reno. They're here from Colorado and Minnesota, formed a team to be here. And I pulled up, and first thing they said is this is a lot different than what we're used to. So when it comes to their desert racing and stuff, so they're having a lot of fun, just enjoying it. They're here to put some time in on the machine and get ready for that. So, but you're right, the track is just different than a lot of stuff you see like this. I call it a true hare scramble, but most true hare scrambles aren't used in a 10-hour race. You get some more open stuff, since it's so long, and this is, it may only be a 10-hour, but I don't know of another 12 or 24-hour, that has the track as tough as what this can be after 10 hours.
Yeah, the Fort Dodge track has a lot to offer. The black dirt, the mud, the clay. There's a lot of aspects that go into this place. And the sand. How's the sand whoop section down at the river holding up?
It's holding up.
That was confident-ish.
Yeah. I have not been down there. I got a great crew that's down there managing all that. But they have told me that as the race goes on, it's getting better and better. But it is getting deep from what I understand. So you know how that's kind of, no one ever makes that. That's a natural, natural whoops down there.
Right.
So
that's always been one of my favorite pieces of this track.
Yep. So, hey, appreciate what you guys are doing, man. Thanks to you and all the sponsors and Steve Mueller and Alan and all these guys with Tire Spines. I keep catching myself stopping out here watching the big screen just as a fan, so it's really cool.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in and give us an update.
Yep, I better get back out there, but thanks, guys.
Keep stacking that concrete up, all right?
All right, appreciate it.
Thanks, Andy.
Going down the front stretch. I guess this is right over the impound.
Yeah, they're flying over. You see that big mud hole right behind all the impound quads.
We're doing a little testing here on the sound, so.
Another rider coming through that infield section. A little bit of dust starting to build up out there.
I think we're going to see that more as the race goes on, too. I mean, what's the temperature out here right now? Probably, it's got to be close to 90. How much? Oh, wow. Thermostat. Thermometer on the wall says 102, but
I think that might be in the sun.
yeah, I hope so. If that's the case, we're going to be medium rare in here by about 6 o'clock. So.
Yeah, I'm going to need to be flipped in about 15 minutes.
My phone says 95. Feels like 95.
Feels like 95? Yeah, I'd believe that for sure. Back to the challenge section here. Have someone going around. These guys, gals.
We gotta get somebody out there hyping them up, Rick.
Well, I think we'll find someone in the pits with a poster board or a pit board or something like that. And
did you forget out to put out the welcome mat?
I forgot. Gosh darn it!
Come on, Rick.
That was my job.
Somebody didn't turn on the open sign.
Yeah.
What's that called?
So we're still waiting for someone to come through the challenge section again, but when we do that, while we're waiting here, we'll start going through some of the sponsors here. We just talked about Midwest Performance. We got RJ Power Sports, DRW, another one of the sponsors.
Yeah, we're talking a little bit more about our sponsors on the list. The next one on the list is DRW, and what a perfect shot. We're at this Heartland Challenge. We've got the challenge section right now, and DRW components are they're going to help you protect your quad getting through there. They've got case savers and chain protectors and skid plates and things like that. So what a perfect company to have on board for a race like this. And so if you're needing protection stuff, or if you had a bad day in the challenge section, go check them out. Get your quad equipped up there.
Definitely a must today with the rocks and everything in the challenge, and even on the track. Oh, here we have someone. Oh, he got over it. Did you see him move that log back probably 3 or 4 feet with spinning on it? That's how it's going to change that through the whole day.
Yeah, that must be the Fowler fumbling log they talked about.
Walker definitely had his presence here for sure. Next on our list, Dr. Power Sports, Cedar Falls, Iowa. Chad's been a good sponsor of mine. When I raced GNCC, Chad was my sponsor there in the 4x4 lights class. Chad also races a lot of the Honda Talons on the short courses and stuff like that.
Yep, big Talon guy. Turbo Talons, I believe, even.
They have, man. They've put a lot of research and development and testing into those machines, and I know he's real deep into the Honda Talon turbo market or the turbo scene.
Yeah, they've got a big facility, and I think is it Cedar Falls?
Cedar Falls, yep.
Yeah, they've got a big dealership there. I've been in there a couple times, so nice place.
You bet. We bought quads and bikes from him. So I actually bought a dirt bike.
You bought a dirt bike?
I bought a dirt bike for some unknown reason.
Rick, I think there's some things we got to cover off air here. I don't know. I don't even know who you are.
Well, you see, I had a theory behind that. So I never had back problems while I was racing, right? So I slowed down on the racing. My back hurt, So I thought, you know what? I'm just not getting beat up enough, so not keeping loose. So I'm going to go buy a dirt bike and go tear myself up so my back doesn't hurt. Makes total sense, doesn't it?
Makes perfect sense.
You
need another one. I got one for sale.
No, I think this one's enough. But, yeah, I don't know how my theory is going to work, but we'll see here. You never know where we might show up next.
Must be a heck of a salesman down there, Dr. Powersworth, to talk you into a dirt bike.
It just one of them weak moments, DP brakes. I ran DP brakes on my machines. They always never failed. They were great. They were great brakes. The pads just lasted forever too.
Yeah, I know they've been in the game a long time, and a lot of people using them, proven stuff there.
Yep, and next on the list, Power Sports Nation. Man, you talk about a place that has about everything. If you're looking for a part or something like that, I always go to Power Sports Nation first because they're a salvage place where they take machines in, part them out, and sell used parts.
Right, they're parting out machines that are almost new just to supply the people that need these parts. And they're even doing reconditioned, motors and transmissions and things like that. I bought a rebuilt transmission for my Polaris Ranger at home, and it's been perfect. So what a great service they offer over there.
Well, and they're also heavy into the side-by-side racing, so they've been doing that for quite a while. Unfortunately, with the Iowa Series, they had some insurance problems this year, so we didn't get to see the side-by-sides at the races, but PSN's been a driving force behind keeping side-by-sides going.
Absolutely.
Paramount pergolas. We saw those on the commercials that were running here earlier. Another great sponsor. The pergolas, those are so cool. You just go out, chill out after the race, hang out, have some shade.
Yeah, shades at a premium here today. I wish we had our own Paramount pergola here outside the trailer.
Yeah, that's a good slogan there. Shades of Paramount. You got to get your Paramount pergola.
They need to hire us.
Right? I think the marketing team right here, the marketing dream team.
Dream team.
The Bold Off Road, another good sponsor for the race here. Hoodoo. You know what? I'm not really sure what Hoodoo's on that. Do you?
I'm not familiar with Hoodoo. We're going to have to do our research on that one. I think that's local in Des Moines. I think it's something to do with like construction services and
got it,
things like that. So we'll have to get some clarification there, but happy to have them on board.
Yep, you bet. And Wrath. Oh my gosh, that name goes how far back in the quad community, any kind of racing community.
Yeah, he's been around a long time. I know when I started racing and he'd show up to an Iowa race once in a while, it was kind of interesting. He was a celebrity showing up. So
right,
but been making great parts for years, and happy to have him a part of this team as well.
A lot of Wrath bumpers out there, and Wrath heel guards and Wrath tree guards and everything. So
absolutely.
Next up, Vanderpool Construction. They've been with the series several years. I'm good friends with these guys. Toby Vanderpool. I know at the Heartland Challenge when we had it in Carlisle, Toby'd always provide like the water truck. They do a lot for the series. They have two boys that race still in the series. Great family business there.
Yeah. I think I can't remember how many generations business they are, but quite a few. And yeah, great to have them a part of it, and great group of guys.
You bet. Toby Vanderpool, Cade and Alec, great group, and we're so happy to have them as one of the sponsors here. And then Struthers Brothers in Des Moines, Iowa, or I think they're actually Urbandale now, but Struthers Brothers Kawasaki dealership. Another great dealer that works with us. I know one of the people that's on our team goes to Struthers Brothers quite a bit for parts. So another great sponsor. Hotsy. How could you argue with Hotsy?
They're going to need those today, Rick, to blast that mud off.
Boy, there's nothing better than a shot of hot water when you're washing quads. That does 10 times the job a cold does.
This Fort Dodge mud is greasy, grimy clay, and you're going to want that hot water to blast that back off of there.
Absolutely. Kawasaki, big corporate sponsor there. Kawasaki, been in the game for a long time. Even have a Kawasaki quad out there running right now. Getting big into the side-by-sides, though.
Yeah, and big player in that 50 limited class that those kids are running.
Oh, that's right.
A lot of 50 Kawasaki's out there. I know the little guy we're going to have racing next year, he's got one that's all ready at the shop and ready for him. And I need to call him, maybe get a new bumper because it's been rearranged. But, yeah, great to have them on board.
You bet. And the last one on the list, but not least, certainly not least, Atomic Photography. She has been running around here like a chicken with her head cut off with her camera, and I think yesterday she took over 2,000 pictures. Sabrina's just been running her legs off here.
Yeah, she's been taking a lot of pictures, making a name for herself, and what a great thing to offer back to the riders. You know, I remember back when I was racing, and it's so cool, and somebody would do that and take those pictures, and you can actually see yourself out there. And so it's great to have her here doing that service for everybody. So big thanks to her for being on board.
You bet. And if you're at the race here watching this, she has a booth set up where the old scoring used to be, right real close to the registration trailer. But go over and see her over there. Check out the pictures. You can buy the pictures. I would imagine that you could she'll buy like a download or whatever you want to do there. But boy, she could really hook you up. I know she takes great pictures. So make sure you stop by and talk to Sabrina and see what your pictures look like. And sure as heck, get out that card and take some home.
And you can't miss her, Rick. She's like you. She's got an outfit on today. She's wearing checkered flag overalls. You can't miss her. I love it.
Well, hey, you know, I'm going for comfort here today, and I'm sure she is too, but she's a little more festive than I am, right?
Yeah, well, you know, Rick the Ripper's more of a vibe than an essence, and she's going for a little bit of a support the race.
Oh. I'm going for viral here. I've always seen all these people viral. Maybe I'll start a trend with this shirt.
I like it.
It's cool, man. I can't even tell you where I bought it at, but I'll find it and I'll put the link on my bio.
There you go.
How's that?
Wow, you're such an influencer.
I am an influencer. Back to racing here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's check out these cameras. One through the challenge section, skipped right through it. Was that a 4x4?
That was a 4x4.
Just made it look easy. But you know what? We could also check on the overalls and stuff that's going on here.
It looks like that ticker on top of the screen saying Valentine Food Company still in #1.
Oh my!
And look
yes,
at that.
it is.
Look at that. Number 2 is still Dylan Trigg.
Wow, Shane Austin right there too. 9 seconds, or no, not even 8 seconds separating Dylan and Shane. Boy, it just makes me think Shane's just kind of laying back watching. But man, I don't care who says it. Dylan's going to be tough.
He's definitely putting on a charge and making a name for himself.
Boy, and I think I'm sure this is his first Ironman class. But boy, he's a tough guy, and Shane, he's just as tough.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, Shane's raced this race as an Ironman. I don't even know how many times, quite a few, and so it's really interesting to see them both pushing this hard.
Then up after that is, let's see. Oh, we're getting a refresh here. Who's up on the overalls after that? I think it was the Quad Fathers.
It's Residential Lawns B-Class team.
B-Class, Residential Lawns. That's Brendan Jones, Spencer Modlin, and Andrew Floor. But go ahead.
Yeah, we've got 4 B-Class teams still hanging in there in those top spots right after the Ironman. But we've got a AA team that's making a charge towards the top. Christensen Racing, a late add to the AA class. I know they were going to run A class, and they didn't have competition, so they stepped up. It looks like they're leading the AA class right now. And I don't know if you know this or not, Rick, but there's 2 Hanson Hammers in that team.
No, okay. Well, I've said the Hanson Hammer. I've heard that from so many people. Dean here, master motor builder. And how many Hanson Hammers do you have out there?
I think it's just those 2. There might be another one, but I think it's just those 2.
But over the years, you've done
lots. Yeah, built motors for a lot of folks. But those are the only 2 out there running right now, and I do a lot of work on those quads for those boys. That's Cody and Carter Christensen and Dylan Howard, and I had Cody's quad there this week doing some lights, fixing a couple things. But we always make sure they're as good as they can be, so it's good to see them at the top.
Primarily Honda, though, right?
Yep, all 3 of those guys are on Honda 450s.
You do much with the Yamahas?
I haven't yet, and I've told people I'm not gonna. You can't teach an old dog new tricks, but I'm sure at some point I'm gonna have to learn it.
Yeah, I mean, when they're the only one producing right now, I'm hoping, we've seen bigger numbers this year in the Iowa series, the national series. It looks like the numbers have been holding steady, maybe a little bit up. I'm hoping, what do you think the chances are of Honda coming out with the what do they call it, the long lost fuel injected prototype that's been out for 6 years? They just haven't released it.
I keep holding out hope, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think there'd have to be quite a change for it to actually happen. Hopefully somebody gets in the game with Yamaha. I think Yamaha's making a fantastic product, but it'd be nice to have some diversity there. There's people making their own fuel-injected Hondas. I have a friend that built his own out in Colorado, just got it done the other day. So he's got a 2022 Honda 450 quad. So,
oh, wow.
So
that's probably a hybrid then, right?
Yeah, it's a dirt bike
Yeah,
hybrid.
I just wonder if, maybe that's the way it's going to be in the future here to keep Honda in the game, is it the different series starting to allow hybrids coming into the 450 class.
Right, yeah, kind of like the old days. You saw motors jammed into 250R chassis and all kinds of things, or 400EX chassis. So hard to say what's going to happen there. I'd love to see it. I think you'd see me buy a new sport quad machine.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't get rid of my old junk, Rick. I'd keep it around. But
it's not junk, it's vintage.
Maybe my nice new going to town rig would be a fuel injected.
No, that was Rob and Ryan Myers had one, and they had to build offset sprockets, like a 1.5-inch offset sprocket, because there wasn't a mounting kit that shifted the motor over properly for the chain alignment. So we're having to do stuff like that. And now, I mean, gosh, you could go to, I think B&R has it. B&R has a kit, or not a kit, but like a finished Super Mini or a hybrid that you could just buy from them.
Right. Yeah, and maybe that's the future. Maybe you're going to see people taking it on, doing custom builds like that. It's hard to say.
I think, if that happens, they do legalize that. I think you're going to see an uptick in the sport, because it is going to keep it, somewhat affordable for them, but it gives them options rather than, only Yamaha or trying to find the Honda parts, so.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, it's getting difficult for the 0405 Honda stuff. They just don't make the parts anymore.
I'm sure Adam McGill would love to see a big fuel-injected Honda come out. I've never seen someone so diehard red than what that guy is.
Big Honda guy, yeah. I feel like if they were going to come out with one, he might have the first one. Who knows?
Oh, Gator would ride the wheels off that thing.
Absolutely.
But no, it's a cool concept. There's a lot of potential out there, and I'd really like to see this sport keep growing, because for what it's done for us and our family and the race family, I hate to see any kind of decline, and it's good to see numbers up. Like we talked about that a little bit earlier, over 100 youth riders at the Iowa Series at one of the races. That's just, that's crazy, because we had, I remember 60 to 70 were big numbers. But then we go up to 100 kids. That's incredible.
Right. Rick, I think we got some visitors here that want to talk about some hardships they're having today. I think they traveled a long way, so I'm going to give my mic up here and get somebody in here.
All right. Whenever you get ready, just hit that red button there. All right, we are live in here. And who do I have here with us?
Jesse Smith.
Jesse, I'm Rick Valentine. Great to meet you. Where are you from, Jesse?
Fort Hood, Texas.
You're the family that came up from, how far was it, 14 hours, 12 hours?
14 and a half without stops.
Oh, my gosh.
Yes, sir.
And what time did you get here today?
I was here last night. We got in, I want to say, about 7:30, and then started unloading the four-wheelers, getting them ready.
Wow. So it's not a good sign that both of you are in here right now. Is it just the two of you racing, or do you have the third?
No, my brother's out right now getting his first lap in. So.
Oh, is that right? Are you still good on quads, though? You're having issues?
Having issues.
What happened out there?
So yesterday we unloaded. The Honda started up. Of course, Honda reliability, but we got my 24 YFZ out, and somewhere between my last race and this race, something gummed up the transmission. It's not shifting past first.
Ouch.
So it's locked up and not able to be ridden right now.
Wow, so you're down to 2 quads already.
Just one.
Oh, you're down to 1?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. So, well, you got Dean Hansen here, the master of Honda. So I think you feel good about it, though?
I mean, right now I'm having battery issues. It's not holding enough charge to be able to restart it if it stalls, and there's enough places in there where it gets a little gummed up, stopped up, might stall it, and at that point we just have to hope and pray that it has one good charge for it and start it back up.
Wow, that's hard. I mean, driving 14 and a half hours and having mechanical issues right off the bat like that. But so what do you think of the facility, the race, the track? How about that?
Oh, it's phenomenal out here. If it was a drier day, I didn't have as much mud out there because I'm in Texas, so all I got to worry about is like rocks. So coming out here, I wish I would have went for 22-inch tires, went for more ground clearance because it's starting to get high centered out there. But terrain is awesome. Normal circumstances, if I had my YFZ working with the extra power to get over some of this stuff, be awesome.
Awesome. Well, I wish you weren't having mechanical problems. How about you? Have you been out yet?
No, I have not yet. No. But
As you can tell.
Yeah, he's dirty and I'm clean. Not yet. But I do have to say that as soon as we got here and we started having mechanical issues, this community is amazing about taking complete strangers and then bringing them in and making them family. Everybody came together, everybody wanted to help out, everybody wanted to get us back on our feet and going, and it's just an amazing community to be in. The camaraderie that everybody expresses to everybody, complete strangers, and you leave here and you have friends and you have family for sure.
It's been that way ever since. I feel the same way. Yeah. We started in 2011, like we talked about earlier, racing in this series and racing period. Didn't know what to expect. Actually, the first race that we ever raced was at this track, and my son came out on like a little 50 Kimco. Same thing. We didn't know anybody, and now we have best friends for life. I mean, there's so many people we've been on vacations with. Everything, and we've seen that time and time again where people come in and just pitch in and do whatever we can to keep people out on the track, and it's just fun seeing people come to our series here and come to our races and from all different parts of the country, even other countries. We've seen that, so it's really cool. We really love you guys coming up here, and we hope that the bad luck's not driving you away from it. I know Andy said that it's possible that this might be the last Heartland Challenge, but I'm going to keep pushing and prodding on him because this is almost like a holiday to some of us, when we get the big race like this, because we get to see a lot of people from around the country. So.
Yeah. Well, I hope it stays alive because it does, draws a lot of people. People enjoy it. and I'm one of the lucky ones. I get to do it with my best friend, and this is my husband. He's my best friend, and meeting other people, from all over. So I hope that it continues, because I think it's really about camaraderie and coming together, and it's fun. It's a good, fun family experience.
Well, the term race family goes deep, and it truly is a race family. No matter whether you're from here, from Texas or whatever, it's all one big family. And I've seen that out of east too, and I've said it many times. We used to travel the GNCC series, and that goes from basically right outside of Daytona, Florida, upstate New York, to basically Indianapolis, that whole triangle. Yeah. And I don't know how many times I've said, if I was going to go on a road trip out to the East Coast, I'm really comfortable with it, because if I have a problem along the way somewhere, I could get on Facebook or on my phone, and I bet within 30 minutes, someone that I've met within that series out there would be there to help. They drop everything to come and help you. And just same with you guys, coming up here. There's people from Missouri and that come up here to race. Get on the horn, and you've got a family right there helping you out.
Yeah, it's a great thing. It's a great experience to experience. So.
You bet. So if you keep the Honda going, which class you guys were in? Family class.
Yes, sir.
So and there were six different teams in there. Let's see. 7 different teams. So, well, I hope that Honda holds out, and
we have to push it across the line. We'll do it as a team, right? You gotta do
that's right.
So, yeah, it'll be good.
But it's I'm glad you guys made it up here. Is there anybody who back home, if they're watching this, who you'd like to thank for helping you get up here?
I'd love to thank our TX4 family. They know that we're here, and they, that's the series that we race with, and they've been so supportive and great, and wanting to know, they're like, send us pictures, send us videos, and, I wish you could go, and all that kind of stuff. So I want to take thanks to the TX4, Amy McGuire for looking after our kids, because this is kind of a last minute thing for us, but and just, you guys in general, Andy, Bubba, Jeff, Rhonda, here, Chad, his dad, everybody who came. There was a lot of people, and I'm sorry if we forgot some names, but they all just kind of pitched in and took us under their wing and really tried to help. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
So okay, TX4. Compare this track that you saw today to a TX4 track.
Not even the worst rainy conditions, muddy conditions compared to this track right now. All I gotta say is I gotta start venturing up north to broaden my horizons, because B class down there, I don't know if they'd be able to compete in the C class up here. This is gnarly. Well,
Fort Dodge has been, it's either really wet or really dry here. I've told this story about a half dozen times when my kids were racing in the youth classes a long time ago. Right out here, where the atomic booth is up there, that ditch that goes down through there. There was a rain. The kids started in 6 inches of standing water back over where the motocross track is now, but it used to be the start there, and there were 60 kids that started. As the race ended, they were coming up. The track actually was coming up the bottom of that ditch while it was raining. There were 7 Honda 90s and 1 DRR, and the water was running so deep it was coming up over the hoods and hitting them in their face. There was that much water, but that's like one of the extremes. But then, like when we did the Heartland Challenge here 2 years ago or 3 years ago, it was super hot. You couldn't see in the pits because of the dust. Even though how much they were watering the track, it's either feast or famine when it comes to water here. So it's. I know the mud sucks a little bit, but I don't know. I personally, I'd rather have a little bit of mud than a lot of dust. Because it's just terrible. You just can't see. You're flying down a straightaway if someone's in front of you, and you're staring at a bumper. I mean, that's kind of gnarly feeling, thinking you're going 60 miles an hour, concentrating on a bumper. So. It's kind of a big mix. Yeah, like right there on the MX section, the dust is already starting to kick up right here. So, and it's going to get worse as the day goes on. And with this heat like this, every bit of moisture is going to come out of that until what something we've seen in the past though is once the sun starts to go down, the dew starts to come out. The dust will settle down right after dark a little bit, and hoping that'll hold true here. And the big holes on the river section and stuff like that gets blown out, so there's not standing muck there. So is it kind of like that now?
Oh, when I first got there and I didn't know which path to take, there wasn't anybody there yet until we started bottlenecking. And then, oh God, help these people that are out there working right now, but they started throwing logs in there, trying to like fill in the ruts, trying to make new lines. Yeah, I was stuck down there for at least 30 minutes, and I was pitching in where I could, waiting for a pull out of there because there ain't no way I was getting through it.
So what about the challenge sections? Did you take that?
I was just trying to get back to the pit. My hand was cramping like this. I was just giving the rock sign, you know. I was trying to get back and get some water.
Yeah, I tell you, we've been watching people going through the challenge section here, and Andy shuffled the rocks around a little bit already, but there's been guys getting completely sideways in there, and even, you know, he said it's a little bit worse than what it has been in the past, but we've seen that where the banner is, they usually have a log there, and we've seen guys go over that log and go out of bounds, you know, have to go back and go around. So it's definitely a challenge, and you wouldn't think about it even with the poles there. This pole right here has moved probably 5 feet in the past 15 minutes, where they'll hop over it and spin it, and it'll roll it back, and then someone will come up and bump it and push it back. So this track's just going to keep changing. I'm sure you're used to that in Texas with sand, you know, because a sand track changes every lap, and you'll have that mix here down along the river, plus the challenge and stuff like that. So it definitely a Heartland challenge. You get all facets of it. So, but. No, it's great to have you guys here, and I just hope that everything keeps rocking for you here today, and we want you guys to come back. Like I said, I'm going to keep prodding at Andy to make sure we do this again, because it's
next time we come, we're
better prepared.
Better prepared.
When did you guys decide to come? Was it just this this week?
Last weekend.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So.
And there's really people that have been preparing for this I'd even venture to guess they build a quad just for the Heartland Challenge, because it's such a beast, you know, and they know they're going to tear the heck out of it. So they don't want their regular race quad's not going to come out here, you know. They're built ones. They'll want just for the Heartland Challenge. I know I built my I had my Can-Am sitting out here, and I tuned it just for that, because I made the shocks a little bit more plush, because I know I'm not going to be going high speeds and have the big impact. So soften down the clutches or soften down the shocks, went back to a stock clutch, a heavier belt, you know, better brakes. We even split the brakes on ours. So, you know, the Outlanders have just one brake for the front and rear. We split them so I can control the front and the rear, just specifically for this race. So it's quite the deal up here. So.
Well, when we heard that it might be the last time, I said to Jesse, I said, if it's the last time, I don't want to miss an opportunity like this.
Right.
So, you know, come hell or high water, we need to try to make it out there, because, you know, we've heard lots of great things about it. So hopefully, you know, hopefully you guys will have it open next year. We'll be better prepared. We'll definitely be here, and just try to stay alive.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough. I mean, this race is tough, whether you're on a team or Ironman, either one. The Ironman's incredible.
I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, like I said, I did it 2 years ago, and I can say I've done it now.
Yep.
So, but even on a team, it's a super challenge. Just like we talked about before, going for whatever your interval is, you know, hour and a half, and then. But if you split that, you're going for an hour and a half, then you sit for 3 hours, then you got to get back on and go another, hour and a half. That's tough. You know, you get tuned down, then you have to get tuned right back up. So, or there's been times too where, you know, someone gets injured and you got thrown right back into it without any prep. So it's a unique race for everybody.
Yeah. And I think it's different every time.
It is, for sure.
Yeah.
You bet.
Never know what's going to happen, and you just got to do what you got to do.
That's right. That's right. Well, the family class is really cool too, because I mean, when you have 7 different families out there battling too, that just reaffirms the race family.
Yep.
You know, there's a lot of deep roots here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But no, I wish you guys the best here, and I'm very sorry your luck is not going the best in the world, but
at least we're here.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
You know, that speaks volumes. So I think we're pretty lucky, whether we make it to the finish line or not. You know, we we're pretty lucky to be able to come up here.
Absolutely, and I'd like if everything holds out and you get to go out and do your run, come back afterwards. I want to hear your take on that, and see how that goes. Because so which you're let's see
89.
89. Okay, right there, the 10-hour victim club. Is that
we should change it to the underdogs because that's what we are right now. So yeah, and if he says that it's hard, like to me in my eyes, he's a really good racer.
Yeah.
Me not so much, right? So yeah, and he's a little concerned that it might be a little bit above my riding ability, but I'm here and I want to try.
Well,
right, and I know that if I get stuck, if I can't do something, riders are going to help me.
Right.
Not by myself.
Right.
It's okay, and then I can say, okay, at least I make one lap, right? At least
Right.
I did it, and that's a notch in my belt. So yeah, for
Well,
sure.
well, that's we tell everyone that when you're going out there, you run your own pace. It's a 10-hour race. And you just keep plugging away and going and going. As long as you're going, you still have a shot. Because I don't know how many times we've seen it. At the past years where you'd see someone way out in front and then boom, boom, boom. They break their quads and they're done. They could be out in 3 laps. They could be leading by 5, but all that matters is that 10-hour mark.
Yeah.
And you just never give up on it. So, and we hope that you don't, give up on us with this. So, but again, we'll keep prodding Andy on this. But when you do go out, though, come on back here. I want to hear your take on it.
I will.
You bet.
Sure,
you bet.
sure.
But thank you very much for coming in here.
Yeah.
It's great to meet you guys. And you bet. Thank you. And stay safe out there. And afterwards, I'll wish you good luck on your travels home and your trophy, right?
Trying to make it.
But thank you very much, guys. Go back and get some rest and relax and
Water.
some hydration.
Yes.
You bet. And then you'll be ready to rock.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
You bet. Thank you, guys.
Tire Spine is a one-piece design, run-flat device that installs inside your off-road tires of choice with basic hand tools. Tire Spine is made of a dense yet extremely lightweight and durable foam and doesn't rely on air to function. These attributes make the Tire Spine insert ideal for off-road racing as well as mission-critical applications like the military and emergency services. The negligible amount of weight added to the tires is justified by the added confidence in tire performance, and they don't rely on air. Tire Spine. It's tested and trusted by the U.S. military, emergency services, and racing professionals alike across the country. Get your podium-proven system today. Visit TireSpine.com.
Welcome to Power Sports Nation, the nation's largest UTV and ATV used parts producer since 1999. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of customers bring their machine back to life without breaking the bank. With over 100,000 used parts on our shelf, we are your go-to source for dependable UTV and ATV parts. We inspect every single part, back it with a warranty, and ship it fast for free. That is why we are proud to say that we have sold almost 2 million items with an overwhelmingly positive feedback. We get it. You're wrenching on a machine that means something to you, whether it's for work, play, or getting away. PSN has your back. So don't wait. Hit that shop button, browse thousands of parts, and keep your machine moving.
Welcome to the Backyard Revolution, where you can turn what you have into what you love, where you can take control of your outdoor space from morning till night, where you can rest easy knowing that you've chosen sustainable, durable products that won't let you or the environment down. Whether you need a little shade or an entire outdoor room to work, to play, or to simply relax, let Structure revolutionize your outdoor space. Structure, bringing the indoors out.
Tire Spine.
All right, we are back here at the 2025 Heartland Challenge. Here we go at the challenge section. A couple more by it must be really rough out there on that challenge section because, man, I don't think I've ever seen so many people go around the challenge.
Yeah, a lot of people going around. We talked to Andy a little bit about it, and tough section this year, which we love. But hopefully these guys will get some confidence and get in there and mix it up because they can make it. I believe in them. Rick, do you believe in them?
I believe in them. I know they can do it.
They can do it. So we just got to get down there. If you're here and you're bored, get a bottle of water, walk down there, cheer them on, get them in that section, get them wound up. So
I still think poster board. If they got some poster board, just challenge, you know.
Yeah, get crazy.
Just make it a spectacle there.
Rick, I got some bad news for you. You're sitting down, and I'm going to hit you with it, okay?
Oh, God. Here we go.
Valentine Food Company and the Pro 4x4 has moved to third. Do you want to guess who's first and second overall?
I'm going to throw out Dylan Trigg and Shane Austin.
Yes, sir.
In the overall.
The first and second place in the Ironman class are first and second overall.
Wow. Man, that's crazy.
And Dylan's got 1 minute and 45 seconds on Shane right now. So he's putting a little bit of a gap on him.
Dude, and we're started at 1. We're almost 3 hours in. We're about 15 minutes short of 3 hours. And you think about that, that's a normal race is 2 hours. At the most, you're out there 2:15, 2:20 by the time the timing and everything like that. We're a half hour beyond that, and they're still running a pace on their own that's beating a team of 3.
Now, do you think those guys have – I can't imagine they've gotten off their four-wheelers and gotten the hydration that they need or gotten any sort of food in them, but we're getting close to that window where they're going to have to make those decisions.
Oh, absolutely. And I don't know if they're running Camelbacks or anything like any kind of hydration packs, but that only goes so far. I mean, in my experience, that stuff gets hot.
Yeah, it's warm. You got to choke it down.
Yeah.
It gets in your system fast, but it's not what you want to be drinking. And I don't know if you clean yours like I did mine, but every once in a while you got something that really didn't belong in there.
Hey, a little extra protein never hurt, you know.
Ooh, you hate to have to chew what's in that Camel pack.
Oh, look over this in the challenge section. We got someone stopped in the challenge section right now. Is that
a 4x4, Rick?
I can't tell. It's
They got stopped pretty early on in the concrete there.
Yeah, I'd say just like right over that last log, right before the first rock, something like that, or first concrete piece.
He's waving for help, but I'm sorry, there's no help.
You know, that's a good question. What happens if they break down in the challenge section? I'm sure they get towed out. They probably just get towed back to impound and then lose a lap or something like that, I would guess.
Yeah, you're on your own, but if you got to get pulled out of there, I think you're right. They're going to tow you back to impound, and you're going to lose that lap. But
he's struggling.
It's not looking good. He's looking like he doesn't have much hope. Maybe leaning down to get underneath it. Maybe he did break, Rick.
Maybe if that's a sport quad, he's in the chain area right there. Maybe he popped a chain or something there.
I have seen that. Those concrete will break a chain.
Yeah, I'd say he's not looking like if you'd think if it wasn't broke, he'd be on there trying to start it and wiggle it or something. I'd say he's out, right? They're not out, but he's broke for sure.
He's waving for help. Is anybody out there?
Yeah, I think that's a tow back and then start the lap over thing.
Now is when you really need that track crew to be there and get that thing towed back. If that's the case, and cut your losses and get going as soon as you can.
He's trying to kick it.
Must not be running because I wouldn't start a quad without a chain.
Oh, he's mad. I don't blame him. That heat like that.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. That looks like their day might be going downhill fast.
Oh,
There's a track worker right there. Maybe is that Brock?
Or is that Andy?
Gonna get in there and get that rider some help.
That's frustrating. I mean, almost 3 hours in and have something. I mean, you're losing precious minutes here.
That's hard to watch. Looks like we might get in a drone close to the area. Maybe we can get a drone shot of what's going on over there. There's a real high up, nice shot of this challenge section.
Wow.
There you can see that track worker making his way in.
Looks like they have him out of the challenge section now.
Wow, they just rolled that quad out of there. They just...
Be interesting to see how this plays out here. Still a lot of people going around. Well, you think about, did you see those pole configuration right before the rock section that have the two angles right before the front? That's going to be tough to get popped over that right into the rocks. That'd be a tough deal there.
Right. right now, but we'll see if we get some people coming through there to get some tires off the ground.
If we go over to the drone cam 1 here, we got a couple guys battling out on the oval track. I'm not so sure who that is there.
There's an awfully clean quad out there.
It is. He must just came out of impound not too long ago.
When I was out there, Rick, I was looking to see how many clean quads were impound. Not very many.
Really?
That goes to show you how many have been out there and how many are being used right now. So kind of interesting. Usually when you see this race, the first few hours, there's a lot of clean quads left.
Right.
So talked to Andy a little bit about that. Sounded like there was some hills that were getting some people tripped up, so maybe some damaged equipment.
Oh, look at that. We got backwards Brendan out there. Not backwards, backwoods.
Yeah, he's out there right on the track. Look at that, right out in the woods for you.
I'm trying to think of where that, he's off there now, but trying to think where that section is. That, if I remember right, that's like after you go through the river section and start to curl back around. Didn't that look like somewhat of the real close to the old hill climb section back there?
I think so. I don't know if Brendan went to the backside and is just making his way down.
Could be.
Down that hillside. Looks like we had a question online. Somebody wants to know how they can see the cams from the riders. There are riders out here that have their phones, and there's an app they can download. And I think there's like 4 teams maybe that we can switch to their cameras. But right now, there's nobody running their cameras. So we can switch to those when we get those available. But right now, nothing is up.
Well, and it's not the entire team that has it. It's just whoever chooses to put because they're using their own personal phone on their chest or wherever they have it mounted at. So
right. Yep.
Yeah. So it's just up to them whether they're going to do it. So. Yeah, these guys have a showing of someone in the impound right there.
Switching quads. That might have been the Christensen Racing team. I saw that quad of Dylan Howard sitting there still in the impound. That may be a Christensen. That would be your AA leader. Not sure if that's the case or not. Interesting pit strategy out there off of turn 1. I don't know if that's a situation where they're changing a rider. Is that
age change?
That might be the CC Limited rider making a change.
Could be.
Having to change riders after they change machines. So that could be what we're seeing right there.
Oh.
Sounds like you guys might have missed our scoring update. So we'll go back through this here real quick. We didn't do them all anyways. Pro 4x4 class, Valentine Food Company, of course, only entry, but man, if there was 10 entries, I think we still might see the same result right now. Those guys are flying. And then that AA class, Christensen Racing still up front. And then after that, you've got Washed Up Warriors, Team Fat and Fast, and Team Look Pro Go Slow. You know, we were looking at the lap times, and the AA leader, their last lap was 21 minutes 34 seconds. And then you look down, and the last lap for the third place team, 18 minutes and 22 seconds. So might see some lead changes there in that AA class.
Boy, it sure sounds like if you do the math on that too, you're looking, even if they're averaging, 20 minutes, that's a 30-lap race. So that's about par for the course what we've seen in the past here.
Right. Then in the B class, we've got 3 teams that have turned 8 laps right now. We've got the Quad Fathers, number 815, in the lead in B class. We've got Residential Lawns in second place in the B class. And XS Motorsports in the third place in the B class. There's a quad in XS Motorsports that might have been through my shop here not too long ago. Brandon Hauser did some work on his machine. So
There you go.
So it looks like it's holding together, Rick. I love it when a plan comes together.
The Hansen hammer strikes again.
Yeah, not my motor, but we did some valve adjustments. We put a kicker kit on that thing. Got it starting good, so glad to see it's working out.
It's always the last one that touches it gets the credit, right?
That's right. That's right. And you talk about lap times there. The last lap of the leaders was 21:33, so right there with the leaders of the AA class. Second place 25:04, and then third place pulled to 22:09. So looks like maybe that XS Motorsports team might have something for second place.
I wonder if they may have had some mechanical problems, or maybe they were stuck in that bottleneck, right early on. It put them back, and they're just playing catch up now.
Absolutely. C class. Let's see what we got for C class.
Oh, look. Oh, sorry. We had Backwoods Brendan back there checking out the mud.
Oh yeah, there's those ruts we're talking about.
Look at that slop.
That's that peanut butter goo.
Oh.
That's a tire manufacturer's dream right there.
You bet it is.
Looks like that C-Class team, Bold Off-Road number 17, is your leader in the C-Class. That's the only team that's made 7 laps right now. Second place is Honda Trailblazers. They've made 6 laps. And looks like their last lap was a long one, 42:59.
Ouch.
Makes a guy wonder if they were the ones stuck in the challenge.
Oh, it could be. Very well, because that'd be about right. That'd be about, a 10, 12-minute pause there.
Yeah, so
that'd be about right.
Could be the team we saw there.
Check this out, the mud section after there's Backwoods Brendan again.
You see that rider leaning over to the right-hand side. He's trying to get traction. Those ruts are deep.
Oh, shoot.
And that's the section coming out of that Heartland Challenge section, that mud we were talking about. Looks like it grabbed their tires there and sucked them in. So that might be a factor here as the race goes on.
Dean, I've seen it before in the Heartland Challenges, either racing or on the crew. We're seeing mud like this, but in the past, like at Carlisle, even here at Fort Dodge, if it's super dry, this dust, it's not just dirt and such like that, but the dust almost starts to drift like snow.
Yeah,
and you'll see
like baby powder.
Exactly, and you'll be going along, and then if you happen to hit that wrong with your front tire, it just sucks you right off the track.
Sucks you right in. The only way to get out is hammer the throttle. And then what happens? You suck all that dirt into your air filter. Then you wonder why your quad doesn't run.
Right.
So can be a really bad. It could be a game ender for getting into that silt. We always were very careful of that when we were racing because you're stuck. You're changing an air filter.
Yeah, absolutely. And there goes back to your pit crew. Making sure you have your parts and pieces, backup sitting there so that when you come in, they can do a NASCAR-style pit stop,
Yeah, and we learned our lesson in the past with air filters. You want air filters that have been on a couple times because you get a brand new uni out of the bag, and it's going to be a tight fit, and you're going to struggle to get it on there, and we've been there.
Oh, I bet. I know in the recent years we've been running the covers over top of it. That seemed to help quite a bit because you could take the cover and pop it a couple times and get the brunt of it off there before you actually get into the filter.
Yeah, we used to run a product called Filter Skins and put that over our oiled foam filter, and then at some point in the race you'd do a rider change and you just pull that thing down off the regular filter and it's like nothing ever happened. So.
Yep. Big time difference there. Oh, here we go. Backwoods Brendan down in the woods again. That's the section still down in the river bottom, but out of the whoops.
Pretty dry down there.
It doesn't look bad at all.
That's going to be that tacky black dirt, and you're going to be able to really put some power down there.
You bet.
That's where it's smooth and it's fast, and you're making up time and you're resting your body.
Giving the old arms a shake to get rid of that arm pump a little bit.
Yeah, maybe reaching over, grabbing that hydration straw, taking a little bit of a second, handful of throttle and something to drink, and keep going.
Here's Backwoods Brendan again. Oh, look, he's got to change now. Yeah, Backwoods Brendan.
But we got to change it to Brendan, not Brandon. That's Brendan. Brendan Lucas that races our double A class here with us in our series race. He's been out in California for school. He hasn't been able to race this year, but he's back now.
Someone in the bypass section here, is that right?
Yep, that looks like the bypass around the challenge. No.
No? That's a
Yes.
yeah, it is. That's the building right there.
Rick, I got some news for you with this Ironman class, bud.
Uh-oh.
Shane Austin got around Dylan Trigg.
Really? I wonder if Dylan took his pit stop.
He must have taken a pit stop because he had about 2.5 minutes on Shane Austin, and now Shane's got 2 minutes and 52 seconds on him.
Okay, let's do a little bit of math here, though. Dylan's running that 450. What's the gas capacity on that 450, you think?
He probably stopped for fuel.
Yeah.
Because it's only going to last him about 3 hours, maybe.
Max,
Maybe.
yeah. And that Can-Am, you're running, I've ran those, well, I think last year when I ran it, but I was on a different, completely machine. Mine was a 650. I think Shane's running 1,000. I think he'd be real lucky to get 3 hours out of that, too.
So maybe he's looking for a fuel stop here soon, too. But a 5-minute difference, it may have been more than a fuel stop. Maybe he did get some nutrition and get some hydration, and maybe he's thinking about the future and not so much right now.
You know, I hope so, because like I said, both of those guys, top racers, but when you have so many different pieces playing into it, the hydration, the nutrition, the heat, the mud, everything like that, it could be something where, you know, they took the time to, like you said, with those the cans, blowing out the radiators and making sure he's clean and the machine staying cool.
I got a feeling they're taking care of it.
Backwards, Brendan, back at it. Oh, uh-oh.
We got track workers out there. What are you doing?
They're doing a little track, what do you call it? Out.
Little track sweeping.
There you go.
Looking for anybody with breakdowns or maybe hurt riders or anything like that, making sure everybody's staying safe out there.
Track sweeping. Why did that escape my brain right now?
Hey, come on. It happens to the best of us.
I'm old.
Oh, you're just vintage.
Vintage. Antique. Go ahead and say it.
Like that shirt.
Hey, this is practically new, man. This is it came from the fact. This is OEM.
OEM. I
Yep.
like it. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Looks like Caden Dyer's still in third place in that Ironman class, but Caden Dyer's run 6 laps to Austin and Dylan's 9. So
wow,
big gap there.
Man, they're putting down some times. That's crazy.
Yeah, they're really flying.
Does it show what their lap times are averaging, like Shane's?
Last lap time for Shane Austin, 20:59.
Oh my God.
He's moving.
Dude, what were the double A's that you talked about?
21. There was an 18 in there, so smoking fast, but that's moving.
And those are teams. These are guys that are going to get off their quad.
Right.
And Shane's been planted on that baby for 3 hours now.
But for 3 hours, he's followed this young gun. And you know what it does when you get around somebody like that. You get amped up. You start just get that adrenaline flowing. And everything just starts clicking.
Yeah.
The world is yours at that moment, and he's just taking advantage of that.
Dude, I don't know if, I'm sure you've felt it before, but there's no better feeling in the world when you're out there racing, you hit that groove. And it just feels like you're almost skiing through the trees. Just everything flows. You're hitting the ruts right. You're hitting your marks and just popping through. There's no better feeling in the world.
Absolutely. And we talked about the difference between the utility and the sport quad. And he's been following Dylan and watching Dylan's lines. And they're not going to correlate completely to that utility. And right now, he's out there running on his own, running his pace, and he's feeling that flow, and he's relaxed, and he's putting down some times.
Well, and you're talking about a guy who's how many times he ran this Ironman class? I'd hate to think of it. Probably at least 5 to 8.
I would think so, yeah.
You know, and so he knows about the timing of everything. But, man, I'm not counting Dylan out a bit. Dylan is a beast. No, I'm not going to say beast.
No,
Dylan.
We're retiring beast.
We're retired. Dylan is a machine. How's that?
I like it.
He's a machine. So it's going to be fun to watch these two because I guarantee as soon as Shane takes a pit stop, they'll be right back to battling within a few seconds of each other.
Absolutely. And if Dylan stopped for fuel, like we said, he's got that Bad Habit crew behind him. And one of the best in the Ironman business, Travis Brand, I'm sure gave him some words of wisdom. So.
Absolutely.
Sounds like Backwoods Brendan is out there, and he's saying Dylan Trigg lost all his exhaust packing, sounds like. So.
Oh, no.
I don't know. That bike might be running a little bit loud.
Yeah.
He's got 7 hours to listen to that thing sing. I hope he's got earplugs in.
Oh, wow. That's tough.
So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully there's not issues there. But
if I had my guess right now, they're looking at a lot of other quads with exhausts that are in the pits there. They're gonna be stripping out some guts and putting it into another pipe there.
Getting the leather gloves out and pulling that smoking hot pipe off there.
I know for a fact there's some metal workers there in the pits that they probably have rivet guns and everything sitting there waiting.
Absolutely. We might see them come around with a glass back for a car. Who knows? Looks like update on that women's class, that Ty Lou Burroughs Machine Shop team still out front. They've done 7 laps. They've got 53 minutes on second place quad squad. So
no way.
Putting a gap on there. So we'll see if that holds on. Then that family class, we haven't checked in. 1 dud, 2 studs still out front in that family.
Are there
class.
really? There you go.
Yep, they've got 45 seconds on second place, which is Trumbull Motorsports. So there's a battle going on in that family class.
45 seconds is not much in a 10-hour race.
That's not much at all. I'm guessing that they can see them at any given time. So.
You bet.
Those lap times, first place in that family class just did a 25:11. Second place just did a 24:25. So second place is catching up, it looks like.
Wow, that's racing, man. That's what we like to see.
Then you've got the Staff Key Stability Index running in third place. Behind them is Dog Racing and then Team Reckless Racing.
The family class.
What team was that was in here talking, Rick?
That was the 10-Hour Victim Club.
10-Hour Victim Club. Okay, so they're in 7th place right now in that family class. They show 1 lap completed.
Well, remember they had all those the mechanical problems. They're running on 1 machine yet.
So hopefully they can get going and make some things happen there. Looks like they've got it. Their last lap was 2 hours and 18 minutes. So it'll be interesting to see what this next one is. Are they going to be starting to pick up some spots and make up some time? They've still got time if they can put together some heaters.
Oh, there we are in the challenge section. The challenge section cam has another stuck rider in there.
That banner side seems to be grabbing them. They're not trying that other side, but they're getting a lot of stuck over there.
Backwards Brendan at it again. Hell, look at that. He's right on the river now. That section doesn't look too bad there.
No, that's another straight section. It's hard packed. You're just going to open it up and let it sing.
You shake off the kinks. Yeah, that guy's struggling there. He looks like it's still running. Oh, there he goes. He's getting loose. Oh my gosh, there went a 4x. Well, he probably went around on it because he saw someone stuck in it, but
probably a good call. There's not a lot of room to go around. He's right in the middle right now.
No kidding. Trying to see what else we can pick up here. Let's flip over the finish line cam. It looks like watching people in the impound there.
There's a track worker in the impound, if you can see that on the far right top of your screen there. So I don't know if they had to tow a machine in or what's going on over there.
Well, and Andy, in the riders meeting beforehand, it's strict rule. There's only one person. The rider is in the impound only. There's no working on the machine. There's no doing anything besides the one person. You can't work on a machine, period. You have to pull it out and go to the pits. Is that right?
Unless the rider can do something with it in there, but that's all that can happen.
Right. Have the officials sitting there watching to make sure everyone abides by the rules. Oh, here's the track cam. That's on the very south end. There's a 4x4. Let's see what he does on that challenge section. Oh, he's coming.
He's going in.
Send that baby.
He wants the challenge, Rick. Oh, he's aggressive, hopping up over those logs.
Let's see that baby launch over those rocks.
Oh, no
Look
problem.
At that. Wow.
No problem for that rider.
That's Spencer.
Was that
Modlin.
Spencer?
Pretty sure. Uh-oh. The track cam, that's not good. Is that Shane Austin? That is Shane Austin.
Oh, no.
What's going on there?
That was your Ironman class leader. What happened?
Hey, let's see. We got a drone in the air. Let's see if we can zip that drone down there to see what's going on with Shane.
He might need the fan from the drone.
He might. He doesn't look happy, that's for sure. And I'm sure if he was pitted, he'd be pitted right there. But that would be number 1 and number 2 down in that Ironman class.
Let's go back to that Ironman. I don't think the update is going to show. Yeah, no update there. He should be standing out there by that camera right off the corner.
Yeah. Let's see.
You can see him walking down the banking there.
Oh, he's not even near his quad.
So
that's not a good sign.
He's left his quad somewhere. It's not what you want to see. Was putting on one heck of a ride.
Oh, he's walking back the pits.
So that's going to shake things up. So, you know, it was a mechanical failure probably with the quad maybe, or maybe I wouldn't think it's stuck. It's a utility. So got to be something that's happened that's not running right, or got a flat tire or something.
So if Dylan's down with a muffler and now Shane's walking, that puts Caden Dyer was down 3 laps on those guys.
He's sitting in the hot seat, and he's going to make up some time.
He is in the hot seat for sure.
So it looks like Shane's got a track worker down there with him. They're pointing somewhere, probably where the quad's at. So not seeing a lot of urgency, which makes me think that he knows that quad's broken and not going to be able to be fixed, which hopefully that's not the case.
Wow, that's a heartbreak there. Almost 3.5 hours in and be done.
Couple riders going around the challenge section there. Drone's going to follow them around and through the trees out towards the road. There you can see that other lane where the coming back from the challenge or the challenge bypass. There was a question on the live stream asking about going around the obstacles. The only obstacle you're really allowed to go around would be this challenge section. And that's a choice you can make when you come up to that section. You can either take the bypass, which is a lot longer. It's about a 35 second deficit for you. Or you can go through that challenge section, take the risk, and try to make up that time. Anywhere else, you know, you're staying on course with the marked course within 20 feet, but that section you do have a choice. Right there on the camera, right in the center, you can see it splits, and you make that choice. You're going to watch a rider do it right now. Rider's going around the bypass section and not going to go through the challenge.
I'm curious if we keep following these guys, we'll see where Shane Austin's machine was. Broke down in there.
Yeah, possibly.
That's about the same section where he was at.
There you see the riders coming back from the challenge section there.
They're heading down right to the exit of the challenge, and like we talked about before, this section has a couple sharp dips there.
There's some holes and some mud holes in there if I remember right. But yeah, Shane's quad's got to be down in here somewhere.
Right
Maybe
there.
right there.
Yep.
Maybe he ran out of gas, Rick.
It's possible. You know what? If he didn't pit, that's highly possible. And
Maybe that's it. But you would think he'd have a little more urgency when talking to that track worker. But he's also got to do that himself.
Right.
He can either get towed back, which would actually save him time and save him energy being an Ironman racer.
Right.
Probably say, tow me back because I can't walk back and walk back out here in 25 minutes.
Right.
And
Plus,
exert the energy.
the energy is huge
So,
there.
Not sure if that's the case. Not sure if he did run out of fuel, but something to think about.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part about this is you know, you have to manage the machine. Motor?
We were seeing him on the screen.
Just got word in here from Joe Lutz, one of the track workers. What did he say there?
Yeah, Joe just popped his head in, and Shane Austin's motor blew up on his machine. So that's him. He's done for the day. What a heartbreaker. What a run he was putting in. First overall in that Ironman class and overall out of everybody at what, 3.5 hours in?
Right.
Very impressive. What a heartbreaker.
55. He's either 55 or 56 years old, too.
Yeah.
That's just incredible.
A lot of determination in him, and we kind of figured it would have to been something pretty serious for him to have that look of defeat on his face. So,
man, that's too bad.
It's going to be interesting to see how that Ironman class shakes up now. We're going to watch the standings and see who comes through next. I would say it's probably going to be Dylan Trigg coming through next, but
if he's even back out yet, we don't even know if he's still running or if they've tried to fix it.
Right. He scanned. His last scan was at 4:13, so he's been running for 15 minutes if he's out there. So we'll know in about 10 minutes or less, hopefully, if he's out there or not.
Well, think about this. I mean, what was the gap between him and Caden Dyer? I mean, if Shane's out now, that gives Dylan an opportunity to go back to pits and possibly get something put back together, because that's almost 2 laps. That's 40, almost below the motor. You know, it's not going to make it run extra hot or anything like that.
No, it's just going to be loud. And what you don't want to see is like a silencer fall off, because then you know, are you blowing exhaust onto the plastic? Is there a risk of fire? Things like that. So as long as the silencer's still there and it's just missing the packing, we've been there. It's not ideal. Definitely not ideal for an Ironman racer with, 7 hours left or 6.5 hours left.
Dude, could you imagine hearing that bellowing for 7 hours? Oh. If you weren't nuts before, you'd be nuts after.
Yeah, I know the quad that we did that on. We blew the packing out. I couldn't even ride it. You couldn't focus. I ended up rolling it down a hill. It was actually Brendan's dad's quad. I rolled it down a hill because I couldn't think. It's just so loud.
You lose your jam.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't see Backwoods Brendan for a little bit here.
He's probably hot and sweaty. He's been out there just making it happen.
He had some good shots down there on the river bottom. I mean, I was actually pretty surprised with that, because from what I was told earlier, that was going to be a sloppy mud section. It didn't look too bad where he was at, but who knows about that? That's just one small piece of it.
Yeah, that I know when we used to race this race at Carlisle, those river bottoms where it was just tacky dirt and smooth were always just so fast, and those were some of my favorite sections. And you'd lay down rubber in those throughout the day, and then as the night comes through, you could hear the tires squealing coming through there. That's some of the coolest sections, I think.
That's right. Yeah, it's weird how everything changes once that sun starts going down. The moisture changes, of course the temperature changes, but the moisture is the big piece of it. With the moisture starting to come out of the ground a little bit, the dew's starting to settle.
Right.
But
yeah, it gets hard to keep goggles on. They fog up.
Yep.
The hardest time for us was always when the sun's going down, and then you catch the sun shining in your eyes through the trees. It can give you a little motion sickness with that movement, and then catching those flashes of light. So that was always our hardest time of day. I don't know what you think is it daytime in the heat? Is it at nighttime when you can't see, or is it that middle time? What do you think?
I actually thought the night was a little bit easier, just because there wasn't all this ancillary stuff going on. You saw what was in your lights, and that was about it. I mean,
right.
I always ran one light that was a permanent fix, and then one on my bars. We had the flex bars and had a mount on that, so wherever your bars turned, you could see, and that limited everything else and all the distractions outside of that. So
yeah, we always liked the nighttime. Our lap times a lot of times picked up in the dark. It cools down. Like you say, you're focused and you're just watching that track in front of you, and you're tired, and so you don't want to see those distractions, and you just get in the zone and put the lap times down.
Right. I think the temperature is huge. I mean, this weather like this just drains you, and even if you've already been out there for 4 or 5 hours, once it starts cooling off, it does, for me anyway, it seemed to give me a little bit more energy anyway.
Yeah, that heat is just unbearable. And the worst is when you either get into the slow sections where you can't get the wind going, or if you have to get off, and then it's that stagnant air, and you start to overheat.
Yeah, instantly. Yep.
Right.
I know we had a couple, the past few years, we brought a swimming pool. I had a big flatbed trailer and one of those 8-foot cattle tanks, and we'd have like 3 of those big lugs of like 300 gallons. I'd fill those with fresh water.
Yeah.
Fill up the pool. And I raced on a team that year, and I got so hot that when we swapped out, got off my quad, immediately started peeling off the race gear, laid down in the pool, and it was cool, but my head was still so hot from, I had, of course, a matte black helmet.
Oh, no.
And it just felt like I was cooking my head. So to cool my head off afterwards, I had someone with a water bottle cut the bottom off the water bottle and used it like a snorkel. I just laid underwater and held my head underwater for like 4 or 5 minutes, just cooling it down. It didn't work great, but kind of extreme measures, but it worked.
It's amazing what we've come up with, isn't it?
Man, it's just, you do anything to get that heat out of your body.
Absolutely.
There went a 4x4 just hauling down the front stretch. Oh, backwoods Brendan is back in action.
He's out there in some of that. Look at how hard packed that mud is.
That's good. Again, like you said, once the moisture starts coming out, that might get pretty slick down in there.
Yeah. Another rider coming through that MX section.
I saw that on the corner there, Rob Cycle. If I'm not mistaken, that's where the Waylon Eastup, his dad works for Rob Cycle down in Missouri there. So
okay.
So
yeah, I know they've been a sponsor of the series for quite a while.
That's right.
And coming on board also here with the Heartland Challenge.
MX section still a little quiet right now, but here comes someone off that. That's that like a little double up there. Let's see if they launch it.
They had a little speed. There they go.
Nah, they didn't launch it. I don't blame them a bit.
They got a little bit off the underneath the tires, but
we're true armchair racers here today. You know, we can say, "Oh, you need to launch that." We're not on the machine though.
No, woulda, shoulda, coulda. You know that whole thing.
See, I just saw someone get towed in there. It went right by scoring, getting
To
towed.
scoring. The finish line cam.
I don't know where they went.
Yep, they disappeared. I don't see them. There is still a track worker back there on the backside of impound, so maybe that's just the impound marshal.
I think so, yeah. They usually leave someone back there, so I'm guessing that would be a very hot job today.
Yeah, that sun's beating down out there.
Oh, someone
Looks like a
pitting.
rider, yeah, missed their pit, pulled in backwards to their pit. Pulling back through, going to scoring now. Don't know what that was about.
Maybe let's look and see what those live scoring's saying, if it's shuffled up the...
Still haven't come through on the Ironman class. Still waiting for Dylan Trigg to show us if he's out there or not.
Oh, look at that. Overall. Huh. Valentine Food Company.
Oh, yeah. They went back to the lead. Question from Travis Brandt on the live stream. If there's anybody out there, they're looking for a swing arm bolt for a Honda. Not sure if that's looking for Dylan, but if you've got a swing arm bolt for a Honda, Travis Brandt is really looking for one. Craig's asking who's on the Quad Fathers team 815. Let me look that up. That's a B-class team. That's Paul Gerke, Nick Bergman, and Taylor DeHaan. Yeah, Travis is looking for a swing arm bolt for a Honda. It sounds like it's for Dylan. So,
ouch.
That's not good. Hopefully they can get something figured out there. I almost brought a spare quad. I really wish I would have.
Yeah, those come in handy.
Yep. You never know who's going to need what.
Boy, I don't know how you'd even come about finding something like that at 20 to 5 on a Saturday, unless someone had one here.
There's a lot of... Travis found a swing arm bolt. That's awesome. So
right on.
There goes that race family, Rick.
Amen. We talked about that with the people from Texas here. They're just blown away with how people who are opponents or competition willing to pitch in just to get somebody back out on the track.
Yeah, we want to beat you on the track, not beat you in the pits.
That's right.
That's not how you win races.
Great job to whoever helped them out on that. Thank you very much, and thanks for supporting another racer there.
Yep, absolutely. And Bad Habits out there making things happen for people. So big thanks to that team for keeping the quads running.
Backwoods Brendan, down in the woods.
That looks like just kind of off the backside as you would leave the racetrack and follow that. You can see that chain link fence there.
Oh, yeah.
That's how you kind of come down and into those lower areas of the river bottom there. So.
That's right. He's just coming off the backside of the oval track then, isn't he?
Yep. So he's coming up that hill there where that's still clay. It hasn't turned to black dirt yet.
Let's see. A couple more. Both bypassing that challenge section. Boy, that's just so surprising, I guess. But it must look a lot rougher than, or it is a lot rougher than what it looks.
I think maybe some people lost some quads early on, and they're not willing to sacrifice anything yet. And they're
Very
keeping
well
that in
could
their
be.
pocket.
For sure.
So it looks like your leader in the B class, the Quad Fathers, they've taken over second place overall.
Wow.
So that Valentine Food Company is your pro 4x4 leader and overall leader. And then your leader in the B class is second place overall right now. They've come around Shane Austin, who we found out's got a motor issue. He's going to be done for the day. And then Dylan Trigg is holding on to fourth overall, but we're waiting for him to come through and make lap 10. They've got 9 laps in. First and second overall have got 10 laps in. So when people start checking in for lap 10, we'll know.
Sound like Dylan dropped a lap already then, didn't he?
That could be.
Again, though, we're not even 4 hours into a 10-hour race. There's a lot of time left. Anything could happen here.
There's a lot of things that are still going to happen.
Hey, we've got a taker on the challenge. Backwoods Brennan making his way up back towards the oval track.
Really moving fast through that clay section there. Riders looking good. A little bit of dust. There's that chain link fence we were talking about. And when they get on the drone footage, that's that pond you could see behind the racetrack. So they're going out and along that pond, down that fence, and down into the river bottom.
You know, if I'm not mistaken, that one that went through there, I don't know if you can see how big that rider was. I would guarantee that was Sonny Verts.
Oh, just a little guy.
Yeah, he was screaming through there.
We had a question on the live stream wanting to know what the Staffkey team name was. I don't know if they're just trying to tie my tongue in knots or what, but I'm digging it up here. I believe it was the Staffkey Stability Index. Let's see here. I'm right. The Staffkey Stability Index. That team, it shows me that team's out of Richfield, Minnesota. 114 in that family class. So
John wants to know, is this what retirement looks like for you? Because you're pretty dang good at it.
there's some people giving me some jabs for being a retired, washed-up racer and getting on the headphones here. But yeah, this is a pretty cushy retirement. I'm digging it, Rick. What do you think?
You know, I'm not complaining at all here because we would be 4 hours into a 10-hour race and probably at the verge of vomit right now.
Right. I mean, I'm sweating and I'm in an air-conditioned trailer, so I think we made the right choice.
We're not sweating in here; we're glistening.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's beauty. I need a little dab on my brow.
Moisturizing.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that was that question came from another racer that used to race the series with us, John Benson. Great guy, great competitor. Haven't raced with him in quite a few years. He sold his quad, and so he's retired as well. So
I keep telling. Gosh, I can't even talk now. I keep telling people I'm not retired. I'm just tired. So
yeah, that's
just
a big
taking
part
a break. You know,
big part of it.
I'm waiting for a plus 60 class to come out, and somewhere in there that I can work my way up to that.
I told myself when I hit plus 40 class, I was going to start racing again, and that was the goal this year, was to race plus 40 class, but I didn't get out here this year, so hopefully next year I can get out. I don't know if I'll run plus 40 or what, maybe something else, but I got to do something. I've got the bug, and being here is not helping.
You know, you talk about those age classes like that, those plus 30, plus 40. A lot of times those classes are more competitive than the letter classes because these are guys that are former pros coming up and still have a little bit of flex left in them.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, Chris Lucas has been running that plus 40 class this year. Strong competitor. Raced double A back in the day. Sorry, raced A back in the day. Raced B for a lot of years. And so a lot of speed there. And, there's a lot of guys that are really fast in those, we'll call them the old guy classes.
Right.
But it really feels good when we can make those young guys go, who was that? Why can't I keep up with that guy? He's like overweight and old. Yeah, there's some comments on the live feed. I've been watching that plus 40 class, and I was kind of curious if that's really what I wanted to do or not, because that's a lot of speed in there. And I think it's a big class, too. I think I've seen right around close to 10 riders. So
that's huge.
And that's what I always went for, is I would tend to go towards the class that had the people in it. You know, I want to compete. I don't want to just go out for the ride, you know.
I always thought it'd be cool once I hit 55 that out of GNCC you could run I think it's called the Silver Masters class.
Yeah.
Runs in the morning. Until you look at the overalls, you see the Silver Masters in the top 20 overall. You're like, no, I'm not doing that.
I don't want to go get my feelings hurt. Okay, so somebody's chiming in. They're saying the Staffke team is brothers. Paul, who's PR, and Ryan Staffke. PR is from Richfield, Minnesota. Ryan is from Colorado.
Wow.
Pretty awesome.
Nice.
Getting together as brothers to race that, coming across the country. That's awesome. We used to have that. We had my buddy that's out in Colorado. He'd come up and race on a team with some folks, and it's just a great way to get everybody back together.
Yep. Getting some more comments here.
Yeah, this is old bench racing going on. John Benson talking about coming out of retirement. He's talking about thinking about buying a machine and things like that. Well, I've got a couple. Maybe I just need to sponsor him for a little while. Get him back out there. Get that bug back in him.
Yeah, people keep saying I'm starting to get that itch. Just scratch it, man.
Scratch away.
That's right.
You can't take it with you. Let's get that moldy money out. Let's buy a race quad. Let's get out here and have some fun.
I mean, if you've raced before, you're going to have arthritis and you're going to be sore when you're older. So
it's too late.
It's probably not going to get any better. So you might as well have fun while you're still mobile.
That's right. That's right. Looks like Brendan's made his way all the way up to the top of the hill. He's out there on the surface of the sun and the clay.
I bet backwoods Brendan is glistening.
He's a pretty trim, in shape guy. I think he's all right.
He's young.
He's got that hair to soak it up anyway.
I bet he does the flip.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's got fresh back from Cali.
Oh yeah. I can't. I'm just jealous because I don't have hair to flip. So
yeah, mine's getting a little thin. I told the haircut lady last time I got to quit coming in here, or you got to take that mirror down when you cut my hair because there's not enough left.
See, I don't have enough hair to even justify going to get it cut. I just bought a $50 pair of snips and just buzz that baby down.
It just comes in where it comes in.
It does, I still have a couple up on top and a few on the side, so we'll just go with that.
Helps you keep cool. See, another reason to get back in racing.
Exactly.
Try to check this scoring update here. See if we've got some people checking in or not. Still nobody checked in unless my live scoring is not working. It's very possible. Should be a lot checking in here very soon. That just goes to show you how far out in front that Valentine Food Company is, because they checked in for their lap 10 quite a while ago and nobody else has come through. So
really?
They've got a pretty good gap.
That's two Can-Ams and a Polaris on that team. So I'm guessing, you think about that, 3 4x4s like that in those mud sections, and like the team from Texas said, he wished he'd have had some taller tires. So
Dylan Trigg just checked in for lap number 10.
There he is.
So he's 4th overall. The Berm Busters came in just ahead of him. He must be right behind them. So he did check in. He just did a 38:58 lap time. So he either stopped or they were putting that bolt in or something. So he's back out racing again. He's still 4th overall, in the lead in that Ironman class still. So we'll see how he holds on to that.
How about slip over to the Ironman class, see how he is on Caden Dyer.
So, Caden Dyer checked in at 4:39, and 4:52. Dylan Trigg just came through. I'm showing that Caden Dyer is 1 hour 11 minutes behind. So we'll see what happens there.
Wow.
He's on lap number 7. Dylan's on lap number 10.
Wow. They had a big lead, didn't they?
Big gap there.
I just wonder if Caden had some mechanical problems too, so.
It looks like he might have had some long laps. His last lap was 56 minutes.
Yeah.
So he may have come in, got some nutrition, maybe some gas for his four-wheeler or something like that. So maybe some difficulty there.
Caden's a competitor, though. I'd never count him out,
Absolutely not. Good racer, very determined. Should be checking in with our AA leaders here shortly. They last scanned at 4:30, so 22-ish minutes ago. So hopefully we'll be seeing them come through soon. That entire AA class is on the same lap. So
wow.
They're all on lap number 9.
And how many's in that class again? 5? Was there 4?
There's 4 in there. So the gap last lap was 2 minutes and 50 seconds back to second place. Very tight race, and then third place is 53 seconds back from them, and then 5 minutes back to go slow, look pro.
We've got the drone cam over the motocross section. Oh, there goes the drone. You just saw it over on the cam section there.
Just buzzed through. We had somebody on the live stream ask for an update on who's in these teams, so we'll try to give a recap on some of these. That leader AA team is Christensen Racing. That's Cody Christensen, Carter Christian, and Dylan Howard. They should be coming through here pretty soon. Let me get back to the overall standings.
Yeah, here, I could read some.
We're going to recap all the teams for you. So that AA class, there's 4 teams. You've got the Washed Up Warriors. That's Britton Gray, Adam Siebold, and Kyle Kropp. You've got the number 3 team of Christensen Racing. That's Cody Christensen, Carter Christensen, and Dylan Howard. You've got team number 7. That's Look Pro Go Slow, Jericho Edmondson, Tyle Jones, and Jerry Edmondson. And number 8 is Fat and Fast. That's Cooper Krug and Jordan Hawkers.
Then we'll go over to the B class. We have Duncan Racing, number 20. It's Dayton Rushing, Jeremy Hill, and Philip Thayer. Your number 77 team, Residential Lawns. Brendan Jones, Spencer Modlin, and Andrew Floor. Your 82 team, XS Motorsports. Nick Stratton, Brandon Hauser, and Sean Stratton. 83 team, No Limits Racing. Mike Giebelstein and Brett Harris. XC Addiction, not Addition. Your 111 team, Connor Kelderman, Gary Eads, and Riley Sharp. 128 team, Not Fast, Just Furious. Nick Bogren, Chris Austin, and Gage Garrity. Your 169 team, Berm Busters. Aiden Hayes, Derek Nimke, and Austin Hendy. And your 815 team, the Quad Fathers, Paul Gerke, Nick Bergman, and Taylor DeHaan.
And our C class, number 17 is Bold Off-Road. That's Trenton Miracle, Jaden Beating, and Devin Bowling. Number 24, Z-Boys Racing. That's Jacob Zerby and Jaron Zerby. Looks like a family team there. Number 27 is Low Voltage. That's Memphis Harris, Remington Barth, and Colton Crone. Number 76, Honda Trailblazers. That's Tristan Mount, Kelly Sauter, and Dylan Romanko. Number 113 is Bergman Racing. That's Trevor Bergman and Hunter Bergman.
All right. Next up is your Ironman class. We have number 12, Shane Austin. Unfortunately, it sounds like he's out with bad motor. Jace Noble, number 39. Number 64, Jaden Jones. 69, Dylan Trigg. 131, Riley Byer. 137, Caden Dyer. 155, Russ Hutchinson. 156, Chad Hutchinson. And 157, Braxton Hutchinson.
Then you've got 2 entries in your women's class. You've got number 153, Quad Squad. That's Shay Gibblestein, Trinity Williams, and Bailey Llewellyn. And number 172, Tyloo Burrows Machine. That's Ashley Bodarf and Chloe Burrows and Jocelyn Mueller.
Oh. All right, then we go to the family class. Number 21, Trumbull Motorsports. Caleb Trumbull, Hunter Trumbull, and Jeff Trumbull. Noble Racing, number 50, Alexa Noble and Jason Noble. 67, 2 studs and a dud. There's 2 studs, 1 dud. Sonny Verts, Tanner Housley, and John Housley. Number 89, the 10-Hour Victim Club. Jesse Smith, Allison Smith, and Jeremy Smith. The Staffke Stability Index. Team 114, PR Staffke and Orion Staffke. Number 150 team, Dog Racing, Joey Miklas. The third, Chance Collison and Will Kelly. And 181, Team Reckless Racing, Colin Rink, Dave Rink, and Chet Hamilton.
And then, of course, we got that Pro 4x4 class, and that's number 99, Valentine Food Company. That's Jackson Carroll, Kevin Weedy, and Waylon Estep. I was just looking at our standings here, Rick. We got a lot of things to talk about on this last lap. So, looks like Valentine, while everybody else was worried about checking in for lap number 10, they went ahead and checked in for lap number 11 just to be sure.
Nice.
So those guys are flying. But then we have the top 5 overall right now would be Valentine Food Company, the Quad Fathers, Berm Busters, Dylan Trigg, and XS Motorsports.
Wow.
So we still have 3 B teams in the top 5 overall.
Wow.
And then, of course, Dylan in the Ironman class in 4th overall. And then we go to AA teams. The leader in the AA changed. So now it's Fat and Fast. And that is Jordan Hawkers and Cooper Krug.
Yep.
Let me pull up the AA here. So Fat and Fast took over the lead in the AA class. Looks like they've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds on Go Slow Look Pro that was in the rear of that AA class. So a lot of things shaking up out there. And then Christensen Racing has moved back to 3rd, and we're still waiting for Washed Up Warriors to check in for 4th here. So they're on lap number 9 still. So a lot of things have changed. Christensen Racing looks like 4 seconds behind Go Slow Look Pro. So really tight race in that double A class after 4 hours of racing.
Yeah, that's, we still have 6 hours to go, so still anything could happen. You just never know what's going to happen in this race. It's insane.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. That XS Motorsports team in that B class, they keep climbing up the ranking here, so they're looking to put on a charge, it looks like. Residential Lawns, they were the ones that were kind of up there in the B class ranking, but they're down there in 5th place right now.
We've got Backwoods Brendan back in the studio here. He's back from his trek down to the river.
I think he did sweat.
So tell me something, Brendan, when you were down there, how'd it look as far as like the track, the mud, anything like that?
Like you guys were saying, the tiers of the hills kind of changed the atmosphere. So as the more and more I dropped toward the river, the more and more tacky and greasy it got. There was one point I was kicking my shoes to get mud off because it was.
Oh wow!
It was pretty gross.
That's crazy.
I was in there. There's spots where the mud's flung onto the trees and they're starting to droop down like you've seen at other races before. But that bottom river section could be a feature that we will talk about some more. It ended up digging some people. I saw a couple guys riding through in that bottom, leaning to one side so that they could get traction because they were high centered. So could get more and more ruddy and technical as we go.
It's going to get just deeper and deeper as the day goes on, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. So we've got the up top, which is all dust, can't hardly see. Trying to keep your goggles clear there, and then you drop down into the woods, and you've got a whole nother monster to fight down there. So it's going to be a long and technical day for all these guys.
Did you see any of the hill climbs down in there? Were there really anything going on those?
A couple of them were dry, dropping in, but one of them I was climbing up, and there wasn't anywhere for me to get out of the way, and somebody was coming up the track, so I had to jump out of the way quick. So.
Oh shoot! That happens though.
But that's called racing.
That's right. Look up here. We have the drone cam going on in the motocross section. That's so cool that they can buzz around like that.
Yeah.
The owners of this track put a lot of time and a lot of money into this motocross section. You can tell that because, boy, it's really cool when you go out and ride on it. It's a good length of track, good obstacles on it. But yeah, you could tell they put a lot of time into it.
Yeah, definitely. When I've been gone for a little while, so to come back and see the Ford Dodge Race Series with the motocross is super cool to me. It adds a little bit of a twist to the track. Gives some riders some benefit who've had different experiences.
That's right. Do you ever do much motocross?
Not too much. I rode a little bit of motocross, just a practice track last year, and it was set up for bikes, so I didn't do much jumping. I did a lot of rolling, but it is lots of timing and a little bit different skill set. So
right on. The drone cam's showing some good pictures of that motocross track. Let's see here. We're seeing any action down by the challenge section.
Like we've been saying, hydration's going to be a big one today. Obviously, I've been out there just walking, and these guys are putting in twice the effort as me. And I've been drinking water like crazy today, so keeping these guys up and rolling, hydrated, eating a little bit to keep their body full of nutrients and stuff, trying to keep everybody fresh. It's pretty big.
There comes a sport quad through the challenge section. You see, that time he took the right line on right before the banner, and I think that's going to be the ticket going forward because we've seen several of these guys coming up the left side of that uphill there and getting hung up on it. But that right side looks like the way to go. Still a challenge, though, I'm sure, because the last time we had a close-up of that when you were out there, it looked like a couple pieces of concrete that were sticking like up on an end even, you know, about a foot off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. Keep moving things around. It makes it harder for the riders to remember lines through there, and like you guys wouldn't be able to see on the video, but some of those rocks had giant white lines in it from all the four-wheeler skid plates rubbing around. So line choice is good, as good as it's going to get through there.
Any other spots that you saw when you're out in the woods there that might get worse as the day goes on?
Seen a couple spots where they're relocated. It was pretty gross where like all the water would run off to, but down in that bottom you could tell that the rain had been there, and it's receded a little bit because even the top was muddy and trying to crack out. So like I said earlier, those bottoms where the four-wheelers are dragging, there's still another 4 or 5 hours left, and they're still going to keep digging. So towards the end there might be sections where handlebars start rubbing.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Never a good day when you're rubbing dirt with your handlebar. You never want that.
No, we've seen it. I've seen it in the really dry races, the dirt berms that get built up with the powder.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but this is a whole different beast when it's a wet, tacky mud doing that.
Yeah, and when you get like that tacky clay, it really eats down on power on those motors. So it takes twice as much power to go the same speed, it feels like. So that really takes a toll on the body. And it's just the more effort you put into this, the harder and harder it's going to be those last few hours.
Well, and take the extra weight, too. That tacky mud's going to stick up under the fender wells and skid plates and everything else. And, you know, that's going to add more heat to your suspensions, too. So, you know, from the oil and the suspensions having to work that much harder with the extra weight.
Yeah, and big thing is I've seen a couple pit crews already out there with some hot seat systems blowing out the radiators. Keeping radiators clean today is a good one. Really easy to overheat a machine, and that could really ruin your day. So keeping on top of things like that so you could go out there and not worry about your machine and just ride your race.
Right. A few more guys coming through the MX section. Guys or gals, riders.
Definitely cool to see some girls out there. It's an awesome thing to see how this sport brings everybody in. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Everybody's here for the same thing, and everybody has the same passion.
Actually, that one women's class has Ashley Bodorf in it. She's usually does the Ironman class, and she does well in it. So it was strange seeing her on a team this year, but cool. I mean, I'm sure she's enjoying it a little bit more on a team as she is on the Ironman class. But she's done the Ironman class several times, done well with it.
Yeah, it's cool to see that. She's always out there racing. Doesn't matter what.
Right on.
She's pushing, and it's cool to see. I think their kids going into the race scene too.
You bet.
And he's talked to me a little bit, and he really loves it. So it's cool to see the next generation of racers come in and enjoy the sport.
You know, we talked about that before. A lot of these kids, I think that's the big push with the youth races right now, with the big numbers of that. These are the kids of the kids that used to race, you know. So
yeah,
it's had a little gap there, but now they're married, having kids, get into that 5, 6, 7-year-old 50 classes and on up. You know, like they said, that 90 class, you know, had 55 entries at the last race. So that's just amazing to have that many kids interested in this and keeping the sport going.
Yeah, definitely. It always makes me kind of choke up when I see so many kids at these races and standing for the American flag and everything at the start, because I was one of those kids, and I looked up to my dad as a racer, just so to see all these families do all these things. to get their kid out on the track really puts it into perspective.
It does, for sure. See, I don't know, we could tell who they're following right there in the MX section. Someone's hitting it pretty hard there.
Looks like yellow plates, possibly Ironman. Can't tell.
Maybe we should look up a key here to what the plate colors are. Yeah, this is all new, this section, all this motocross section. Really cool. It did take a little bit of the woods there, but it adds a whole new, a whole new look to the track with that motocross.
Definitely. And funny, being the bottom and seeing the dust over here really shows there's two sides to this track. And this track's always been one of those tracks that could be both worlds of mud and dust, and today we're seeing a lot of it.
Yep, for sure.
That was Christensen's in the section, in the challenge section.
We can hear him coming through scoring here again. Dean, you want to pull up your phone there and I can go through the standings there, see if anything changed up.
I did see Dylan come through all over.
All right. We'll start with the overalls here. Wow, there is a little bit of a change up here. We have the Valentine Food Company team, the Pro 4x4 team, still in the lead. Dylan Trigg back up in a second overall.
He's putting in a heck of a run today.
Just came through on lap 11. The Quad Fathers B team still on third place, lap 10. The Berm Busters B class sitting in fourth. XS Motorsports up to fifth overall. So that's your top five. Next three, 6, 7, and 8, all double A's. Fat and Fast, Look Pro, Go Slow, and Christensen Racing. And we just got word the Christensen Racing was one of the ones that got stuck up in the challenge section there, so that put him back quite a ways, but still in the hunt. XC Addiction is your 9th place, and Residential Lawns, your 10th place team. And those were all B class again. So get a good mix in that top 10. And these are unofficial results that we have here. So just keep that in mind in case someone's questioning how it is. Oh, another change here. The Berm Busters just came through and checked into third place overall on their 11th lap. And that would be, let's see, the B class.
Would that be Nimke and...
Yeah.
Nimke, and we got Austin Hendy and Aiden Hayes. They're putting in a good work.
Those are a bunch of young guys there.
Yeah, right, following right behind me. Pretty solid riders. They're just doing some racing this year with my brother in B class.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Nice. Which one? Your brother not in this, or?
My brother's not racing today. That's why I'm in here. I'm trying to get as close as I can to the race family, but my bike is back home. Looks like a Strider right now. It has no motor in it, so that's what happens sometimes. Racing's pretty hard on things, so you got to get them back together. and just didn't pan out this year, but still love to be here.
There's always next year.
Yeah. Love to run family class. Since my brother moved up to 450 this year, we can all run 450s.
Well, maybe next year. We're going to have to keep talking to Andy on this.
Yeah, we'll have to pull some strings.
That's right. There's the drone. If my phone would charge a little faster, I'd go out and see if I could do an interview with someone in the pits or something. But I think it got a little hot, didn't it?
Yeah, kind of gave it its run for its life there. It's pretty humid out there today. So these riders are probably loving these straightaways where they can finally get some airflow going. In those bottoms, it gets pretty sticky and hot. So anytime you get stuck, it really beats down on you. So it's always good to keep that momentum rolling and keep making laps.
There can't be any air movement down on that bottom.
No, I wouldn't guess anybody would be stuck down there.
That's terrible. But hey, that's July in Iowa.
Yeah. And the river really doesn't help with that humidity. It kind of rolls up on that bank, so.
Oh, for sure. Let's see. Challenge section's still pretty quiet right now. What's that? We just had someone comment to keep pulling some strings because Heartland Challenge is on their bucket list, so we'll keep our fingers crossed here.
You and me both. Yeah, make sure to reach out to friends, get as many people as you can involved. Spread the word. All one big family. We're happy to have you.
Oh, let's hit the mulch pile cam and see if we can see some people. We haven't hit that one yet. This is a gnarly little section here. It's like sand almost in a way because it changes with every rider. You know, you think you're going to come through those. It's a pretty good incline right there between those posts, but again, it's the takeoff and the flight's not bad. It's that landing that's going to hurt, and if that's the wrong way, you're going to go for a ride. But you can see these guys taking it pretty easy through that section. They actually lengthened it out this year. It was a little bit shorter, but that's still a hairy little section there.
It's pretty smooth in the beginning there, and then towards the end of it, the holes are getting really big.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Definitely. I've been through this track a couple times, and that mulch pile gets some people every year. I've had a buddy go through there, and there's footage of him going end over end because the rear of the four-wheeler passed the front because those mulch piles get so deep. So we'll keep an eye out on that all throughout the day because the more and more they tear up through there, the deeper the holes get, and the different faces really catch up to you if you're tired and worn out from extra how many hours of racing. It really gets to you pretty quick.
Tire Spine is a one-piece design, run-flat device that installs inside your off-road tires of choice with basic hand tools. Tire Spine is made of a dense yet extremely lightweight and durable foam and doesn't rely on air to function. These attributes make the Tire Spine insert ideal for off-road racing as well as mission-critical applications like the military and emergency services. The negligible amount of weight added to the tires is justified by the added confidence in tire performance, and they don't rely on air. Tire Spine. It's tested and trusted by the U.S. military, emergency services, and proven system today. Visit tirespine.com.
Welcome to Power Sports Nation, the nation's largest UTV and ATV used parts producer since 1999. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of customers bring their machine back to life without breaking the bank. With over 100,000 used parts on our shelf, we are your go-to source for dependable UTV and ATV parts. We inspect every single part, back it with a warranty, and ship it fast for free. That is why we are proud to say that we have sold almost 2 million items with an overwhelmingly positive feedback. We get it. You're wrenching on a machine that means something to you, whether it's for work, play, or getting away. PSN has your back. So don't wait. Hit that shop button, browse thousands of parts, and keep your machine moving.
Welcome to the Backyard Revolution, where you can turn what you have into what you love, where you can take control of your outdoor space from morning till night, where you can rest easy knowing that you've chosen sustainable, durable products that won't let you or the environment down. Whether you need a little shade or an entire outdoor room to work, to play, or to simply relax, let Structure revolutionize your outdoor space. Structure, bringing the indoors out.
All right, we're back from our commercial break. We got Rick's out running around taking care of some things, so you're stuck with Brendan and I. So,
yeah, young whippersnapper.
We were just talking about how you're right now these racers are at the point in the day where it's hot. They've been racing for 4.5 hours, and this is where the day starts to drag on, and it feels like it doesn't end. And you're waiting for that sun to go down. Once that sun goes down, you get re-energized and get remotivated again. But right now is that really tough time of the day, and these racers are seeing that right now. Brendan was commenting about how there's some people that were slowing down out there and feeling the effects of the heat. Isn't that right?
Yeah, you could definitely see, me as a racer, you could see body positioning. People are kind of conserving right now and trying to just ride through the laps, not so much attacking the track like we saw beforehand. So definitely waiting for that cool down of sunset so everybody can start rolling back into the power so it's not so hot.
Yep, for sure. Let's see where we're at in our overalls. Looks like Valentine Food Company still overall leader. Dylan Trigg back in second in overall. And then 2 B-class teams behind him right now. Berm Buster and XS Motorsports. Looks like XS Motorsports has moved into second in that B-class. Yep, they're 2 minutes behind Berm Buster, so they're really putting in some speed. They came from a ways back today, so that's great to see out of those guys. And see what Team Berm Buster has for them. It looks like XC Addiction is third place, and they're 4 minutes 40 seconds behind XS Motorsports. That C class looks like Bold Off-Road still in the lead in that C class. They're the only ones that have checked in for lap 10, and looks like second place is still on lap 9. So 15-minute lead for Bold Off-Road there. And that women's class looks like the Ty Lou Burrows Machine Shop team is continuing to put on the charge. They've got an hour and 14 minutes on Quad Squad, so they're still putting the heat on. They're not letting up yet.
Definitely good to see that.
Looks like Dylan Trigg still in the lead in that Ironman class. Shane Austin still showing second. They had run so hard, they had so much time made up that it's going to take a while to see him start falling down the standings. But looks like Caden Dyer still in third, ready to start taking over that second spot. I went out for a walk and I was talking to the Christensen team that is in AA. They went from first to third. And they were the team that we saw with the frustrations in the challenge section. They had a quad that they couldn't get to start. It died. Electric start wasn't working. And the rider actually has a sprained ankle. Started the race with a sprained ankle. So he couldn't get it to kick and couldn't get it to start. So they needed a pull start there, and that was their issue. So they're back up and running, still on high hopes over there. They've switched quads now. They're on the second quad. They raced the first one all the way up until a little bit ago, and so they'll be trying to put on a charge with that second place or second machine. You'll see it come through. It's a bright blue and a bunch of crazy colors on that Honda machine.
Looks like we got a rider stuck in the challenge section right now, trying to kick that machine.
Yeah, stuck in that kind of same spot. There must be a hole in the concrete pile right there. They just aim right for it. And I think what's doing that is, I think it's that telephone pole is angled right there, and they're trying to hit the V of that telephone pole to hop up on there, and so it's throwing everybody right into that same hole.
Yeah, and you can see him kicking that, and that really eats away at a rider's day. And the not only just kicking and giving yourself fatigue there, you get zero airflow there. So with it being as hot and humid as it is today, that really takes a toll on a rider.
Absolutely. Yeah, anytime you're stopped out there with a machine that's dead or stuck, it zaps the energy right out of you, and you're out there in the hot sun on that concrete. That's not where you want to be.
As well as the machine, you've been running all day. It's hot, and all the heat running off that machine's going right into your lap.
Yeah, for sure. Header pipes are glowing hot, and the engines are hot, and everything's pretty mad. Couple riders going around the challenge section. Probably saw that rider stuck in there and said, that doesn't look like where I want to be today. There they go. Got a burst of speed, and out of there they came. Got it running. Oh, might have died again.
Looks like he's trying to get his goggles out of his face. Might be fogged up from all the energy wasted out there.
Taking a drink out of his hydration pack there. You see he's probably wearing that on his back and getting a little bit of water and trying to get re-energized after fighting that thing. So off he goes, and hopefully he can pick his time back up. You can see that water truck out on the back side of that racetrack in the far end of that shot. A little bit of dust starting to come through out there. So they're out there, they're pumping water out of those ponds, trying to keep everything dust free and keep everybody safe. It's going to make it a little bit slick, but it's safer than not being able to see in the dust. Another rider going around the challenge. Another thing I saw while I was out there, I saw Dylan Trigg come through, and that quad certainly showing the effects of 4.5 hours and running in the top overall. The fenders are starting to sag. It's heavy with mud, and but he was still looking good, still running really fast. So hopefully that machine can hold together and he can keep up in the top spot.
Definitely saw him out there in the river bottom when I was giving you guys some Backwoods Brendan film, and still looked like he was charging strong. So we'll see if that good old Honda engine will hold up for the rest of the race.
Oh, we know those Hondas will make it, and that's probably a bad habit motor, so probably a pretty strong unit there. Should be no concerns, hopefully.
Definitely. We got some talented individuals in this series. Lots of guys you can depend on for helping hand here and there.
Or that dust you can see there, that's coming out of the infield section there. That's getting a little bit dusty, but that's clay and a little bit of sand out there, so hard to keep moisture in that. Looks like somebody coming out of impound, rocketing down the turn 4 there.
We got anybody in that? It looks like there's somebody in that challenge section right now. Could be a shadow or something. Yep, that's just a shadow. Looked like a four-wheeler on its side, but the sun's starting to take a different approach on things, and that's a big thing as a rider. Is once the sun comes down, you start riding up and down those hills. You're starting to look into the sun, and as a rider, that really is a hard thing to see through because you're adjusting going into those woods. It gets darker, and then you come out of the woods and the sun's right in your eyes, and you gotta adjust on the fly.
Yeah, Rick and I talked about that earlier. The hardest time of day for us was always right when the sun was going down and it's shining in through the trees and making weird shadows, and it's really hard to see like those tree sections where you're coming out and into the sun. It's really hard to see, and that was always our toughest time of day. And we're getting close to that time now.
Yeah, that golden hour where the sun starts to do really weird shadows, definitely.
Yeah, they're going to see the effects of that out there when you come out of the woods section over by the motocross track. You're going to start to see that sun come down and shine in through those trees.
Also got to think about that point where it gets dark enough you need lights, but your lights are not bright enough yet because it's not dark enough yet.
Yeah, it gets dark in the trees before it gets dark everywhere else. When we first started racing this race, we always kind of thought, why do these people have their lights on already? Yeah, it's because it's dark in the trees, you can't see. So you'll start to see lights coming on sooner than you would think. And that's the reason. You get down in that river bottom, and it's dark down there.
Yeah, that black dirt really doesn't take much sunshine, and it's already dark enough down there as it is.
Did you find any mosquitoes down there?
I had to keep my eye out for some poison ivy, and there's a couple of thorns that like to say hi to me. So.
Yeah, this place isn't as thorny as old Carlisle was, but there's still some thorn trees. I remember back in Carlisle, they'd send you right between two big thorn trees and a really fast river bottom section, and you just kind of tucked your elbows in and hope for the best.
Yeah, wince a little bit. I knew about a rider that actually had to go to the hospital once because he was racing. I believe it was in Missouri actually, but had to go to the hospital because he had a thorn tree go into his arm, and it was a thorn of quite a few inches, and they had to extract it. It was a pretty serious deal.
Yeah, it can be pretty nasty, and they tend to get too infected as well. Another rider coming through that mulch pile. Looked like a utility there. We talked about the riders out there in the heat and what they're doing and what they can accomplish, but I saw a couple track workers when I was out there, and I'll tell you what, fatigue's starting to set in for those guys, but their priority is keeping everybody safe and keeping everything running. And so big thanks goes out to those guys out there in the heat making everything happen, and hopefully they'll get some relief when that sun starts to go down here soon.
We'll have to keep an eye out for that Burnbuster crew as they keep pushing up. Excited to see how they progress through the race.
Let's check the overalls now. See, look like there's been some riders checking in. There's a rider going to impound right now for a quad switch. Looks like that Valentine Food Company, they came through and checked in for lap 13. Still have the overall, still have the lead in that Pro 4x4. And then in second overall now is that Go Slow Look Pro. And third overall is Fat and Fast in that AA class. So you got two AA teams there. Only 13 seconds separate that first and second AA class.
It's going to be a good one till the end, I have a feeling.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tight race.
We got another rider a little bit ago going into the impound. Looks like everybody's strategy is to switch to another machine, kind of give another one a break.
Well, it might be that time of day. We used to kind of run a quad for 2 tanks of fuel to start out this race, and you're getting to that time where 2 tanks are empty, and you might see riders starting to switch those quads out. They're not going to put fuel back in it and waste that time. They're going to run it till it's, low, dump it, pick up a fresh one, and start charging towards the evening. Still waiting for Christensen Racing to check in that AA class. Looks like it's been a while since they checked in.
There we have another rider going down the main stretch of the oval track.
There we go. Christensen Racing checked in. So they are 7 minutes behind second place. So, and then you've got, you've got Washed Up Warriors in fourth place in that AA class. So the leaders in that AA are taking advantage of that misfortune by your third place team right now, and trying to run away, trying to make a gap. Looks like it's working for them, but we'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. And as a rider, seeing another person in your class and passing them gives you that quick burst of energy that really allows you to put the power down for a little bit and keep going longer and longer.
Absolutely. In your B class, looks like Berm Buster, number 169, still your leaders. They've got a 4-minute lead on XS Motorsports. And then you've got Team XC Edition in third.
There we have another rider going around the backside of the track, headed towards the challenge section.
Yeah, and you can see that line they were on there is polished up and kind of got a sheen to it. And that's what I was talking about earlier, where you start to get rubber laid down in these hard-packed sections. And then for whatever reason, when the sun goes down and the moisture comes out, and you start pushing those sections even harder, you'll start to hear those tires kind of squeal a little bit as they just really put the power down coming around there. That was always one of my favorite things about running in the dark in those hard-packed sections. A little bit of a change-up in your family class. Still got 1 dud, 2 studs, but I think we have a different second place team. Yeah, Dog Racing has bumped Trumbull Motorsports out. So Dog Racing's in second now. And looks like they're 34 minutes behind 1 dud, 2 studs. So I don't know if there really is a dud on that team. Sounds like maybe 3 studs out there. But
yeah, sounds like everybody's rocking and rolling. Nobody's having any problems, so really putting the hammer down on it. A couple of riders going through the motocross section. You can see the sun kind of messing with the dust right now. You can see that as a rider too, is once that sun hits that dust, you don't have very, very good visibility. Sometimes it comes down to all you can see is the front of your bumper.
Yeah, it makes it really tough to see. I know earlier when we were walking around looking at things, saw some quads with the amber light covers on, and as night comes on, that's going to be for that dust. The amber light shows through the dust much better than the white light, so you'll see the amber lights on a lot of these guys. Maybe not so much today. There's not as much dust. But I remember times in Carlisle when it was very, very dusty, and those amber lights were definitely the trick.
Definitely, and Carlisle is one of those tracks that actually gets silt in it. And silt is one of those things, very fine dust powder. It's almost like a a talcum powder, but sand, and it just swallows four-wheelers. It's like the closest thing to quicksand you can get here in the Midwest.
Yeah, we talked about that earlier. Talked about getting sucked into that and then, destroying air filters, as all it takes is one. But I can't imagine there's too many silt berms out there today. Maybe up on top behind the moto section there might be some, but those are pretty hard packed berms, so should be pretty safe, hopefully.
Yeah, should be good, and those trees are holding in the moisture really good down by the river, so we'll have to see how everything goes on as the night goes and the dew comes out. Another rider there at the finish line going into the impound.
A lot of quad changes happening right now, and I think it's just that, probably getting done with the machine and packing it in, saving it for later if there's a breakdown, and getting something else out. And maybe there's more teams switching quads when they switch riders. Not sure what strategy is. I know our strategy always was to just run one quad until it was done and then switch to the next one. You lose a lot of time in that impound lot. Should see them, coming through the back side of impound there. Going to change a quad out. There they come down the hill. There's another one, I think, in there changing out too.
Looks like that far north side, possibly. We'll have to see how these machines last up, as like we were talking about earlier, the mud piling up, and once that dries, it really takes a toll on these machines, because that's an extra 50-60 pounds, and that can mean a lot for a four-wheeler, especially when you're trying to drive it or ride it for 10 hours.
Yeah, a couple of utility machines coming in there pacing each other, running pretty good clip around that racetrack. So looks like they're teaming up, running together, trying to make some speed. But Brendan, you talked about all that weight, and early on in this race, you're coming through in all that sloppy mud, and these quads that are still out there running really got a lot of extra weight on them. It makes them handle poorly sometimes. You get them bottoming out, coming off jumps. So it's just, if you can get that weight back off there, that certainly helps.
Definitely, it's one of those things that you don't realize how bad it is until you take it off, and then you realize how much was truly there.
It was always a nice treat when you've raced a quad on a team for 4 hours and you went and get a fresh one. Everything's clean, it's moving nice, and the chain's lubed up, everything's feeling fresh, not all weighted down and muddy and worn out. So definitely helps.
Got a couple riders going through the motocross track right now. Looks like one of them pretty good pace. And there, I think we had one of our younger riders on their 250 Raptor. Not for sure who it was.
That's not a sheet we have. Do we have junior classes? Is there anybody in junior class? So those are probably in family class.
Like we said earlier, I know Sonny Verts was in family class, and I saw 300 EX out there, but I'm not sure who's running those, to be frank.
I don't see those in the standings, so there must not be any actual junior class. Those are probably running in a family class or in a C class or something. Yeah, let's take some time. Let's go through our sponsor list. The people that are really making this happen. We talked about a little bit earlier, I think, where we had GBC Tires kind of changing what they're doing with their program. So the Heartland Challenge was looking for a new title sponsor to help make things happen, and we had a lot of people step up to try to help make this happen and to get this race out there for everybody. So Action Off-Road, those guys stepped up and are helping out. Power Sports Share, we talked about them earlier with your used parts or refurbished parts. They've always stepped up and been a part of this series and a part of this race. Tire Spine, it's pretty comfortable in here in the Tire Spine trailer. Steve with Tire Spine, he's helped putting on this live feed so that everybody can see what's going on. So big shout out to the folks at Tire Spine and helping keep us cool and keep this live feed going to keep everybody at home in tune with what's going on. Midwest Performance, a big dealership that's been a part of this series for a long time. Helping out a lot of racers, I know for sure. RJ Power Sports right here in Fort Dodge. They've got more locations. I think Oskaloosa maybe. They've got another location, but just recently last year, I think, opened up a location here in Fort Dodge. So big thanks to them for stepping up and helping out. DRW Products. We talked about them earlier with their case savers and chain guards and skid plates and things like that. What a perfect sponsor for a race like this, trying to get the most out of your machine for 10 hours and you need those protection parts. So awesome to have them on board. Dr. Power Sports, big dealership again in Cedar Falls, been a part of the program for a long time. Love to have them on board, and a lot of expertise down there, and people helping out get you machines. DP Brakes, big name in the XC brake game. You see their name everywhere. Proven product, great product. Awesome to have them on board. PSN, Power Sports Nation. Like we talked about them and what they offer, but what a great team to have on board for all these guys looking for parts for their machines and keeping their machines out there on the track and doing it at affordable, and keeping it from having to go to a dealership to buy brand new parts. I mean, you know how that is. It's not cheap.
Yeah, things add up, and little things on the track cause big problems, and to get these machines ready to run races like this, we need companies like that to keep us rocking and rolling for 10 hours.
Absolutely. Paramount Pergolas, there again, that sun's beating down out there, just reminding everybody that, man, you really could use a Paramount Pergola, I believe, in your yard. I mean, the sun's hot, so look to those guys if you're needing some shade for your backyard. So great having them on board, making everybody think about staying cool. Bold Off-Road, they've got a team out there. I think that team's running in C class, if I remember right. Yep, that's your C class leader. So Bold Off-Road, big thanks to them for being on board. I know they've been a part of some series races this year, and I think maybe their race got postponed, but big thanks for them for being on board. Hoodoo's kind of a new thing that's based out of Urbandale, and what they do is you can put a job, like if you've got want a door replaced on your house, you can put this on their website and people can bid on that job. It's kind of like there's websites where you can put loads to be hauled and things like that. It's kind of like that. Pretty neat. What a great way for people to get odd jobs done or construction jobs done if you don't have somebody that's doing that stuff for you. So pretty neat thing with Hoodoo there. So thanks to them for coming on board. That's a former racer that started that company, and so great to have them here and supporting us. Rath Racing, Daryl Rath and the team. A lot of support for racers and making parts and products. Been around a long time. Can't thank them enough for being on board. Vanderpool Construction. They've been a part of the program for a few years. And so great to have them on board and helping out when we did the Heartland Challenge down there in Carlisle. That's closer to their home down there, and so they're bringing out dump trucks or equipment to help build track or whatever. So very valuable to have them on board with us. Struthers Brothers, another dealership that's down in the Des Moines area, helping out a lot of racers. Great to have them on board. Hotsy Power Washers. Making hot water pressure washers. There's going to be a lot of people probably needing one of those after today. It's all this mud, and then the sun bakes it on, and it's going to be hard to get off, but not with their Hotsy. Kawasaki, big factory OEM on board, helping out with sponsorship. Great to have them on board, and there's seen some Kawasaki machines out there. So good to have them with us. And then Atomic Photography, she's out there running around taking pictures, getting all the cool shots for the racers so they can take those pictures home and do what they want with them. And so great to have that service and great to have her here taking care of the racers.
Hey everyone, we're back in the booth here with the 10-hour victim club. the last girl standing on there, Allison Smith. It just doesn't end for you guys on this trip, does it?
No, it doesn't. I got on the track, a great track, tough. I came around the corner and came up this hill, and I knew it was fairly steep. I tried to get on the front and compress the forks a little bit, and it just came up on me. Came up, saw blue sky, knew I was going back over. I tried to like Superman it and push the quad, like get my feet, because I didn't want to kind of ride down with it. When I pushed it, it kind of went to the side, and then it started to roll, and I couldn't see where it was. And then I knew it was going to come down on me. It hit me, and it hit me and pinned me underneath the bike with my helmet. As you can see, it took some hits. But then what happened was my shoulders and my head was pinned under the bike, but my butt was up in the air, and I could hear people coming behind me, and it was kind of like a sharp corner, so they couldn't actually see me. And I knew I didn't want to get hit, like somebody come around the corner and hit me, because I think that would hurt. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we've had a lot of issues, and from that, a gentleman came around the corner, helped me kind of right it, and pushed me off to the side, but I broke my handlebars, so that's dangling, hanging, and then I had no brakes.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that was the second of your two bikes that's down now.
Yeah, that's the second. And when I came to the pits, I said to my husband, "Hey, let's swap the handlebars and get back on the course." And he looked at me and he's just like, "No, babe, we're good."
Wow.
So, yeah, but hey, we definitely were a victim of this course, but it was fun. I really hope they reconsider and do this every year, because I would love to be able to try it again, for sure.
It's definitely addicting, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Wow, that man, you guys traveled 14 and a half hours?
Yeah, 15, yeah.
15 hours up here. You made it 5 hours into the 10, but man, you just never know with this track, any track for that matter. When you're out there for 10 hours, something's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it struck twice on you guys. So,
yep.
Man, you were talking right before this. What's a good piece of advice you could tell people after this with the helmet and everything?
Invest in a good helmet, really. I mean, this thing, it did what it needed to do. Yeah, Alpine Star, if any equipment you get, it's the helmet that you need to spend the most money on. How much is your head worth?
Exactly.
So absolutely, Alpine Star, that's what I ride with. It's done great. It did its job. Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Well, it sucks that, like I said, you had to spend all the time, the money to get up here, and you got halfway through, but you got to experience part of the Heartland Challenge anyway, and hopefully it was enough. Like I said, if everything lines up good, that maybe it would be back next year.
I hope so.
And bring plenty of Texas people up with you.
Oh, we are. I am. I'm going to tell our whole TX4 family, let's get riders out there. Let's come. Grab some sponsors and, just go out and have some fun and enjoy the ride.
Absolutely. Well, I'm so happy that, you're able to come here after a wreck like that and talk about it. And especially to the younger people out there who, that could happen anytime. Yep. Whether you're in a race, if you're out riding or anything like that, that helmet that's going to keep you alive.
Yeah.
And to have a good helmet, to wear it all the time, and to be able to walk away from something like that with the quad actually coming down on you.
Yeah.
That's saying something there. Alpine Star, Fly makes a good helmet. There's all the different types of helmets out there, but get a good one. Don't go cheap on the helmet.
No.
And so sorry that this happened, and glad you're okay.
Yeah.
And we hope you have a very safe trip home.
Well, Lady Luck wasn't on our side today, but we had fun, and I'm hoping that we come back next year.
Well, we're going to keep talking to Andy on this too. So, it's a great race, and so many people come from different parts of the country and even different countries. We have
Yeah.
a few represented. So,
Yep.
you know, it would be great to see you guys back here. Again, glad to see you're okay. Thank you for coming back in and telling us
Absolutely.
what's going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
And
Thank you so much.
congratulations
I
on
appreciate you.
on coming through and
Yeah.
getting up here. So,
Yeah, well, I appreciate it, and like I said, hopefully it's around next year, so we can. It's a redemption year.
There you
next
go.
Next year's going to be the redemption year. I promise you that.
no,
So-
that'd be great.
All
Well,
right.
thank you, Allison.
Thank you.
And good luck and safe travels.
Thank you.
You
All
bet.
right, bye-bye.
Bye. Hey all, Rick Valentine back here with what was one of the top runners in the overalls, Shane Austin, in the Ironman class. So, Shane, you and Dylan were putting on a clinic out there. I mean, running 1-2 overall from the Ironman, pulling lap times that were, you know, obviously right up there with everyone else in the lead. And what happened?
Lost a cylinder and had to just shut it off. But it did help someone else out that's probably going to overtake my standings in the class right now. He needed a overflow tank. It had a hole, and he's like, "Can I have yours?" It ain't doing nothing, so go ahead.
Jaden Jones.
Is that who that is?
Yep, Jaden Jones, because I was going down to the pits when I took a little break there, and he was eyeballing mine. I'm like, hey, I don't know if we could do that, but Jaden said that his overflow tank was leaking on him. So yeah, that's like having a donor card on you right there when you break down. So, but so what happened there? You just heard it going, you said?
Yeah, I heard it for probably an hour and a half. It was going south, and I just kept riding it because either it was going to survive or it didn't. And I'm not totally upset. I mean, the track was, man, it was a blast. I guess I'm most upset that I've tried for this thing. This is, I think, my 11th attempt at it.
Wow.
We were way off. We guessed 5, 6.
Yeah.
I've been second numerous times. The very first time I made the podium, I was third. And I've been chasing this win. It just eludes me. So I had somebody stop by this morning and tell me good luck, and they knew that I'd done this numerous times. And I lost my train of thought.
11 times into it, though, and how many podiums?
It's either 4 or 5, I can't remember.
So that, to me, that's just unreal. I've only done it one time, and I thought I was going to die. You're basically the same age as I am. Here you come year after year after year, and be able to pull off podiums like that. I mean, what have you done to, what have you learned over all those years to get you up to where you are now?
I think patience. Just be patient and realize it's a very long race. Just like today when everybody's hooping and hollering that you're first overall and there's a lot of race left. Say if you go back to my second attempt, I probably would have had tears in my eyes that I was out there overall in it. And today, I just, pretty calm. I knew you got to just hang out and see what happens. There's still a lot of racing happening.
Right. I mean, we're, 5.5 hours in, not quite. Yeah, we got 4.5 hours left, So, like you said, anything could happen. We've seen a lot of lead changes, class changes. We were going through there. Some of the guys that were the AA class were last there for a while. They move up to first. It's just kind of flip-flops. So, like you said, you just can't go out and bust it the whole time. You got to conserve and be smart. So, what do you do for your hydration and eating? Do you just go, or do you stop, or?
I don't eat, even just in my regular life. I typically don't eat anything from supper time until 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I get done with my work. So eating's not a big deal. Really didn't drink a lot of water today, but leading up to it, I start Wednesdays. I'm going to give all my. We're not racing anymore, are we?
No.
I drink a lot of salt.
Yeah.
And there's another
secret ingredient.
Yeah, I found it to work really good. It's you're a cook, you should know. It's crushed grapes, and then they powder it.
Crushed grapes.
Yeah. I can't remember the name of it.
Huh.
But you have to be careful with how much you take because it can clog up your kidneys.
Ouch.
Which I've had that doing this race. I've been to the hospital twice over this race.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, it probably because it dehydrates you and everything like that.
Yeah, I tried some new supplements that were supposed to be the latest and greatest, and it bit me.
Yeah.
And so Well, what happened is I got dehydrated so bad that my body started breaking down my muscle to get the moisture, and it clogged up my kidneys.
Wow.
That was in Carlisle, I don't know, 2015, I suppose.
That was a hospital trip.
Yep.
Wow.
I tried to stop. I was doing well then too. I think I was running second, and I pulled off, and I said I got to just sit for a while. And my daughter was determined that I was going to win that corn cob, so she kept pushing me to go back out. And after an hour, I did go back out, but I knew it was a bad idea.
Yeah.
And I ended up that year there was supposed to be a TV crew show up, and so Andy had, I don't know, 10 hotel rooms there in Indianola for the crew. They didn't show up, so he was giving away hotel rooms. So I told my daughter, I said, go get one of them. And I was probably there half hour, and I got to where I couldn't even speak. And I finally told her, I said, you got to get me some help. And they finally got me to Des Moines and got me recuperated. And primary reason I came back and done it the next year was to prove that it was the supplements that they were stuffing down my throat.
Sure.
So I came back and just done it with muskmelon and watermelon. I do eat a lot of watermelon. Typically, I'll eat watermelon throughout the race, but today I was just feeling it today.
Once you hit that flow, you don't want to break it.
Yeah. The challenge itself is probably the toughest challenge I've ever seen in 11 years.
Really?
It's very tough to navigate through there.
Well, we've been watching this pretty closely on here, and so many people are taking the alternate line, and I bet it's only maybe 1 out of every 10 that goes through hits the challenge.
Yeah, I'd say after an hour and a half, I noticed that the crowd kind of just disappeared from the challenge, and I thought, am I the only one going through it?
Yeah, it really, honestly, there wasn't that many. Even some of the other 4x4s are going around it too, so you could tell it looked like the left side was way worse than the right, because right before I took a break, one of the sport quads went up the right side and looked like it had a better line and better groove to it, but still, if they hit that left side, they were done.
Yeah, it's gnarly.
Wow. But Shane, man, I hate to see you sitting here. It's good to see you here talking to us. Hate to see the circumstance, because you guys were putting on a clinic out there, and Dylan, I think, is back out again. He had his swing arm bolt changed, but yeah, there's, like you said, there's still a lot of racing left. So, and man, this could have been your year. I just, that sucks.
Yeah, it does, but I'll just take a little time to be thankful that I'm dang near 55 years old and able out here to be competitive and do a sport that I love.
Yeah, like I said, I'm close to your age, and I'm sitting in a chair on a microphone instead of sitting on a quad, and it kind of feels a little weird, but
well, this didn't come out. I wasn't going to do this until Monday. I told my daughter, I said, let's just, each year I've done it, it just kept getting bigger and bigger with the people that would come and support me. I said, how about I went out to, last year we canceled this race.
Right.
So I went out to Indiana to the Indiana Championship, the 6-hour race.
Yep.
Which I won that, and everybody said, you won one, are you done? I said, yeah, not if they bring the Iowa. I've always wanted this one.
Yep.
Because to me, this has always been just the Super Bowl of ATV racing.
Yep. And a lot of people feel that way, I think. So we just had another guest in here. They drove up here from Texas and had 2 machines, and she took the first machine went down really quick. Second machine, the hill climb back there, I guess there's a sharp corner and went up. Oh, that was you? Yeah, she came down. Joey Miklas is in here, and he was the one that helped her out from under it. But, yeah, she explained what all happened there. So, people come from all over the place that probably think the same way you do. It's the Super Bowl of racing, on the endurance side. So it just it really sucks to see you here, right? Able to say that, but you've had a lot more success than I have, and man, you've had a heck of a run, and hope you keep going.
Well, I hope this race don't disappear and we're able to figure something out.
We're hoping for the best and keeping our fingers crossed. So, Shane, man, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming in, and good to see you're healthy and able to walk away today. But we hope we're back again and see you on a podium.
I appreciate that, but at least I'm a fan, so I can still enjoy the rest of my day. Go
That's right.
Go watch the rest of these guys.
Lot less physical than watching it on a quad.
It don't take much to do this.
That's right. Well, Shane, thank you very much, and good luck, and we'll see you at the next Iowa race probably, right?
If I can get my machine back together.
There you go. You still have another one at home, don't you?
It's blowed up.
Oh, geez.
That's the one I ran at the 6-hour race, and then I took it down to Arkansas, and during their practice lap, I guess we call it, I grenaded it.
Oh, geez. You got some repair work to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shane Austin, thank you very much, and hope to see you again next year. Fingers crossed.
All righty. Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Here we come back again. Racer Joey Miklas. Joey Miklas sitting here with us. And Joey, you're just on a break though, right?
Yeah, I'm just on a break right now. We're still going strong.
You're on running a family class, and I'm not sure where you're at in the standings.
We're first so far.
You're running first.
Yeah.
Good deal. And so Shane was saying that this track is like amazing out there right now. What are you seeing?
You know, when it first started, it was real wet, and it actually knocked a lot of the roughness out, and it smoothed out really good. Now it's changed lap to lap. Every lap it's kind of gotten better or worse, but it is probably the best Fort Dodge track I've ever rode.
No way.
Yeah.
See, yeah, everyone was worried about the whoop section down along the rollers along the river and the water in the bottom of it, and worried about dragging mud and everything, but it's really smoothing out good.
They got blew out real fast within the first hour.
Yep.
And about a half hour after that, they just smoothed. Like, it's real good back in there now.
Nice. Hill climbs. Is there any real hill climbs?
There's a few of them just right over here, this hill here. Right behind it, there's actually a second line you can go up now. And it took the rockiness out, and now you have a nice smooth uphill. And there's that one steep hill that girl got stuck on.
Yep.
But really, other than that, the hills are pretty good.
Good deal. And is it getting any cooler out there? I don't know what the temperature is now, but it's still hot.
It don't feel like it. It feels pretty hot still.
So how much of this race have you ran so far?
Or how long have we been going for? 5.5?
5.5.
Probably 4 of it, you know.
Wow. So have you stopped it at all for hydration,
yeah,
food?
So the first lap, we actually overheated. The quad got mud in the radiator. So we blew it out with our hose, went back out again. And every hour and a half, we stop for fuel. I get drinks. You know, we're just constant maintenance. Now that we're down to one quad, we're on top of it. If something's wrong, we stop, fix it, and then go back out.
Sure. And, you know, you look like you've been prepping for this because you look really fresh still. 5.5 hours in, you're looking good. How you feeling?
I've been prepping for a couple months now, just bicycling like I used to, and it's actually helping more. Yeah, the heat's getting to me a little bit, but then I stop after an hour and a half, and I get a second to cool down, get a drink, and I'm back strong again. I did step down how hard I'm riding. I'm not riding like 110% like I did the first lap. Probably a little too much, So I backed off, probably 75, 80 now, and it feels better, way better now. And the quad's holding up better too.
Oh, I'm sure. You're not pushing it to the limits, so you're be able to maintain the quad as well as keep a good pace.
Right, and I am. Yeah, I'm holding a better pace. I almost feel like some of it's faster because I'm not missing turns or slowing down because I missed this, and the quad's not overheating as bad anymore. So in the last, hour and a half, we're doing pretty good. There's no overheating. It's running good. So
good deal. So you're not going to make any changes to anything? You got the lights all ready to go here as soon as dark hits?
Actually, it's getting pretty dark out there. There's the really nice black dirt section over there.
Yep.
And it's dark. Like you pull in there, that tree cover, and I turn my lights on, and you can physically tell the difference.
Oh, wow. And it's only, 6:40 right now.
Right.
So, yeah, that's major.
You give it an hour, it's going to get real bad.
Well, when you get into timber like that, the deep timber, there's no sunlight. Yeah,
Right.
you got to have the lights going. But what else you seeing out there? Anyone else, running paces that are just ridiculous that you're seeing?
There's a couple guys. I don't know what their numbers were, but they were just flying. I know Dylan's flying too.
Yeah.
I saw him out there, and I'm like, hey, more power to you, buddy.
For the first, 3 hours of the race, something like that, it was Shane and Dylan running 1-2, both of them Ironman. And the lap times they were putting down are just insane. So it's good to see, that Dylan's still out there running. It's unfortunate that Shane's out, but Dylan had some repairs. They got him back on the track, and I'm not sure where he's at right now as far as the overall, but I know he's leading the Ironman class. But you guys leading the family class, that's one of the bigger classes we have. You have 7 teams in there. And some good riders, some people that have done a lot of racing. So
for sure.
But and you're right along with them.
Right.
It's kind of cool because we're seeing some of these names come up that we haven't seen for a while. Caden Dyer, is out there, and Alexa Noble, and you guys raced with those as youth, did you?
Yep, sure did.
Clear down to the 50s, if I remember right. Yep. So. Now it's time. You have children now, or a child.
Yeah. Well, on the way, the Murray race is when she's due.
Okay. So 5 years from the Murray race, you'll have them one out there on a Kimco, right, or a 50 of some kind.
Yep, we already bought one. It's an old Eton. We have it. We're gonna work on it.
It's crazy how when you go for a baby shower, you ask for a quad. Or race gear,
right.
Something like that. I haven't seen that before, but I think that's really a new trend we needed to start, know. So it'd be great to, look at the youth classes right now. A lot of the real similar last names, with the 90 stock class, 50 people in there, 50 kids in there. That's just amazing. So
well, and that's our future. That's what this sport's going to be. So you have all those kids. It's nice to see the amount of them out there.
Right. I think we talked about that earlier. We had over 100 kids at one race. So, I mean, that's huge. And you pull some others in there, and we're getting numbers back to what it was, way back when. So. But to get that and get it going and keeping it maintained, that's huge.
Right.
So Joey's like on call right now. He's got his phone sitting here with him, waiting for his pit crew. He said, if I get a call, I have to go. So, but he hasn't got one yet. But we don't want to hold you up. I know you probably want to go out and get, relax and get some more water in you, some food. But Joey, we really appreciate you coming in here. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the race. And we'll keep watching that scoring and updating everyone. Hope to see you on the podium.
And hopefully in hour and a half, 2, I'll swing back in and say hi to you guys.
That'd be great. Thanks,
Sounds good,
Joey.
guys. Thank you.
You bet. Hey everyone, Rick Valentine back on here with Jeff Freebert, the owner of the track here in Fort Dodge. Jeff, one fantastic facility. I mean, I have enjoyed this for years. A lot of these other racers have enjoyed it for even longer than I have. So how long have you had the track yourself?
You know, I've owned the facility about 6 years now. The Heartland and the ATV race was coming long before I even bought the property. So they were kind of grandfathered in when it came to me, but we sure enjoy them coming and racing at the property.
You bet. So it's such a unique facility. If you haven't been here, especially this year, you guys had done a lot of work. You could tell you've done so much work in the west side of the track with the motocross edition. And it's such a unique facility because you have an oval track that you allow us, very graciously allow us to get out on that track. Put some almost a TT style track in the infield, and then dive off into this timber section where you have rock hill climbs, you have sand whoops, you have mud, you have black dirt. It's just you get a little taste of everything, and I think that's the big appeal to Fort Dodge for the Heartland Challenge, because people like from Texas, they were in here earlier, they're getting a taste of stuff they've never seen before. And how much time does it take you to get everything ready for something like this?
You know, for a circle track race, we probably have 60 hours a week in it between myself and just mowing the property, the grandstand area and around the sides, and then the day of the race putting water down on the track. So that we put 50,000 gallons of water down on the racetrack for a given Saturday night racing. The Heartland Challenge, or even the other ATV race, we just kind of keep the pits clean and keep the pits watered and put water down where they want to be. And it's other than getting the grounds ready, which is pretty much ready every week, not a big deal. But the motocross track, we built that here a couple years ago, and we have a AMA race once a year and a smaller race once a year. And I think they had almost 500 entries the last time they had a race. So
oh, wow.
All these pit areas, parking areas are full with campers and trucks and trailers. And not that it's bigger than the Heartland, but a lot of people come in a pickup truck with a couple 50s in the back and race. That it's very similar as far as attendance, and it really helps keep the property going.
You bet. That's got to be really satisfying too, to see, taking a chance on something like that and putting the time and money into a motocross track and see such a good turnout for that.
Well, where the motocross track is now used to be a beautiful hayfield. And I was a little on the edge about tearing it up, putting jumps and whoops in there, because my son's, he loves to hunt, and it was one of his favorite parts of the property that I'd mow it, and we'd see deer and turkey and raccoons and bobcats and all kinds of things out there. And not that they're not still out there, they just, it's not a park-like setting anymore. It's more of a motocross setup. So, but it sure brings an extra element to this event, where these guys normally go through tight trails, but then they pop out on the motocross track, hit some big jumps, and people can stand and watch them and see them go through that. I think it really adds something to the facility for even this ATV race.
Oh, absolutely. We talked about it a little bit before here. Normally at a cross-country track, there's maybe 45 seconds to a minute of having the ability to see any of the racers. And here there's so many different opportunities for people to see the racers out there. They come through scoring at the Heartland, they can see them go down on the oval track, hit the infield and pop out. Then they come back for the challenge section. Once they loop up and come back, we can see them again on the end of the track. They come out back over here on the motocross track. People can stand over, I think what they call it, Beaver Trail, between the pond dam right over the hill. You can catch them there, catch them on the motocross. It's just so unique and cool for us to see that, especially like you can see the cameras up here. We have 6 different cameras mounted around here that is a good visual for people to see the riders. So what do you see for the future? Are you going to plan on any more improvements to the facility here, or what do you got planned for it?
And we'll do or try and do whatever anybody enjoys. that we had a side-by-side race coming toward the end of the year, and they wanted to widen some trails, and some of these guys aren't real excited about widening the trails. That, you know, if there's anything we can do to work together to make everybody happy and make it a, you know, I love seeing race cars, I love seeing motocross bikes, ATVs. I have side-by-sides. I love to see side-by-sides here. So whatever we need to do to make it work for everybody, I'm willing to do it. And, you know, I think on, say, the south side of the course years ago, I put 4 big rollers in to slow them down. They run over by where we pump the water out, and we had a beaver over there plugging up my intake, and the water was about 4 feet higher than I've ever seen it. It was over by our trash pumps, and I was out every day breaking up the beaver dam, and he'd come back the next morning, and he's got it plugged up again, and I'm like, ugh, I just couldn't get myself to shoot him, but my son sure wanted to. I said, oh, he's so much fun to watch. I can't get rid of him, but I wish he'd leave the culvert alone. So these guys came in, put in a 4-section culvert, and it's been running. And I see he worked on it last night, even while you guys were here. He's not really scared of people, but he just so yeah. If there's something we can do to make the facility nicer, better, slow it down, speed it up, whatever you want to do, we'd love to have everybody back, and we'd love to have ATVs side-by-sides again, and everybody have a good time.
Well, you know, it's landowners like you that help this sport exist. You know, there's so many places that are, you know, they're nervous about one thing or another, and to have bikes, quads, side-by-sides, cars, just promoting motorsports in general, that's just such a hard thing to find. And I don't know how much you know we appreciate you for doing this for the whole sport, because I know that everyone talks about race family, and without landowners like you and facilities like this, you can't do that. And for the amount of time and money and effort that you put into it, it's much appreciated. And I hope you know that everyone that in the IATV HSS, the Heartland Challenge, and everyone that's ever been here appreciates that too. So I hope you know that that we all really appreciate everything you do.
Yep. No, I'm glad to see you guys come and have a good time. And yesterday, you know, I watched all these little kids come in and file in, and they rode their bikes and scooters and probably things they shouldn't be riding around in the pits, and they just had a blast. Then they get out and they race, and hopefully they get older and come and they race the big classes like this. And I think there's some older guys like myself that kind of miss the side-by-sides, because, you know, I'm not going to do 10 hours on an ATV, but I'd run the side-by-side and have a more relaxing time. So, you know, whatever we can do to make it work for everybody, let us know, and we'll try and make it happen within reason.
Well, that sounds great. Well, you know what they say, with age comes a cage. So I'm probably right there with you. I should be on a side-by-side, but I can't quite kick the whole quad thing yet. But no, the kids love it here, and it's really cool to see. Like I told you earlier, I started my first race I raced was here in 2011, and some of the kids that were racing there in like the junior classes and stuff, they went on, gotten married, had kids, and now we're seeing their kids out here. So we're seeing second and sometimes even, well, like in Andy's case, his grandson's racing here. So third generation people, you know, coming to the same facility, and that's just almost unheard of nowadays with as much, you know, land gets traded and swapped around, and, you know, farms and stuff like that. To have a place like this to come to is just a blessing for everybody. So Jeff, we thank you again, and we hope everything works out the rest of the year, and best of luck to you, and with you know, again, the rest of the year and the rest of the motorsports, and thank you from all of us.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me.
You bet. Thank you, Jeff, and appreciate you very much. What's up, y'all? They're a little southern on that.
Wow, you're all fired up after talking to some folks and getting a lay of the land.
Little double shot of Gatorade.
Oh, Gatorade.
Yeah.
You know, that makes me think. Adam McGill needs a sponsorship with Gatorade. You know what I'm talking about?
Ooh, I never thought of that.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Adam, if you're listening, just there. We get a commission off that.
Yeah, give it a go.
Manager, or what do they call it? His agent will be your agent.
Ooh, marketing strategists.
Exactly.
So we're looking through these live updates on scoring, and a lot of things have changed. We've been talking to some folks, talking to the landowner, but we're going to go through these updates here. A lot of things are changing it up. Looks like let's just do your top 10 overall first. Big shakeup, 10th overall, Valentine Food Company. I don't know what happened to that Pro 4x4 team, but something happened. They're down there 10th overall. So must still be making laps, though, so should be on the track, hopefully.
Yeah, that looks like they're 2 laps down now. I don't know what for sure happened, but a lot of racing left.
A lot of time. So let's just go from the bottom up. It looks like 9th overall is Residential Lawns in the B class. 8th overall, XC Addiction in the B class. The Quad Fathers in B class are 7th overall. Washed Up Warriors, they're AA class, 6th overall. Berm Buster, they're 5th overall, and then they're running B class. Christensen Racing is 4th overall, and they're running the AA class. 3rd overall is Excess Motorsports in that B class. They continue to climb the ladder, continue to put the speed down there. And then we've got 2 AA classes in 2nd and 1st. Fat and Fast is 2nd overall, and then Look Pro Go Slow is your overall leader currently.
So don't you think this is kind of interesting that at the beginning of the race we saw 4x4 and then in B class, you know, they were dominating that first 5 right there. Now look at it. You got AA guys. There's 4 out of the top 6 are AA. You think maybe that's a little experience talking there? I know there's a lot of years of racing in those AA guys out there.
Yeah, I think those guys must have had some problems early on in that bottleneck, that hill they rerouted. Maybe it didn't work out in their favor, and so they've been just putting the laps down, and they just keep climbing up the ladder towards the top. Love to see that. Love to see that AA competition out there. Starting to split them up a little bit. Looks like the difference between 1st and 2nd is about 9 minutes right now, and then the gap back to 3rd's about 14 minutes, and then 4th is 2 minutes and 45 seconds back. So it's opening up a little bit, but still pretty close after 6 hours of racing, 4 hours left to go. A lot can still happen there, so we'll keep an eye on that AA class.
You know, when Shane Austin was in here, he made a comment that kind of follows up with what we've been talking about in that challenge section. He said that this is probably the hardest challenge section he's seen in the past 11, 12 years.
Yeah.
And, you know, just from looking at it on video, it obviously doesn't do it any justice because it doesn't look as difficult as what, like Shane was talking about.
Right. Yeah, and that's pretty crazy because typically what you see is that concrete rolls in, there's a line that develops, and it just, you know, they start moseying through there. But this one just hasn't done that. And I think part of it is they have one spot to hit that concrete, the way those logs funnel them in there, and that spot is not the spot you want to be in. So
no.
If you can fight that, get outside that. There must be a line out there. I haven't been down there in a while. But definitely stopping a lot of people and changing some strategies. When I was out talking to folks earlier, it was definitely a concern. You know, a big risk going through there, and that's the point.
Well, we saw how many people in that first 5 hours, even get twisted sideways, and especially if they were taking that left line coming into the concrete, it looked like that was not the line to take, and they get cross-rutted in there. I don't know if you can call it cross-rutted, cross-blocked or something in there, then that keeps anyone else from being able to go around that right line. So there's just not many people taking it, and that's their choice. And if everyone keeps taking the out route, it's not really a huge advantage by taking it, though.
Yeah, and maybe towards the end here, we got the 4 hours left. Maybe we're going to start to see some people risk it a little more, take that challenge section and make up some time. Could make for some good racing.
Well, especially in that AA class, you look at the gaps in there with the 14 minutes, and then on down from there, 9 minutes, and then 14. They're going to have to do something if they want to stay on that podium. So maybe they will start taking that challenge section and chipping away, 30 seconds every lap. That's going to mount up.
Absolutely. You talk about 30 seconds every lap. I'm looking at these B-class results, and they're very close. Your first place team is at XS Motorsports, 3 minutes, 40 seconds back. Sounds like a lot, but it's not a lot. Is Burn Busters in second, and then you've got the Quad Fathers in third. They're a minute 13 back. The next one is a minute 52 back. That's XC Addiction. 2 minutes, 48 seconds back to Residential Lawns. And then they start to gap out after that. But those top five, pretty close. A lot of, you do 4 laps of the challenge section, you're right there in the mix.
Especially with just under 4 hours left of racing. That's anything could happen. We keep saying that, but truly anything could happen out here. Look at Allison, who was here earlier out of the family class. Everything going great. Hill climb, and it came over backwards on her and broke the handlebars clear off her machine.
Right. Just saw a rider come flying through that challenge section. That might be the fastest I've seen somebody come through there all day. Look at Brock is just astonished at how fast they went through there. So pretty awesome. It's good to see people still taking that line. Brock's out there watching, making sure they're doing what they need to be doing, taking care of everybody. Big wave from Brock. Nice.
No, I hope you're right. I hope we do see him, start that challenge section. I agree that the closer we get to the end, that the closer it's going to be, or the better, more advantageous it's going to be for them to take that.
Absolutely. Looking at these C-Class results, we've still got that Bold Off-Road team in the #1 spot in that C-Class, but not too far behind. 17 minutes behind is, 17 seconds behind is Honda Trailblazers. So close race in that C-Class. We'll see what happens there. And then the next one is 15 minutes back there. That's Team Low Voltage.
Alan, are you there? I don't know if they've got us going. Oh, there you are. Do you want us to keep going? Yep, we're good.
Okay, yeah, we're just having some power problems here, making sure we're still online. Things are starting to kick back on, so I think we're all right. But I think we're still online. So yeah, we're going through these. So C-Class, pretty good battle there in that C-Class to watch. 17 seconds is the gap, so a lot of things can happen there. What about in the Ironman? Dylan Trigg? Dylan Trigg's still out front.
Wow, Dylan's up 5 laps right now.
Shane Austin made such a run before he broke. He's still in second place. I don't know if Caden Dyer is still running. He's 2 hours and 11 minutes behind Dylan Trigg. So not sure if he's out there still running. It looks like his last scan was at 6:24. His lap times were 29 minutes. So he
could be still out there.
Could still be running out there. So him and Shane are on lap 9 right now. The 4th place Ironman, Riley Byer, he's also on lap 9. So we should see those next time they check in. We should see things start to change there.
Well, look on down a couple more spots. You have Jace Noble 7 laps in, but Jaden Jones is back out on the track. You know, you talk about in between racers and helping people out. Jaden Jones had his overflow tank have a hole get in it, so he was unable to continue. Shane Austin blew his motor. Jaden went up to him and said, "Hey, man, my overflow tank's broke." Shane pulled the overflow tank off his machine and gave it to Jaden, so Jaden could get back out there.
Yeah.
So
he's making some laps because he was back there a ways, so that's good to see. Hopefully he's going to keep climbing the ladder there. And if those other guys stop making laps, he could make a run towards the podium. Let's see what happens there.
Well, look at Jaden's lap time on that last one, 23:37.
Wow.
I mean, that was a great lap time on that class. That was probably
That's 4.5 minutes faster than Dylan's last lap time. So
yeah,
we could see him climb towards a podium spot yet. Hopefully
that's right.
We do.
And that's a youngster out on that Can-Am, so
must be starting to feel that thing out, right? He hasn't had much time. He broke it, and so he's really getting a chance to feel it out now.
Maybe he'll be hooked on that 4x4 stuff.
He might be. You know how that gets in people's veins, and they just got to switch.
You got to have it.
That women's class, we still continue to see that Ty Lube Burroughs Machine Shop class, or team in front of that Quad Squad team. An hour and a half in front of Team Quad Squad, so they're still out there running good laps. So their last lap was 26:52, so still very fast, looking good. What about our family class? Family class, dog racing. Joey Miklas was in here talking to us a little while ago. They're still out there in that top spot by 13 minutes, doing a great job there over 1 dud, 2 studs. And then 50 minutes back from 1 dud, 2 studs is Team Reckless Racing. So still some things could shake up there. Very close race at the top for the family class.
Look at those lap times on the 1 and 2 in that class. Only 5
seconds.
5 seconds difference in the laps.
So they're running right there together, so that'll be real interesting to see what happens. There again, the challenge could make or break that. I mean, you could try to make that time up. Maybe it works 2 laps, and maybe the 3rd lap it doesn't work and goes the other way. Who knows?
That's right. Anything goes there. But let's see. Let's hit the overalls. Let's see.
Valentine Food Company just checked in 2nd overall.
Really?
Yep. Huh. So I don't know where they made up some time there or what happened. Maybe maybe they got missed in scoring on a lap or something, but they're still there 2nd overall. So still making one heck of a lap. 17 laps those top 3 teams have completed, and then we wait for the rest of the field to start checking in there.
Man, look at that lap time of the leader in the overall, 18:34.
That's flying. Even looking at Valentine Food Company, 20 minutes flat. That's a heck of a time too. So still cranking out the times. The sun's going down. They're starting to cool off. They're going to start. You might see those times get faster yet.
I think so, especially with hearing Shane and Joey both saying the parts of the track we were worried about, being sloppy, muddy, or tacking up pretty good and really getting fast. So maybe this is going to turn out to be a speed battle and not so much an endurance battle for the rest of the race. So they're closing in on, well, like I said, 6.5 hours, 3.5 left, a little over that. It's going to be some fun watching the rest of this.
Yeah, we certainly, I know I've seen that in Heartlands in the past. You get through that middle 4 or 5 hour section, and it's just rough, and it doesn't seem like it's getting better. And then all of a sudden you come around and things have smoothed out, and you can put a flow together and put the traction down and just rip. So,
well, I know when I was getting ready to run this race, I asked someone, I said, what can you expect? And they said when you run an Ironman, they said, the first 1 to 3 hours, you're going to feel great. You're going to feel invincible. They said 3 to 5 hours, you're going to start to feel a little bit, but you're still going pretty good pace. They said 6 hours, you're starting to really feel it. They said 7 hours, your soul leaves your body.
that sounds pretty accurate. I can imagine.
And I thought, they're being a little dramatic or something like that. And man, I was out there, 1 through 3 doing good, 5 feeling it, and I think I was closer to that 6.5 when the soul left my body, and my body just shut down. And of course, I'm somewhat hard-headed, imagine that, and competitive and not wanting to pull off for this or that, and it really bit me. And I hope these guys that are doing the Ironman class are sticking to their guns when it comes to their hydration and nutrition, because really, that's what's going to keep them going that last 3.5, 4 hours. And if they don't, it could bite them. It took me a half hour, 45 minutes to even get my bearings back to go back out. And that's just a huge obstacle to have to overcome, where it dropped me from 3rd place in that class down to 6th place. And that was just devastating.
Absolutely. Yeah, you don't want to be where you're on the backside of your hydration because you can't catch back up. You won't happen. So hopefully those guys are staying on the water, staying on the food. I was very surprised to hear Shane Austin say that he doesn't eat during this race. I don't know how he does that. It doesn't make sense to me.
No.
But
no.
Wow, what a beast.
Hey, you can use it. I can't. So. But yeah, no, this is someone told us a little bit ago. They said if you're thirsty, it's too late. Then you're playing catch up. So hopefully everyone, including the teams, are staying on top of the hydration. It's still hot out there. I don't know what the heat index is, but I guarantee it's still over 90 degrees at almost 7:30 at night. So yeah. It's going to cool down, but the damage could already be done if the maintenance wasn't there.
Maybe, the humidity's high enough. What if you just raced with your mouth open? Do you think that would work at all? Or?
You'd get plenty of protein from the bugs, some fiber there,
There you go, one-stop nutrition. Probably end up with mosquitoes full of somebody else's blood, maybe. That's maybe not what you want.
Ooh, TMI.
Yeah, maybe.
But no, we'll get this up and running again where we can watch some of our cameras. And these guys and gals are past the halfway point, and we're on the downhill stretch now. So don't have a whole lot to talk about when you can't look at the cameras. So I think what I might do, my phone's charged up enough now, maybe I'll see if I can go down and pull up an interview from someone in the pits here.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, we're our screen that shows us all our cameras is just showing us a gentle flowing stream. But
it's beautiful.
It looks a lot cooler than here.
It is very nice looking and refreshing. I feel cooler just looking at it.
You're the coolest guy here.
Oh, no, I'm not. It's just a shirt.
Oh, sure.
So I'm going to head out, grab my phone, see if I can get some interviews here, and then we're going to, was it Backwoods Brendan's going to step in here.
Yeah.
And see if we can keep this monster rolling.
There you go. Sounds good. Good luck out there, and hopefully we can get you on the screen and see what's going on.
Right on.
Sounds like we got Brendan coming into. He was out talking to some folks, so we're gonna get a little update on what's going on out there.
All right, we're back in the booth. Did a little bit of a journey outside. Talked to a couple crews, one of which is the Burnbuster crews, and sounds like they're running low on machines. One of them's having clutch issues, and one came by, and it sounds like another one may have a couple issues there. So we're getting towards the end where holding bikes together is a really huge deal. And just chatting about the track with a couple people. Sounds like not very many people are looking for the line through the Heartland Challenge, the end mud pool in there. Don't know if we showcased that, but right after those logs, you got that Fowler log that's been rolling around in there, and then right after that hump, we've got a mud pit, and that's really been digging in at riders. It's getting super deep, and a couple people get stuck there, and then nobody can get around.
And that's out there after the end of the challenge section.
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about that this morning, how that could really play a factor there, and if that's going to continue to get deep. So sounds like that's getting nasty and tripping some folks up. It's like on the drone cam, we might have somebody pulled over, maybe going now. There we go. Looks like back going again. A utility was pulled over there for a little bit. Not sure what's going on. Kind of running slow. Might be having an issue. I don't know what that number was. I didn't catch it. Awesome shot of that drone following that quad up the hill there by the challenge section.
Really giving you that POV feel.
Other rider going around the challenge section. That, I believe, was Russ Hutchinson, if I'm not mistaken, in that 155 in the Ironman class. Starting to cast a pretty long shadow over that challenge section. I think it's sun must be going down out there. I can't see anything out of this trailer, but I think the sun's starting to go down. There you can't even see the sun behind the trees at the mulch pile there. So certainly the sun's shining through in your eyes when you're coming out of the woods over in the motocross section, and probably coming down along the Beaver Trail, I would imagine the sun's probably shining in your eyes. So making it tough for those racers, and I'm sure they've got lights on in the woods now. Probably pretty dark down there.
Definitely. I've been, when I was out talking with riders, we had overheard some conversations talking about what lenses they were going to run in goggles, because it's getting to that point where it's too dark to run a highlight lens, to where it takes the glare out of your eyes when it's a bright day out. But it's starting to be the time where everything's getting too dark, and need to get those clear lenses to get as much sunlight in your eyes as you can.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I always struggled at night keeping goggles on. That dew and that really moist air just wants to fog your goggles up. So that's a real tough thing. And if you can get them kind of propped open and keep the air moving through them, that helps a lot. But between sweating and the moist air, it's really hard to keep those goggles on. But there's probably some sections Brendan talked about earlier, with the mud sticking to the leaves on the trees, hanging the branches down. Those are the sections where you really need those goggles. You don't want to get a leaf to the eye or a stick in the eye. That could change your whole day.
Definitely keeping those goggles on your face, protecting those eyes is a huge thing, and it's that battle between wanting airflow. Oh, we got a rider going through the challenge section.
Looks like a sport quad went through really clean. So maybe those concrete piles are starting to lay down a little bit, but really went through clean. Looked good.
Yeah, it looked like one of those the AA guys are going through there. I know they're pretty close as far as timing goes right now, so every second counts.
Yeah, they might be trying to make up that time, make up some laps here towards the end, and make a push for that front spot. Another utility coming around the top side of the racetrack, heading towards the challenge section, putting some speed down. Looks like everybody's kind of getting a renewed fire out there with that sun going down. Things might be starting to cool down. Everybody's getting more excited, ready to go again. Check our overalls here, see who's been coming through, checking in. Looks like we got Rick on the Backwoods Brendan cam. Brendan's in here with me. Rick's out there. He's going to try to talk to the people. I think if we can maybe get audio on that camera, we're going to try to get some interviews or see what's going on out there in the pits. We got him on deck. We're trying some things out here.
Got a couple riders rolling through checkpoint right now.
Out in the pits with the Edmondsons, they are in the lead. Right now, you've turned up the biggest, fastest lap here. I'm going to flip the camera around here.
Nope, I think we lost him for a minute, but I think he's going to try and do an interview out there, so hopefully he can get his phone working.
Yeah, if we look on over to the motocross section, it really shows you what the riders see. The camera's getting some pretty good glint right now.
Yeah, that's that sun we're talking about. That's what it looks like when you're trying to race through those trees, looking back at the sun. You know, if you remember back how well you could see that jump and everything, and now everything that you're seeing is in that shadow and that you can't see, and that's shining back at you. This is my least favorite time of this race for sure. Looks like Rick's got his camera back up. Hopefully we can get him in there for some interviews here. Hold on.
Again here, going to try this again. Down at Edmondson's trailer, have Jericho and Jerry here. They're in first overall. Jericho, you turned out the fastest lap of the day so far. What's going on out there? How's this just getting faster and faster as we go?
Basically just stay hydrated. Stay basically fully there and don't get dehydrated and pace going. Don't wear yourself out on the race. Keep going. Last lap counts the most. But
that's right.
Broke both the bikes, and now we're on Kyle's bike for the rest of the night. So hopefully that thing can hold together.
So you're down to one machine.
One machine.
Yeah. We got towed in 3 times today. he got into the woods first, got a really good start, a couple minutes jump out of the hole, and then he put it in the lake. Threw it in the pond. I didn't know if he did that on purpose to cool off or if, what the problem was, but we put it in the lake, and then I was out there and I had a little problem. Tree got in my way, I guess. And they don't move much.
I was just say they don't move. And just so everyone knows, these quads are not amphibious. So next time we're not going to put it in a pond, right?
Try not to go first.
We're going to snorkel it, I think, next time.
There you go. Put some floats on it.
Something. I don't know. Yeah.
So I want to ask you too, Elijah. He's doing good. Everything's great.
He's doing great. Full recovery. He's out in Indiana. I think he ran a IXCR race today. First time out, just kind of getting the feel of it again.
Sure.
Trying to get back into shape. But no, full recovery. Out of rehab. No more medications. No more follow-ups.
That's amazing.
It's truly a miracle. Truly a miracle. Not that fast. Being 2 months out here, he's back racing again.
That's so awesome.
I do want to thank everybody for all the support. All the prayers. Couldn't have done it without them.
Right.
We are all family. Yeah.
You bet. No, that's absolutely, like you said, truly a miracle that not just recovered, but back out racing again, So, man, we want to congratulate you guys on everything you've done so far. Congratulations on his recovery and keep up the work here. We got about 3.5 hours left, so still quite a bit of racing left here, but let's keep it running, guys.
Well, thank you very much.
Good job.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, great interview out there with the Edmondsons. So what they were talking about with Elijah, he was in a pretty bad crash on their home track, doing some practicing, got in a really bad accident earlier this year, and so sounds like he's made a full recovery and he's out racing today, which is amazing. So glad to hear that. Hate to see race family hurt, and glad to see those guys doing well today. It sounds like they explained a few things as to why maybe they were down there in the standings for a little bit today, but they're way up there now and ripping. So good running out of them, and we'll see what they could do with it the rest of the day.
Definitely, that sounds like the theme of the day. A couple people are down to their last bike, and 4 hours is a good stretch for one bike, especially being already rode on for the trip. So
great drone shot here, following somebody coming up towards the challenge section. Sport quad, let's see if they go for the challenge or not. Went for a pass on the outside there. Going around the challenge section. Great shot of that pass, and that rider taking it up through the challenge bypass there. Need to learn how to fly these drones, Brendan. You could be backwoods Brendan with the drones. Your eye in the sky.
have to get one of those drones.
There you go.
Don't know if I can get it to follow me how deep of the woods I get, but get a couple tricks up my sleeve.
Great aerial shot of that again. And you can see where you, after you get done with the challenge section there, that line on the outside to the right, headed out back towards the woods pads, the pond. And there's another rider coming up towards that challenge section.
You can see that sun really getting low right now.
Yeah, really right in your eyes coming up that towards the challenge. It looks like we had another shakeup in our B class. Now it's the Quad Fathers, 8:15. They led a bunch of this race early on today. They're back in the lead again. Second overall right now. So they must have found some speed. Something happened out there. and I think they knocked XS Motorsports down off that top spot.
Here we got another rider coming through. We'll see where they go. Seems like the theme today is going around the bypass of the challenge section. Looks like it's really eating away at people. So
looks like scoring might have been messed up there. XS is still in the lead in that B class. 2 minutes back is the Quadfathers number. Oh, sounds like there is a little bit of a scoring hiccup going on, so that might be why these results aren't quite right. Spencer Modlin just commented on the live stream there. He's been out putting in some laps, and he's expressed his exhaustion. I'm tired. A lot of words, wise words coming out of Spencer Modlin today, but we don't need his words. We just need his fast laps. So keep going out there, Spencer. We know you got it in you.
Yeah, just like Dory said, just keep swimming.
Just keep swimming. I guess, I mean, the Edmondsons, they tried to swim, and that didn't work out, so maybe not.
Yeah, maybe let's keep it metaphorical.
Okay, I like that. A lot of dirty, tired quads in the back of that shot up there in the impound lot. A lot of mud hanging off machines, a lot of broken machines. It's been a rough one today. A lot of quads going down, a lot of quads breaking. I think back to when we used to race it, you know, we were pretty fortunate. We didn't have a lot of breakdowns. You know, there was 1 year where we lost 2 quads in the first 3 hours, and we had to have a little meeting on whether or not we thought we were going to continue that day. That was one of the days it was very dusty. So dusty, in fact, the Highway 5 runs just south of that Carlisle track, and the cars were stopping on the highway. They couldn't see because of the dust clouds, and it was terrible. And so we decided to wrap it up for the day. We got my quad out and put it in the pit and parked it. And then later on, it rained, put all that dust down. And actually, Brendan's dad was on my team, Chris, and he went out and just started making laps to the point where we forgot he was still out there. So they he'd come in and tap us on the shoulder and tell us he needed fuel. So and he just kept making laps. So pretty interesting day there, but I think we're going to go back to Rick. Rick looks like he's sitting with Travis Brandt. So let's go to Rick and get an interview with Travis Brandt.
Can you tell me when I'm ready to go? Check that. I can hear you.
Yeah, you're up right now.
All right, here we are, Rick Valentine back in the pits. I got Travis Brandt here. Travis is the lead mechanic for the #1 position Ironman, Dylan Trigg. Travis, how's everything going with Dylan out there?
Going pretty good. We had some good battles earlier this morning, or this afternoon, early afternoon. Just been trying to keep the radiator clean, keep the bike cool. We did have a swing arm pivot bolt that broke on us, but we were able to limp it back, get it replaced, and we're out there just logging laps.
So we've seen some of Dylan's lap times, and I mean, he's turning laps right up there with the AA guys. You know, you've been in this position before where you're out in front in the Ironman class and such like that. And if Dylan comes in, what's your advice to him in this last 3.5 hours?
No, we've been telling him to calm down. I think he finally understands. He was definitely pushing it a little bit at the beginning. Just don't want him to wear out here at the end of the race, and he slowed her down a little bit. We got a nice little lead, so just gonna keep logging laps and keeping her nice and smooth.
So with that, is Dylan probably had a nutrition plan, a hydration plan that he's keeping on. Is he keeping pretty well to that?
Yeah, just a lot of electrolytes, stuff like that before the race all week long. Just tons of water. Just get all the fluids in you can. Got a bunch of fruit and stuff in here in the pits for when he does stop, drinking some of those or eating some of those. So it's pretty much been our plan this whole time. So
at the 3.5 hour mark, is there another mark that he needs to hit where you're going to tell him, hey, it's time to kick it up a notch, or are you just going to be watching the clock monitor and everything to see if he needs to do that, or what's the plan going forward?
Right now we're just keeping her nice and easy, watching what second place is doing, and we're kind of just following off that for right now. We're going to keep it slow, try to keep the bike together, and not take any chances.
That's awesome. So just, if you guys don't know this guy here, this is a 2-time Ironman champ. You're back-to-back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Had back-to-back years in the Ironman class for the Heartland Challenge. Travis is a mechanic. He's a dad. He had Coley even yesterday ran the 3-hour Ironman on a Honda 90. How'd that Honda 90 fare for 3 hours?
I don't think it fared too well. She finished.
Coley,
I did not think it was going to, but he managed to keep her together. She's pretty well beat up, but we'll probably get her fixed up, and he'll go destroy it some more.
There you go. Coley, how'd you feel after riding 3 hours on a Honda 90?
I actually wasn't hurting too bad until I woke up this morning, but I'm out here track working a little bit on it and just keep beating it up.
So the Honda 90 took a beating for 3 hours, and you're still able to go out and run on the crew with that?
Yep.
And your body's still allowing you to?
Yeah, body hurts, but every time I go to sit down, it hurts a lot.
That's good stuff. All right, everyone. Gonna wrap this interview up here. Travis and Coley Brandt, former Ironman champ, twice there. Coley Brandt, the new Ironman, youth Ironman champ. Congratulations, guys.
Another solid interview. I tell you what, those 90s are almost invincible. I know the people that have my old one when I raced when I was really little, and the only thing that happened to it after racing it as fast as I could go for a long time was they ended up getting it, and it broke the swing arm tabs out of them. So they hold their own.
Yeah, you weren't nice to that thing. You were hard on it, but it's amazing what they can hold up to, and I can only imagine what Cole put that through for 3 hours yesterday. So, yeah, great interview with Travis. Great team there with Bad Habit Racing. Always been dominant force in the series and in this race. So good to have them here.
Yeah, definitely. Able to come back from a broken swing arm bolt. That's a pretty crucial thing to be broken. So I've had one of those broken before, and that really ends a day. So to have one on hand is such a good thing for a race family to work it out together.
Yeah, and just the fact that they caught it before it slid out and had something bad happen. So
definitely being able to catch that before it catches the motor, because it goes straight through the back of the motor, and rip those cases out will ruin not only this race but a whole entire season if you don't have any on hand. So just saw a couple riders coming through. Some of them have their lights on, some of them don't. It's kind of getting to that dark point where those back trees down by the river are getting pretty dark.
Yeah, that sun's got to be getting close to going down. Just about 8 o'clock, so getting close to that point. Getting close to 3 hours left in this thing. Depending on when you're doing your rider changes, you could be getting ready to cycle through your last round of changes. It seemed like we used to run about an hour a piece, so we could be getting to that point if teams are running the strategies like we used to, where you're going to be getting your last cycle through and getting ready to put a bow on this thing.
Yeah, looks like we got a single rider going through the compound there for a machine switch, so could be switch into the night bike. Like we were saying earlier, some bikes are set up for your night riding. So
yeah, that's a big thing. We always tried to make sure we had lights on every quad because, you know, you might go through and plan that, hey, this is going to be the quad we're going to run at night. Let's put the best lights on it. And, you know, maybe it breaks an hour into the dark and then there you sit. So you want to have lights on every quad just in case. You never know what's left. And it really makes a huge difference on what you've got for lights. Stock lights just don't cut it. The first year we raced it back in 2009, you know, we were just kind of getting into things and we didn't have much. We had stock lights and we had just one helmet light. So it was really tough. We learned a lot that year and came back the next year with a lot better lights. But yeah, we just had a comment from Kendall Cruz on the live. This is the worst time of day for the Ironmans, was his comment. You know, probably had a lot to do with where the sun's at, like we were talking about, but you start to get that paranoia, every little noise. Is this quad going to make it? Can I make it? Am I going to make it into the dark? And a lot of years of experience coming from that out of Kendall. And I know the same thing happens to the team racers. You get into the dark and you hear a noise behind you. It sounds like somebody's behind you. Maybe it's a AA guy, maybe somebody faster. And so you turn around to look to see who's back there, and you're going to let them around. There's nobody there. That's one of the worst and weirdest feelings out there in the dark. You think somebody's behind you, they're not behind you, and you get this weird alone feeling. So a lot of those emotions yet to come today. Everybody's kind of at their limit. Sun's going to go down, and we'll see what happens when it comes to the darkness. So we got Ryan Stafke in here from the Stafke Stability Index. There you go again, tongue twister. Sounds like they came in to talk. Their day's over. Sounds like you blew a radiator. Tell us what happened today. What's going on?
Yeah, we were running into troubles with the with it overheating almost every lap, and we'd spray out the radiator with our little pressure spray bottle. But at the end of the day, we got it all cleaned out, got it back on track, and on the way down a hill, he found a tree, and that just kind of bent the bumper into the radiator, and that was it.
So are you running one quad? You were going to run one quad all day?
Yeah, we were just going to run that one, and that's how we have always done desert racing and everything else.
Sure. So what machine are you guys on?
04 KFX 700.
Kawasaki, okay.
Yeah.
There's a few Kawasaki's out there today.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did everything go up until that point?
It wasn't bad. We were actually having a great time. Like, it's a whole new environment for us being in the mud and dealing with everything like that, but it was super fun, and if it happens, I'll be back.
Yeah, you want to come back?
Oh, yeah.
How do you like the humidity? You're in Colorado, not really used to that.
I grew up in Minnesota, so.
Oh, okay.
I followed my brother out to Colorado, and then he moved back to Minnesota, and now I'm staying.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. So what's the plan now? I mean, there's no fix. It's got a hole in the radiator, and
yeah,
we're spectating.
Pretty much.
Yep, it's been a lot of good action to watch out there. A lot of good battles.
Oh yeah. We're gonna walk over to the challenge section and watch that for a while.
A lot of people going around. Okay, do me a favor when you get over to the challenge section. Whoop it up. Get some people going through there. Get them amped up.
Absolutely.
A lot of people going around taking the easy line, but let's get them in there. How did you guys feel about the challenge? Were you taking the challenge today?
We actually didn't. Our big thing was just to make sure that we finished.
Yeah, with one machine, you got to protect that.
Yeah.
One little slip up, and you can bust a chain or anything else. So, yeah, pretty smart. But anybody you like to thank out there for getting you here or anything like that?
My brother, honestly, for letting us use his four-wheeler for it and come out here and help me pay for it. And then also Jason Zittel from Team Blind Racing. He is the one that brought it up about coming out here and doing it. So
good. Have you guys ever done this race before?
Never.
Awesome. So, well, hopefully if it happens again, come back, bring your friends. Let's make it a party.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming in and talking to me, Ryan, and hopefully you guys enjoy your rest of your time in Iowa. And sorry you had some hardship today, but you raced a lot of good hours, so missed out on the best time. The night time is my favorite.
I was getting excited for it, too, because I've never done it at night, so.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. The lights just focus you in, and you watch the track, make your moves, and it cools down. It's quite the experience. So thanks for coming in and talking to me, Ryan.
Absolutely.
Tire Spine is a one-piece design, run-flat device that installs inside your off-road tires of choice with basic hand tools. Tire Spine is made of a dense yet extremely lightweight and durable foam and doesn't rely on air to function. These attributes make the Tire Spine insert ideal for off-road racing as well as mission-critical applications like the military and emergency services. The negligible amount of weight added to the tires is justified by the added confidence in tire performance, and they don't rely on air. Tire Spine. It's tested and trusted by the U.S. military, emergency services, and racing professionals alike across the country. Get your podium-proven system today. Visit tirespine.com.
Welcome to Power Sports Nation, the nation's largest UTV and ATV used parts producer since 1999. For over 25 years, we've helped thousands of customers bring their machine back to life without breaking the bank. With over 100,000 used parts on our shelf, we are your go-to source for dependable UTV and ATV parts. We inspect every single part, back it with a warranty, and ship it fast for free. That is why we are proud to say that we have sold almost 2 million items with an overwhelmingly positive feedback. We get it. You're wrenching on a machine that means something to you, whether it's for work, play, or getting away. PSN has your back. So don't wait. Hit that shop button, browse thousands of parts, and keep your machine moving.
Welcome to the Backyard Revolution, where you can turn what you have into what you love, where you can take control of your outdoor space from morning till night, where you can rest easy knowing that you've chosen sustainable, durable products that won't let you or the environment down. Whether you need a little shade or an entire outdoor room to work, to play, or to simply relax, let Structure revolutionize your outdoor space. Structure, bringing the indoors out.
All right, so yeah, we just had Ryan Stofke in here talking to us about their day. Their day's over; they're spectating now. But we talked earlier about some things. I misspoke on some standings in the live scoring. Sounds like they just came in here, cleared that up for me. There are some laps that were had to be corrected. So there were some things that needed to be corrected in the live scoring. Some people that they'd get towed in and then they were getting scored for a lap. So some things had to be fixed there. We talked about Valentine Food Company, how they had dropped down to 10th overall, and then they came back. They had a lap taken away mistakenly, given back, so they're back up in the running. They're running in, let's see, where's that overall? They're running in 3rd overall right now. 2 AA teams running 1st and 2nd, and then Christensen Racing in the AA is 4th overall behind them. So let's take a look at those AA standings and see if that race is tightening up there. So Look Pro Go Slow is your overall leader right now. That's those Edmondsons that Rick was talking to earlier. They are your AA leader and your overall leader, and their last lap time was 17:46. They're flying out there. And then in second place of that AA class is Fat and Fast. Their last lap time was a 19:18, and they're 14 minutes 20 seconds behind first place. And then you've got Christensen Racing in 3rd. Their last lap time was 21:28, and they are 15 minutes 27 seconds behind Fat and Fast. So a little bit of gaps opening up out there still in that AA class. Everybody's kind of settled in. Like I said, there's still 3 hours to go. A lot of things can still change. Feels kind of strange. You know, our normal races are 2 hours. We still have more than a normal race left, but it feels like we're getting close to the end. You know, we've been going for 7 hours, but a lot of racing left yet. Yeah, that B class, XS Motorsports, still in the lead out there. Their last lap time a little slower than what they've been running, 24:19. Maybe they changed riders, changed quad, who knows. But they still have only 26 seconds over XC Addiction right now. So very close race there. Then you've got the Quad Fathers in 3rd place, and they're 2 minutes 55 seconds behind XC Addiction. So that 1 and 2 battle there is really good. And then you've got about 2 minute gaps on back until you get to 4th and 5th. 5th place is only 19 seconds behind 4th. So a lot of things, a lot of battles happening in that B class right now. B class seems like the battle to watch. Family class, dog racing still in that top spot. They lost a little bit of time, I think, over what we checked in earlier. They got 12 minutes 32 seconds over 1 dud 2 studs. And then Team Reckless Racing in 3rd is 55 minutes back from 1 dud 2 studs. So kind of a larger gap opening up there. Let's check in on our C class. Bold Off-Road still in the lead in C class. I think they've led it almost all day. Honda Trailblazers, they're in 2nd, and they're 6 minutes 48 seconds back. Tight race there. Low Voltage 10 minutes behind them, and then Bergman Racing 26 minutes behind them. So still pretty close race in that C class. Checking in with our Ironman. We've got a shake up in our Ironman class. Dylan Triggs still out in the lead, still putting in good laps. He just ran a 25:37, so still running really good lap times for, you know, he's 7 hours in and still running those good lap times. But we got Riley Byer has moved into the 2nd spot in that Ironman class. 2 hours and 57 minutes behind Dylan. There might be a little bit, something doesn't quite look right there maybe, but Caden Dyer then it's showing another 2 hours behind him, but there's only 1 lap difference, so something wrong there with the gap between Riley Byer and Caden Dyer. It's going to be closer than that, but yeah, Riley Byer getting around Caden Dyer, so we'll see how that battle shakes up. See if Caden Dyer gets fired up by getting past. Let's see what happens here. See if Riley can hold on to it. Women's class, still your #1 spot, belongs to that Ty Lou Burroughs Machine Shop class team. They're still over that Quad Squad team. Quad Squad still out there making laps. They just checked in a little while ago, still turning laps, still chasing them down, but pretty good gap there. Hour and 49-minute gap, but you never know what can happen yet. Brendan, you were just outside. What's the vibe? What's the sun doing? Looks like it's getting a little dark out there.
Yeah, in the program you can kind of see a little bit of shade coming, and sun's not bearing down so much. And
is it cooling down out there some?
I feel like it is. I went out and it didn't seem like I was glistening, as you guys would say, anymore. And things are starting to look up. Everybody's like you said, looking at those 3 hours, things are running down, kind of feeling out the nighttime, and you're gonna have some good heater laps. We'll see who excels in the dark and where we can go. There's lots of bikes with lots of mud in the lights, so there's going to be a lot of cleaning, and already see some bikes with some lights on right now.
Yeah, we used to run duct tape or anything we could find really to cover those lights until dark, keep them fresh, make sure you didn't catch a rock, break a lens, anything like that. But then when it starts to get dark in the trees, you've got to pull that off.
Back in to keep rolling. It's about that time of this day where things start to ramp back up.
Yeah, I'm sure everybody's got their favorite mid-Heartland Challenge meal. We always had ours. My sister always made, she even called them Heartland Challenge burritos. We even eat them in places that aren't the Heartland Challenge. She still calls them the Heartland Challenge burrito. I couldn't even tell you what was in it. I think rice and beans, and I don't know, must have been magic, because they'd sure pep you right back up, get some hydration in you, and able to finish that out. Looks like we might have Rick on his phone out there pressing the flesh again. Maybe we're going to get a interview with Rick here, so see what happens.
Looks like he's trying to steal a little bit of the backwoods Brendan with the vegetation
Yeah,
behind him.
Rick the Ripper is out in the sticks. Let's see if
Wondering in the booth
there
why people aren't making or taking the challenge section too often, especially the sport quads. Well, I don't know if you can see this, but this is the hole right after the challenge section. So they come out of the last set of logs, come over the hill there, and drop right down into this loblolly here. And I'm telling you, I think it's going to even be a challenge for the 4x4s on some of this. It's sloppy, sticky, nasty mud, and it goes all the way around the corner and back over before it drops in on the connection for the bypass. So if you're wondering why some of these guys aren't taking the challenge, I'm guessing this is a pretty good reason not to. I see some of them made another line back up here, but with the mud and everything, it's going to be real sketchy to try to get over that little knob to jump back on. So if anyone's wondering why the challenge section is getting hit a lot, it has something to do with rocks, but I bet it has a lot to do.
Yeah, looking at that from a racer perspective, that's not one of those risks that you want to get your machine buried into.
I had a feeling that hole was going to get pretty nasty. I walked over and looked at that earlier today, and it was looking pretty thick, really gooey on the inside. And when you get in there and start to stir that up, that's what happens. You get these big ruts, and then like you saw, that big hard berm on the outside, there's no going around it, or you could go in deeper. But yeah, Rick's probably right there. That's probably a big reason why people are staying out of that section. The sport quad's going to have a tough time getting through there. So pretty stirred up, pretty muddy. Might see a lot of people taking that around route, especially in the dark. Those ruts and those mud holes get a lot tougher when you can't see. So pretty interesting. Great aspect out there from Rick. We'll see what he gets into next. He's kind of taking your spot, Brendan.
Yeah, we traded spots. I'm turning into. I might even need to roll up my shirt for the.
Yeah, let's rip those sleeves off. Let's get wild.
I don't have much ripper in me for that, so.
I'll rip them off for you. That's a Sportsman's Corner Honda shirt. I'm sure Adam won't mind us ripping the sleeves off that bad boy.
Yeah, we'll have to coerce him to give us some more shirts. That's one of my main sponsors. It's a good local guy that gives a Honda dealer. That's where I get all my parts from. But definitely, Rick's starting to get mobile, get some good action in there. So really shows what we're actually looking at. I've talked to a couple of racers, and they were telling me about how that bottom was all blown out. But that really shows how bad it is. That's a pretty good risk, and the mistake for getting stuck in there is not something you want to really think about or even get stuck in, because then there's that brand new mud you have to put on, and you have to get yourself back out of it. So
absolutely. Brendan, do you think your mom's watching out there today? I know my mom's watching.
I've got a couple people that have messaged me here and there. I know I was making fun of my buddy Carter Moline. He's a racer in AA, and he wasn't out here, so I was poking the bear and saying, "Where you at?" But got a couple family members watching. I've got a cousin that's checked in and out. I've got my grandpa that's been watching, some grandparents, and my dad's been watching all day. I know that. Pretty cool little ode to the racers to kind of give you a bird's eye view of what truly happens in the racing scene.
Absolutely. Getting some people watching. I know my mom and my sister and family, they came for a lot of years to watch that race, so great to have them watching when we're doing something different here. So thanks, guys, for watching. There's that drone footage again. You can really see that sun setting, and now it's a great time of day. Great shot right there. That sun's finally going down, not going to be blasting in the eyeballs, and you can see everything's starting to kind of get dark. That sun's calming down, and still pretty nasty out there at that motocross section, but it's right there on the horizon. I think we're going to see that thing duck down here pretty shortly. There's that mulch pile, pretty deep out there. You were just out there. Did you go out and see the end of that? How deep are the holes getting down there?
Not sure about the top, but I did see around the end there was a little kicker right where it drops. It's turned to like a little tabletop, and there's a little kicker at the end. So right as you launch off the end, it kicks you weird, and if you don't do that right, that could really hurt you.
Yeah, you saw that rider just come through there, charge that section pretty hard, bounced it like whoops. I'd be really curious to see how that ended for him, because looked like they knew what they were doing, but can get really nasty towards the end of that. Another 4x4 came through there, took it like a champ, no problem. Saw the headlights on that machine, so everybody's getting ready and getting ready for dart. Got one coming through scoring, coming down to turns 1 and 2 on that racetrack. You can see the sun setting there. Wow, jumped right up that mulch pile and over that first little whoop there. So they're still attacking that mulch pile. They're not scared of it.
Yeah, that sunlight's going away, and everybody's trying to get rolling back into the power and get a little smile on your face and realize this is what it's all about.
That's right. Yeah, and you can really see that line where you turn into the impound after scoring there. That's really beat down. A lot of quad changes today. 34 teams, 8 or so of those Ironman. So that's a lot of quad changes to beat that down. That was pretty healthy vegetation when I was over there earlier today. Good battle coming down through scoring right there. Two guys coming out into turns 1 and 2 of that racetrack, putting the power down. We can check our live scoring, see who came through there.
Yeah, there we see our outside line right before the Heartland Challenge. See how the bluing goes on the track. That's where the rubber really rubs into the track where it's hard packed. It'll start to get pretty sticky and tacky right there tonight. So we'll have to see how that develops.
Yeah, the moisture's going to come out of that, and that base has got a lot of moisture in it. We talked about Jeff Freever earlier, talking about how many gallons of water get put down on that racetrack. That's going to start seeping up out of there, and you're probably going to hear some tires squealing coming around there. They're going to hold that thing wide open in the dark. It's going to cool down, start feeling good, and lay a little more rubber in there. That's going to be a fun section to watch. Little different approach, a little slower through that mulch pile, still took it perfect, came right through there, no problems. You got your scoring team hanging out underneath that tent. Long, hot day for those people, so shout out to that scoring team. What a tough job, keeping everything straight. Chris McKean stopped in here earlier, told us about some things that were going on, so huge shout out to that scoring team, keeping everything straight. What a tough job. I'd much rather sit in here and try to tell you what's going on than have to fill his shoes, that's for sure.
Yeah, we can see those stadium lights, and wonder if those will come on here pretty soon. It's getting to that point where in the day where the stadium lights come on and the lights come on, and
yeah, I think we've got some light towers in the MX section and in the challenge as well. I'm not sure if we've got. There's probably some light over here on the mulch pile also, but that's part of what makes this track unique. You know, Fort Dodge is a facility set up for motorsports, and so you have those big tower lights already in place. You know, when we used to race in Carlisle, they had to haul all of them in, mobile trailers, which is what's over in the motocross section. I know the Christensen boys, they secured some light towers for over there in the motocross section, so shout out to those guys for getting those here so everybody can race and we can see the action on the live stream. But this facility's got a lot of those already in place, which makes it just so easy for everyone to see and makes so much sense. You know, we raced years and years at Carlisle in a cow pasture, and all the lights they'd bring into that place, it turned it into quite the event. You know, all the lights in there was pretty crazy. And then when everybody left, you know, it goes dark again, and only thing left is a beat down trail coming from one end to the other, and all the spots where people camped. But the one thing you didn't see is trash on the ground, right? You know, this race is, and these racers, that's one thing that we've always touted ourselves well with is, you know, we pick up after ourselves, and hopefully we see the same thing here. You know, pick it up, all your trash, pack it out, and take it with you, and not leave a mess for the landowners. And that's what keeps us coming back to these properties.
Yeah, and we definitely don't want to overstay or push our boundaries with these owners. These owners are super gracious, so we're just super thankful to have them, because the facilities that we've been given to use, things like the Heartland Challenge or even the IATV series, really builds a good, strong family, and the ability to take care of what is given to us is what's something that the ITV's family has really pushed each other to do.
Absolutely. It goes from just picking up your trash and being respectful all the way to, sending a thank you or giving a handshake and thanking those people in person for letting us use their facility. So it goes a long way. If you see Jeff Freevert out there, you saw his face on the live stream, shake his hand, tell him thanks for having us. And, you never know what the future holds, but a lot of action there. They got racers going both ways there. A couple utilities running together, maybe trying to link up and put in some lap times. Just had a comment on our live stream from Mark George. Mark George is local here. Their family is big in this race series, the George family. He just made a comment that I've always agreed with. I always thought that we get faster at dark, and he said when the lap times or when the lights come on, the lap times go down, and I would 100% agree with that. You stay more focused. You're looking at less things. You got one job to do. It's cooled down. You've been fighting it all day. You get out there and put some laps in. So 100% agree with Mark there.
For sure. You really only need to see what you need to see, so your lights really zoom into the picture that you need to see. And you know the track like the back of your hand, and you're able to really put in some heaters and finish strong.
Gotta love those Georges. Mark's on a trip to Quickstar. He's here today watching. He ran over to Quickstar to get some stuff checked in to see if I needed anything. What a go-getter. Big shout out to Mark George and the whole George crew.
Yeah, what a good race family we have. Everybody's out and helping each other.
Looks like we're having a little powwow at scoring there. Bunch of folks talking about what's going on, maybe making a plan for the dark, maybe get stake some people in some new spots. Hard to say, but got a few of our hard-working track crew out there talking about some things. I think they're starting to come through that section even faster, Brendan. You see the lights on, and it's getting dark. I think they're starting to come through here faster. Getting fired up.
Everybody's got their Heartland Challenge food in them, and they're ready to rip.
That's right. Think there's anybody having burritos out here like we used to do?
I don't know. I've seen some tacos and a couple other things. Everybody's got their own little food item, and nothing's better than food after riding for a couple hours.
Absolutely. A lot of people talked about getting that watermelon or some sort of melon in them. Great way to cool down, get some hydration in you and some nutrition at the same time. So probably a lot of that going on. A lot of bananas. We used to eat bananas, I don't remember how many bunches we used to bring, but it was a lot.
Yeah, definitely. I've already talked to a couple riders out there, and cramps are kind of a big thing right now, so bananas help with that, and I've seen quite a few people with one in their hand ready to eat it and get back on the machine.
Definitely. It's certainly a common sight to walk the pits and see somebody in race gear with Gatorade in one hand and a banana in the other, just trying to get ready for their next shot.
And another thing to think about as we get darker and darker is not only does it get dark, but your lights cast shadows. And like Dean was saying, we've got deep ruts and stuff like that. So when your shadow of your light shows on it a different way, it really messes with your head because you prepare to hit it one way and it's actually deeper or taller than you think it is.
Right, throws your balance off. You're expecting something that happened you didn't think of. It throws your balance off, and that can really catch you off guard. I always tended to get those leg cramps when stuff like that happened. You get thrown off. You use a muscle in a different way than you've been using it for the last 7.5 hours, and boom, that thing cramps up, and then you got to spend the next lap trying to get rid of it. Or get off, send the next guy out, and get the biofreeze out and start trying to make that go away. Sounds like my mom wasn't listening when I gave the shout out, so hopefully she's listening now. So hi, Mom. We're here in the booth talking about the good old days, so thanks for watching out there.
Yeah, it's good to see how much family is involved with this, for sure. Everybody from parents to grandparents to uncles to even nephews wanting to grow up and be like you because you race four-wheelers, and seeing things like they send in you pictures of them wearing their riding goggles. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, even when I was early on in my racing, you were just a little guy. You weren't racing yet, but you were at all the races, and then you finally got on a quad, and then you're racing the AA class, and all those years of experience and watching us. I think you learned a lot of what not to do from us, but still, you're welcome, I guess.
I've seen a couple bikes buried in the creek before, I know that.
Yeah, things sometimes on our Heartland Challenge dark testing before the actual Heartland Challenge sometimes got a little western. I remember a few things happening there. Turn on the lights, go out, do some testing, and things just don't go as planned. Maybe that's why the night always worked out so well for us. We got that out of our system at our own tracks.
Yeah, I happen to know somebody that jumped a four-wheeler and broke the handlebars midair. I don't know who that would be, but
I think that was Curtis. Yeah, and I think that was on no, it was Curtis.
It had to have been something. It was his machine, so we could point the finger at him.
Yeah, hit a jump in the dark, practicing for the Heartland Challenge. Handlebars broke in the air, going off the lip of the jump, and he came riding up to the trailer, and I think it was the throttle side, so he was kind of holding that piece still, rode up to the trailer, and so, but he didn't die or anything. He did a really good job, so kind of miss racing with him. He used to race this Heartland with us for a lot of years, used to race the series with us. Still got a quad, so maybe we'll see him make a comeback out here too.
Yeah, we'll have to see him. A couple IATV's races are right in his hometown, so we'll have to keep nagging at him, get him out here.
There you go. Maybe he's watching the live stream today and put that bug in his ear. It's like we got some cool drone shots of that motocross track. Haven't been able to show this section of that to you guys yet. So this is that motocross section going back towards the woods. See a rider in that whoop section there. Another rider taking that tabletop. Great jump there.
Not quite sure who that is. Looks like they're moving at a good pace.
I believe that's a utility, so possibly. I can't see well. Probably going to see them come around here right now, I believe, and they've been jumping, so we're going to see some air. Oh, we saw some speed, maybe a little bit of air. Might not be much of a lip left on that after 7.5 hours, so hard to say. That sun's starting to go down and well below the horizon. It's going to be really dark in those trees right about now, and it's starting to get really dark out there in that pasture where that motocross section is. So the lights will be on. Another thing, a tricky thing, you try to, as a pit person, have an idea what those lights look like coming at you so you can pick your machine out in the dark. It's always kind of tricky, you got to remember, he's got three small lights and a light bar or something like that. We always tended to use glow sticks, and for some reason you could see those glow sticks tied down low on the bumper, and you could see them coming in. Always kind of worked well for us. Whatever you can do to differentiate yourself. There's been teams in the past that would even run those short light up like whips, like flag mount whips, blowing off all kinds of crazy light. So anything you can do to decipher your quad out there and keep your crew updated. The other thing is just being able to see everybody out there. You know, we race the old non-electric start 450Rs, no battery in those machines. So if that machine dies out there on the track, we have no lights whatsoever. And there's probably still a lot of those machines racing out here today. So that's why we use a lot of glow sticks and battery powered lights just to be able to be seen out there if something were to happen. The other thing is being able to see your pit. It's a little different here with all the lights they've got. You can see these big stadium lights. You can see the pit area better. But you see all kinds of pit decorations and light up palm trees and flamingos and you name it. Mark your pit so your guy knows where to stop. Guy or girl knows where to stop. We have, I still have in my trailer 2 big rolls of green rope light. That was always, we wrapped those around a trash can, and that was always our signal to stop. We knew where to stop. So you'll see a lot of strategies. We should be able to see some of that stuff pop up here once the sun goes down and the crew starts to get some of those things out.
And we just hope that those riders keep those lights up, because I've heard of instances where a resonator will go out on a bike and they'll have to finish a lap to pit for the other bike with no lights, and that's really a big challenge, especially at the darker it gets. So keeping the bikes clean and making sure everything's running good that'll be what you need.
Absolutely. Yeah, you hear stories of, you're out there half a lap in, and the lights go out. Well, then what do? You got to get back. You got to try to find somebody to follow or somebody to follow you. I know your dad, when we raced on my team, there's stories where the lights would go out. I can't remember what quad it was. I think it was probably mine, and the lights went out, and I remember him, he'd just go as fast as he could in the dark until he'd catch somebody, and he'd ride behind them, use their lights, and but they'd keep pulling over, so they'd pull over and send him by, and he'd have to go find the next person. So you kind of do whatever you got to do out there to get back and get on a different machine that's got actually working headlights.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we got a couple riders. We got a utility right now running the lights all the way up top, so it must be getting to that time.
Yep, you can see the lights shining on the face of that jump, so it's getting dark enough out there that it's gonna be a necessary item here very soon. I saw another rider come through on one of the other cameras. That was a YFZ running stock headlights. Hopefully they've got something other than just stock headlights for later, because that just doesn't seem to cut it. But if you know the track well enough and are willing to risk it, that'll do, I suppose.
Yeah, you have to work with what you got sometimes. So
another big shout out to Steve with Tire Spine. He's been in and out of this trailer and out working on cameras and working on generators to keep this live stream up for everybody. So huge shout out to Steve and the team at Tire Spine for making this happen and giving the opportunity for us to bring this race in action out to you guys and making it so you can see it. Another great shot of a quad coming around the old motocross section there. That building was the old bathrooms way back in the day when, what was it, the core truck racing or something like that was here. That building was built years ago. I don't even think it's active anymore, so kind of interesting to see that still here. I don't, Rick's saying that he doesn't think you should go in that building anymore. Yeah, they used to race like stadium trucks out here in this, where the dirt track oval is, years and years ago. So this facility's been used for anything and everything over the years. We were, quite a few of us in the trailer have been talking too. this is a lot of us. This is our first race was at this facility. Varied years, but this was our first race. My first race here was before the Iowa Series was even a thing back in 2002, 2003. I was on a Kawasaki back then, brand new to sport quads. I'm sure I put in a stellar performance, second to none. But yeah, good memories made here. I got my first ever win at this racetrack, so a lot of memories made here for sure.
It's always a good track for sure. I got my first adult win on a 450 here, and that was something that stuck with me for a long time. So
yeah, you got your first win here too, so that's pretty awesome. This was one of the tracks back when I was racing early on. It was kind of a double-edged sword. This track would kind of beat you up. There used to be a lot more hidden rocks, but some of those are gone, so it wasn't a track we always were very excited for as a racer, but it also has always treated a lot of us really well, so happy to come here. A lot of lights on that machine coming ripping down through there. I just heard him behind the trailer, just singing along. Sounds great still. A lot of riders checking in. Let's check our overalls here, see how everybody's doing. Go Slow, Look Pro is still in your top spot overall, top spot in that AA class. Fat and Fast, second overall, second in AA, 16 minutes behind that first place team there. Then you've got Valentine Food Company in that Pro 4x4, third overall. So see if they can hold on to that third spot in the overall. That'd be pretty impressive. Then you've got Christensen Racing at fourth overall. They're racing third in AA right now. They're 21 minutes back, so still in the hunt, still out there trying to get that spot. Let's check on that battle in the B class. Looks like XS Motorsports is still in that top spot. They've got a 3-minute, 48-second lead over second place. So good tight race there still. And then that second place is the Quad Fathers. And then third place is XC Addiction. They're 43 seconds back from second place. So tight race there. So looks like just had a comment from my mom on the live feed, and I don't think I knew this, but my grandpa raced cars for years and years and years back in the 60s and 50s, I believe. He actually raced here on a dirt track back in the day, so a lot of history here. Very, very a lot of history here.
That's pretty cool.
So used to race that 8-ball car, Leo Christensen. So a lot of history here. Pretty cool here when they do the dirt track races. They still run a vintage class. You see older style race cars. You know, they're using muscle car bodies and things like that. Old retired cars. They still race that here down in Fort Dodge. So if that's something that interests you guys, get out here. I believe it's a Saturday night. Check that show out. And it's something cool to see those older cars going around the track still. They still race a normal program with, your normal stock cars and things like that. But cool addition to their program.
It is truly a cool thing. Funny enough, you mentioned that we actually have former IATV's racers into the dirt track seed. One of our AA riders, raced there. The whole Jennings family raced for us for a long time, and they have good ties in the dirt track scene right now.
Yeah, absolutely. McCain's quite the accomplished stock car racer now after retiring from the ATV game. So they say with age get a cage, and I guess he did, but quite accomplished in ATV racing and also the stock cars as well. So we don't give up racing. We just find a new way to do it. I think it's a sickness.
Yeah, once it's in your blood, it doesn't leave.
Absolutely.
One thing I am curious about is how Trig's holding up, the Ironman runner. I think he's running for the lead right now, and he's been racing since nearly the beginning with zero packing and exhaust, so all he can hear is a really loud four-wheeler.
Yeah, you were out there and said that it sounded like his exhaust packing might have left the building there, so that's not what you want to be doing. So hopefully he's got some earplugs in or something, because you don't want to be racing with a machine that loud. It gets hard to focus, hard to hear what's going on around you. So really tricky, added a whole nother element to his day. He's still running that top spot in the Ironman class. Riley Byer still running in second, 2 hours and 57 minutes behind him. So he's got a pretty good gap there. He just needs to keep making laps. Caden Dyer has not come through recently, so hopefully he's still out there, still going to put a charge back to see if he can challenge Riley Byer for that second spot. Jaden Jones still showing in sixth down there. He's been making some laps. He's on lap number 8, just turned 31 minutes, 46 seconds, so he's still making laps. Hopefully we'll see him start climbing up to the leaderboard. Third place has done 10 laps, and Jaden's on lap number 8, so there's still time to make something happen there. Yeah, sounds like we lost the live stream there for a minute, but I think we're back now. Yep, we're back online now. Sorry about that. Must have reached a streaming limit or something, it sounded like. So we're back online now. You missed out on whatever I was blabbering about. It was probably super important.
Something like that. We've always got a couple more laps coming through. Riders with their lights on, like we're saying. We've got one going into pits, or the rider compound right now for another quad change. Interesting to see how everybody's tactics change over the race and how everybody approaches things differently.
Yeah, they saw pretty good lights on that machine, so probably not getting rid of it because it doesn't have good lights, just switching for who knows what reason, but that one sure didn't go into impound. We heard that one rip behind the trailer. We're right up here above that straightaway where they come onto the racetrack, and so we can hear them just ripping behind the trailer where we're at. We're posted up in that tire spine trailer just above the racetrack, so we can hear them when they put the power down.
Everybody's ramping it back up. Every time to get, like we can see right now, people are moving at a better pace and feeling good again.
That's right. Mark George said it best. The lights come up, the lap times go down. We're going to see that start to happen here.
Looks like we got a rider going the opposite direction on the center field cam. Not sure what that's about right now. Maybe possibly a track crew member. You see the dust. They just went back up where the impound is, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Let's check on that B-class battle. Last scan 842, 846. So they came through here a little bit ago. That B-class did to turn their 20th lap. They've got 5 people in that class out of the 8, all on the same lap, lap number 20. Still a good battle in that B-class. 4 minutes separates first and second. 1 minute separates second and third. 36 seconds separates third and fourth. And then 3 minutes separates fourth and fifth. So super tight battle in that B-class yet. A lot of things can change. It'll be interesting to see who's comfortable in the dark, who's not comfortable in the dark.
Yeah, and we've got enough time left where one mistake could add up to those couple of minutes and the whole field would change.
Looks like we had a shakeup in our C class. Bold Off-Road has led this thing pretty much all day that I'm aware of. They have fallen back to third. Not sure if that looks accurate. Not sure if they had something happen there. It looks like their last lap was 59 minutes. So maybe had a breakdown. Maybe had to get towed in. Maybe who knows. So they fell off of that top spot for now. Let's see if they can make it back up. Let's check those timing gaps if my phone will cooperate here. Yeah, so Honda Trailblazers has taken over the lead in that C class. They've got the lead by, I just lost it again. I think it said 21 minutes. Let's see if it comes back. Yeah, 21 minutes, and then Bold Off-Road is 7 minutes behind them. So gaps have opened up there. Just like we said, things can change in a hurry. Bold Off-Road's been leading all day. All of a sudden, they're back to third place. So hopefully their issue's fixed, and they can make some laps and make a charge towards the front again. They still have time. They've still got 2 hours left. We've still got a whole regular race left. That's what... Yeah. This is the point in the day where I would look at, my sister would always start a stopwatch to watch all day long, and it would count down the 10 hours, and you'd think, it's getting dark, we've got to be getting close, and you'd see it's still 2 hours to go, and just feels like an eternity at this point.
Yeah. Really, really drawing the last bit of your energy and trying to push through.
Absolutely.
There we have a rider with some really good lights on the machine. Shows you to the lengths that people are willing to do to show you how dark it really gets at night.
Just checking those AA lap times. The last lap times of your first and second are still, they're down there in that 19-minute range. Your first place person in that class, a team, 19:55. Second place just did a 19 flat. That's a minute difference, and there's only a 16-minute difference in those between those two teams. So could see a shakeup in that AA class yet.
Might see something here. Lots of opportunities for rider switches and pits, and time eats up when you do that kind of thing.
Looks like Dylan Trigg in that Ironman class. They've Rick talked to Travis, said they were trying to calm him down, slow him down a little bit. It's time to start maintaining and start to look towards that end of that race. It looks like maybe they're accomplished that. He did a 36-minute lap time, trying to rest, recuperate. Maybe came in and got something to eat. So good to see that. Good to see him still making great laps and taking care of himself out there. Riley Byer is still in that second place spot. He looks like 5 laps down from Dylan, so Dylan's got quite a bit of breathing room, but you never want to stop and say, I've got it in the bag. There's still 2 hours left. Got to stay on the loud pedal a little bit.
Yeah, you never know. It comes down to the last corner in some events.
I remember years where, if we had a bad start to the race, fell back towards the rear, and you charge all day long. I remember I made a pass one time last lap to put us on the podium. So you just never know, that third place team at the time never saw it coming, and we came out of nowhere and stole their podium spot. So you just never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and to come from a charge like that from a mental perspective as a rider, sometimes that really defeats a rider when they're riding their best and you come up behind them. So sometimes there's a strategy in that too.
Absolutely. That was always my move. That's always what I taught people that, asked me is if you're going to pass somebody, you pass somebody and put the pedal down and go and get out of sight. You got to get away from them. And that just crushes them, because you know what happens if that somebody does that to you. It just takes your energy, slows you down. And that's always what we tried to do, is just make that pass happen and just make it stick. And, that's what these guys are going to try and do in the dark. It's a little harder to try and run away when you've got lighting everything up. You can see those people out there farther. You can see the tail lights, but still that's going to be their goal. Make those passes and make them stick. Ripping through there right now. Rick's back in the trailer. We're going to have him talk about what he saw out there on that challenge section and what's going on. He was showing us some pretty deep ruts out there. So we'll give him a minute, get his headset on. Rick, what'd you see out there? What are the people talking about?
I didn't know why everyone was going around that challenge section. It doesn't, like we talked about earlier, this concrete, the piece of concrete looked pretty gnarly, and Shane even said that piece of it looked, probably the worst he's seen in 11 years. But I don't know if you saw when I did the live stream on that, after you crawl out of that challenge section and go up over the logs and drop down, that's a swamp right there. And I'm not really making light of it either. I'm not doing it justice. It's probably a foot deep of slop. There's water on top. It's the entire width of the track, or entire width of the challenge section. It has a little hump in it, and then it drops down into another swamp, and then you crawl up out of it. So, I can see why these guys are not doing that, because you can see the second part of that swamp on the bypass section. So
they're going around looking in there, seeing what they can see, and they don't like what they see. It says, it's not worth it. I'm tired. I'm not digging that thing out.
Well, not only that, but look at these racers that are going through right now. Not much mud on them. If they went through that section, they would be coated.
Right.
They're going to be sloppy, muddy, nasty for the rest of the race.
And now you've got your lights exposed, your tape's off your lights. You got to worry about that. So definitely trying to keep those things clean. And if you've managed to keep your grips clean to this point in the day, you really don't want to race the last 2 hours with slimy, muddy grips. So
right.
Makes a lot of sense. I walked that section this morning, looked at that mud hole, and I thought this is going to turn into a mess. And it looks like it has, which is perfect. It's a challenge section for a reason. So kudos to those folks that are still going through it. Sounds like it's pretty challenging.
It looks like to me, when I was sitting there, I think it was Jericho Edmondson shot through there on a sport quad, and in my opinion, the only way they could make it through there is if they're carrying an extreme amount of speed, and if they're letting up off it, they're going to be sitting there. And you know as well as I do, it's still in. I don't know if that's still considered the challenge section where they can't get any help or not. That's probably a kind of a gray area. I wouldn't want to take the risk if I was on a sport quad.
I would say if a track worker's going to come up, they're going to tell you you're on your own in there. And then that you can't see that part of the challenge section as you're coming up to make the decision to take that. It looks like there's only about one line through it. So if they're stuck in there, you're either helping push or just going to wait out the clock. And I don't think you're going to want to do that.
Oh, dude, it would be a mess if someone was ahead of you, buried, and you dropped over into that. You're both going to be sitting there a long time. That could just utterly ruin someone's race.
Yeah, all it takes is, 10, 20 minutes, and we've seen how close some of these races are and some of these battles. You're gonna change your podium position and ruin your day in a hurry.
That's right.
You've worked too hard for 8 hours to get there, and so I'm sure that's factoring into a lot of them. A lot of them are probably saying, don't take the risk.
Yep. And another thing I've seen out there, and this is going to play into it as well. Granted, we have 2 hours left. It's the same amount as, a normal race. A lot of these teams are down to one quad. Some of these teams are down to one quad that's been running for 4 hours, 6 hours. So they're getting some time on one machine. The rest of them are gone. So this is the where the rubber meets the road here.
Yeah, that was always the one thing I always worried about. I had a machine, and a lot of times they would pull 6 hours of this race, no problem. But you start to think, did I prep it well enough? Is it going to hold together? And in those Hondas, there's only a quart of oil in the engine side and in the transmission side. And the abuse that goes through for those 6 hours, 10 hours. Dylan Triggs is going to do 10. They're not stopping to do an oil change. That's when you think about that quart of oil, it's doing a lot of work.
Oh, buddy, I just can't imagine these machines afterwards. I had Eleanor. I think I probably ran 9 out of the 10 hours because that was the year that it was cut short from the storm.
Right.
Plus, I took one big break in there when my soul left my body. But yeah, that machine was hurting after the race, and we gave her some TLC and brought her back to life. But it's just hasn't quite been the same ever since.
They're never quite the same after a long stint at the Heartland, that's for sure. You find stuff broken that you've never broken before, and you think, when did that break? How did it keep going? Fender brackets and everything else. It's amazing that they stay on. We've had seats held on with duct tape. We've had lights held on with duct tape. We always made sure there was plenty of zip ties and duct tape right there on the front lines of the pit, just in case.
Well, when I raced it, I had a count of how many zip ties it took to race prep. I was at 34. It took 34 zip ties to make sure I had everything fastened down before the race, and then we did 10 hours after that. So, that was brutal.
Yeah, I always it's funny when you see somebody for the first time and they're building the race machine, and the more aftermarket companies you have come together to put a machine together, the more zip ties you need. And they get a little nervous, but if you're good with them, you can be a real craftsman.
It is a zip tie art.
Absolutely.
That's right. Well, yeah, you can see it is getting dark. Look at that picture right there from the drone cam. The lights are 100% necessary in the timber. Of course, on the track, on the oval track, probably not quite so much, but yeah, the lights are vital right now. The mud holes, like I said, the lights are all uncovered right now too, so they got to watch that to make sure they're not hitting these mud holes and putting their lights out or anything like that. But I saw several people down in the pits too. We don't really think about this, but their lights are going on after 7.5 hours. lot of jiggling, a lot of abuses went on with those light mounts. You know, they're stopping and tightening up the mounts or zip tying or duct taping or whatever they can to make sure that those last for another 2.5 hours.
Yeah, there's a lot of quads out there that they put these on and maybe didn't ride very much, brought them to this race, and so just like that, we've had them come loose before, and trying to keep them on and not damage them for 10 hours, and then hope they come on when you flip that switch.
Yep, that would make your heart sink if you took that tape off and flipped a switch and nothing was there.
Yeah, I know. I fought that early on. I had some halogen lights, you know, before the LEDs got huge. Thought they were the deal, and I would constantly burn out bulbs. The vibration would take them out. At one point, even Brendan's dad, Chris, the light, the actual glass part, swung out of the fixture by the wires, came back. He said it was still lit up, shattered on the bumper. So,
oh, geez,
heartbreaking. You know, you put all that time into your machine, and yours is the one we're going to run at night. Comes back missing lights, and we switch to something else. You feel like a failure.
Yep, that's the lights are so important on this, and you know, you'd think, oh, I'm going to run to the store and grab any kind of halogen, or not halogen, but LED on there. Man, you better make sure that's made out of some good material. I did the same thing the first time I ran it, and on a team, and wow, it broke on the first or second lap because it was plastic, and you didn't look at it that close. You know, plastic's not going to last for 10 hours. You got to have a good metal frame, metal casement, everything like that.
Yeah, we have ordered some of the Chinesium aluminum, and it's not the same as the rigid lights or anything like that. And we've had mount problems in the past, and you know that we would mount those ones going forward on the backup bike. You know, the bike we'd run first in the day, and so we knew that, you know, you'd put those mounts on, tighten them up, gob them full of JB Weld, and those were our backup lights. But we've learned some lessons through the years for sure.
Yeah, it kind of goes along with anything else. You know, you get what you pay for. So, I mean, the very first light that I bought for the Heartland Challenge was a laser star light that mounted right onto my flex bars, and they still work. In fact, if you go look at my quad right now, the wires are sticking up because someone on our team needed an extra light. So, and you grab a wrench and some snips, and away you go.
That's right. Yep. I was racing Laser Star lights when I got rid of those halogens. That next year, Laser Star did a deal where if you bought lights for the Heartland Challenge and you won, then you got those lights for free. They'd pay for those lights.
Oh, wow.
So I actually did that. We won that year, got those lights for free. Just like you said, I use them in the dunes. I've used them for countless Heartland Challenges. They're still like new. They still work great. So you definitely get what you pay for, like you said.
Well, like I said, this track, you look on this right here on the south end of the track, the outfield right there. That's a pretty packed track right there now, you know, and I don't think that there's going to be enough moisture come out of the ground now to make that slick of any kind, but it'd be interesting to see what that river section looks like now, if it's hard packed or if it's starting to, you know, get the moisture starting to come out again.
Right. Yeah, I don't think it'll get slick. I think that section there, if anything, is going to tack up. Brendan and I talked about that a little bit earlier. That's one of those sections you might hear people putting a little more throttle down. They've got a little more grip. You might hear those tires start to chirping at you just a little bit. But yeah, down in the trees where the moisture's starting to come out, might get a little bit greasy. You might get surprised in a few corners. It's always a little bit interesting.
Well, and I think too, like I said, this with the moisture coming out, that's going to kill a lot of the dust issues. You can see a little bit of dust still getting kicked up there on the infield of the oval track, but I think in the timber, dust is pretty well going to be out of the picture by now, or really close to it.
Absolutely. It's going to make that night racing just even that much better. You get these bright LED lights, if you get the white ones and it's dusty, it's like looking into a wall, you know. So very, very difficult with those bright lights to see through the dust. So lucky for them, they're not going to have that problem tonight. Cool shot there. You got lights in a couple different places out there in the trees. Really neat. Looks like about 3 riders that are running together down on the bottom of your screen, and then one up top. Another one up top going a different way there. Really cool shot from that drone. You can see those lights around the racetrack lighting up the scene. Beautiful, beautiful scene out there for racing tonight.
Wow, this is really new here, with the drone footage on this. You never really get to see this vantage point, but seeing these guys and gals going through the timber with the lights, that's really cool, and kind of gives you it gives you a good perspective of how big this track is. You think 7.25 miles, but it's condensed in a fairly small area. But it's a good sized track here. With 7.25 miles, that's a good track.
Yeah. There's a lot of property it takes to make 7.5 miles raceable. You can't make the lines too close together, or mistakes are made. People get on the wrong track, start going backwards, or they find ways to cut through. Not that anybody would ever do that, but takes a lot of acreage to split that up and make a 7.5 mile track.
Yeah, and they could, even at night. I've been out there at night before, and we've tried to find a certain location, and you just lose all sense of where you're at, because you're used to seeing your surroundings during the day, but at night you're just seeing what's in the lights. It's kind of hard to pinpoint a location after dark like that.
Yeah, unless you're next to one of those landmark areas. You look around, what do you see? Trees, mud.
Yep.
There's nothing to decipher it unless you're in one of those really notable areas, like along the Beaver Path or that large rocky clay hill climb that's out there.
Yep. Another thing you have to think about here, it doesn't happen very often, but there's still wildlife out there in the timber. And if you can't see anything coming, I've actually done it one time. I was running on the crew. I hit a deer on my four-wheeler while we were running in the crew at night with the lights on.
Yeah, I have never done that. I have heard of people hitting deer. It's amazing. We've been running for, 8 hours. You'd think they'd want to get out of here, but they're hunkered down. They start moving at night. The other thing, it always seemed like in Carlisle we saw, I've never raced the Heartland here, but snakes. Right at dusk, you'd see snakes come out, be run over, laying across the track. It never fails. So really
That's
interesting.
wild.
Yeah, or raccoons, or you never know. And then at that point, you're tired. You don't know what you're seeing. And you see eyes light up on the side of the track, and it just kind of makes your skin crawl.
The craziest thing I've ever had run out in front of me during a race, racing snowshoe out in West Virginia, I had a bear cub run out in front of me during the race.
Oh, boy, that's not something I would want to see. I'd be waiting for Mama to come by and spear me off my quad.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I thought, oh, please don't hit him. Please don't hit him, because if I flew off that thing, I would be lunch to Mama Bear.
Oh, boy. Yeah, deer are fine. They run away. Bears are a different story.
Yeah, I don't think I have to worry about a deer eating me, but that bear, that'd have been a good meal for her.
I always remember Mount Pleasant, years ago. I think they had just kind of mowed that CRP we used to run through, and it was a path just for us to run through there. First lap, we come through, and that was racing in, maybe I was racing in morning class. I was still racing in C class. Come through there, I'll never forget it. There was rabbits running everywhere. We come around second lap, and I couldn't count the ones that didn't make it. It was quite the scene. I've never seen that again, but I'll never forget it.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy. But these guys, I bet if we looked at lap times, we're not seeing a whole lot of difference between lap times, before dark and then after dark. But they'll stay moving. I would guess they're in such a groove right now. They're going to feel the pace that they're going and keep about the same pace, whether it's light or dark.
Yeah, we actually just saw the first place overall and first place in AA. They just turned a 29:41. Quite a bit slower for them. I don't know if they did a quad change or what's going on, but quite a bit slower for them. They're going to need to keep picking it back up, because that Fat and Fast team is right there ready to pounce.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, because different people handle different situations, differently. I said different 3 times there. That was bad.
Yeah, you did it well, though.
I did, but still awkward. But no, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. There's still some battles going on out there. Which class was that where you had 5 of them within the same lap?
That was the B class. Let's check in on them. Looks like XS Motorsports still hanging on to the lead. They are 3 minutes ahead of the Berm Busters, and the Berm Busters are 1 minute ahead of the Quad Fathers 8:15, and they're 2 minutes ahead of XC Addiction, and they are 3 minutes 46 seconds ahead of Residential Lawns. So still super tight racing there in B class. Going to the screen, we got somebody just getting towed in there. Track worker bringing him in. Looks like maybe Andy. Not sure what impound lot that is or who that is. Hopefully they've got another good machine there. Let's see if that rider can take off. I think we lost our drone camera. Hopefully we can get it back before they take off, or we'll see him on this camera come ripping down the turns there and into that straightaway.
Yeah, it's getting pretty critical right now because, like I said, there are several teams out there that were down to 1 machine, and it may be something where if they're in a good battle, they can take a quad out of impound back to the pits to work on it. So we may start seeing some of that where if the third quad goes down, which one's going to be the easiest one to fix to finish the race.
Yeah, absolutely. If you got a small issue on one, tell that crew guy, hey, can you tow me back to my pit? We're going to fix this one and put her back in service.
Just checking in on the Ironman class. Dylan Triggs still ahead. He's on 17 laps. Second place is at 12, showing a 2 hour and 46 minute lead, and we only have about 1 hour and 45 minutes left in the race.
So mathematically, he's got the thing wrapped up. He just needs to relax and just make his laps and bring that thing home. I think technically he could.
Travis will be saying, go. Just make another one. Make another one.
Absolutely. Go for that overall finish. He's sitting at, let's check where he's at in the overall right now. He is 15th overall. So he's moved down. He's slowed his pace down. He's trying to stay alive out there. Looks like on the screen we got another one getting towed. Can't tell where. That's on the racetrack.
I wonder if they're trying to pop start him.
Yeah, maybe pull start. Maybe that's that one that they got out of impound. She's fighting. She doesn't want to live. She doesn't want to go anymore. But we'll see if they can make that thing, force it into submission.
We'll see if they got it going there. It looks like they may. Yep,
he's
they got it
under
running.
power. Look at that. Away they go again. Don't know what team that is, but they're back out. They're going to make some laps, and they're not sissy-footing it. He's putting the power down. He's going to go make something happen.
That's right. It's amazing. Like I said, hour and 40 minutes left in the race, and they're pushing. These guys are still pushing.
It's cooling down. They're getting excited. They know that checkered flag is in the horizon, and they want to put in some fast lap times, and this is the best part of the race in my opinion.
Oh, I agree totally. The excitement's starting to build up. The monotony's over, and the excitement's there because the end's in sight.
Yeah, something new to look at. It's the same track, but it's in the dark. It looks completely different. So something interesting for you to keep pushing for.
Well, and like you said, the weather's cooled down. It's not unbearably hot. Still sticky, super humid out there. But at least it's not 90 degrees and sticky, stupid, humid.
Absolutely. Beautiful shot of that track. You can see that moon and the sun finishing off its trip over the horizon there. Got the track lit up. What a beautiful facility.
Man, this is great. With the conversation we had with Jeff Freebert, the owner, man, this track is so unique to have so many different aspects there with the oval track, the timber, the motocross, everything else. The solid pits. It's just a great scenario for a race like this.
Yeah, absolutely, a facility dedicated to motorsports, which is great to have here local and in Iowa for us to enjoy.
Getting a shot of the pits down there.
Looks like maybe some folks in that impound. I see some lights over there.
Whoever that is, ripping pretty good still.
They're putting the power down, coming around turns 1 and 2 of that racetrack. Going to turn it into the infield, stir up some dust, and head out into the woods and see if they can make something happen.
If I remember right, 2 years ago when we had the race, the infield section was a little bit longer. You had a few more jumps, had a couple rollers in it, but this is nice. You get to see the rider a little bit right out in the middle of everybody. That's the cool part about this track also.
Yeah, it's so unique here. So many years we spent at Carlisle, and unless you got your boots on and went out into the trees, you didn't see a whole lot. You could walk down to the challenge section or see them come ripping fifth gear wide open up the pit road. But here, you can sit in the stands of the actual racetrack and watch that infield section, and then it's a short walk over to the challenge section and just really soak it all in.
Though, there was something about that Carlisle track and that long, curved, dipping pit section. That was quite the rush to see those quads come flying through there with their headlights,
Absolutely. Was that, it had to have been over a mile. By the time you come out of the trees all the way to the end, it had to have been at least close to a mile.
It had to be close because, it seemed like it went forever. And some of those quads, especially when the track was so that you came out of scoring and dropped down, headed into the timber that way instead of coming up to scoring.
Right.
It had a swoop and a dip and a turn at the same time, a G out. And I swear some of these quads were hitting 80, 90 miles an hour down through there.
You really wanted to make sure you were planted and in the line you wanted to be in when you came around that corner, because you wanted to hold it wide open, and every time you came through there and you couldn't hold it wide open, it was so frustrating. I'll never forget, I build my own motors. I try to build them the best I can. I'll never forget I was out there. It was dark, and when we were coming up towards scoring up the hill, and I could hear somebody behind me very clearly, a AA rider, and I was close to the opening where that pit road, where we were going to take off on that pit road, and so I waited those 1-2 corners, didn't let them around, and we got into that wide open, and who pulls up next to me but Walker Fowler, and I'll never forget, I said, not today, and I opened it up wide open, and we came up side by side all the way up pit road. He kept looking over thinking, what are you doing? What's this guy doing? Let me by. And then, we got close to the rocks, and I backed out of it, let him by. But I'll never forget that, racing Walker Fowler side by side up the pit road wide open. That felt great.
Oh, my gosh. I can't even imagine, 7-time champ Walker Fowler, 7-time national champ, 75 national wins, and being able to run right next to him, that's like a dream come true right there.
Yeah, I knew I was letting him around. He probably thought I wasn't, but so cool. And he probably thought, boy, I hope you hold on to it coming through this curve, and we did just side by side. It was so cool.
Wow. Yeah, that would be very cool. And of course, being a utility guy, seeing all those guys and hearing those the twins cutting loose with those pipes, just bellowing down through there.
And they'd come up that pit road and just walk right around us with the sport quads, and we're probably running in that 70, low 70s range. It's probably about all we could pull off at the end, and they'd walk right around us.
Yeah.
And just like you said, these things are singing, and they're loud, and around you they go, and a lot of them have lights. It looks like the surface of the sun, and you're just try to stay in your lane and hope something bad doesn't happen.
That's right. Kind of a perspective on that. One of the races that we had, one of the series races, I can't remember which one it was. I think it was an Illinois race where had several open spots in the field, and my son Tyler was racing an 850 out there, and big open field section. I was racing in the same class as him. I had Eleanor, my little 650, and thought I'd try to flex on him and said, yeah, I was up about 70 miles an hour on that flat. He just goes, huh. I said, what's that mean? He says, I hit 93.
Oh, my gosh. That's insane. That's fast. Those utility machines are so powerful.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary to have 1,000 pounds of machine going 93 miles an hour through an open field.
Yeah, I don't know if I got the stones for that, Rick.
I don't either. I've went pretty fast on them before, but I don't think I've ever hit 93 miles an hour.
Yeah, I remember, they used to do that speed trap down at Centerville. They'd put that up, and man, you'd try short shifting it and revving them out and try everything you could to get every little thing out of that scoreboard when you went by. So that was always a fun thing down there. Just like you said, well, what'd you hit?
Yeah. I'm thinking to myself, what are you doing looking at your speedometer going 93 miles an hour through a field? You should be focused on where you're going here.
Yeah, don't you have better things to do?
They're young, though.
Yep. Definitely too young and just push that limit. So.
Yeah, it's quite the rush for sure. We've got the camera on the mulch pile here. I'm sure everyone's going to ease into that a little bit more right now, just because after dark. It's bad enough during the day when you can't see what's coming on the other side of the jump, but at night, that's a blind jump.
You come up that, your lights are pointed at the sky, and when you go to come down, there's nothing to see. Your lights aren't pointed at the ground, and so you just kind of hope what's there is soft.
Right. Well, that mulch pile, it's just like a sponge when you go over it, so I still think it'd hurt if you were going to have to roll across that thing.
Yeah, I don't think that's where I'd want to be.
No, not at all. Looks like we have the Grand Poobah himself, Andy Kiner, in here. The man, the myth, Andy Kiner. We are doing good. Andy? There we are. Andy, how's it going out there?
It's actually going really well.
Good. We're seeing the lights on. I know in the past, we've had a problem with people with the taillights. Everyone's getting good taillights. They've had plenty of notice on this. If anyone ever had any problems with that tonight?
Well, we just stopped one that was leaving. Well, I'm sorry, he got pushed out of the impound, took off, didn't have any lights. We went and told their pit crew, so there's no issues. He knows he won't get scored when he comes back if you don't get him on. So it's just that time. So we're making sure everybody's knowing it. But for the most part, everybody's doing really good. We got one out there with no headlights right now that had left. The impound is the only quad left.
Oh, wow.
So that'll be interesting to finish that lap.
Yeah, for sure. So, what else is going on out there that we need to know about? We've seen a lot of battles going on. The big battle that we're seeing right now is the B class. So the B class has 5 different teams all on the same lap, probably down to, like a minute in between, then 45 seconds, 2.5 minutes. All 5 of them are within like 8 minutes with an hour and a half to go. I mean, that's a big class, but to have 5 of them on the same lap, that's cool. I mean, what do you think of something like that? It's great racing when you see that.
Well, anytime you have that in a 2-hour race, you feel good.
Right.
But when you got it 10 hours, we're 8 hours into it now, and we're still that tight? That's unbelievable. So that's what the race is all about. We're glad to see that. I truly haven't got a chance to look at live scoring, so I don't know where everybody's actually running for the most part. But that's really cool if they're like that. Where are they running overall?
The B class starts in 5th. It's 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th place is all B class. So it's kind of wild. We've been watching this, of course, the whole race. It's been a kind of a transition. The B class guys were running up front for like the first 3 or 4 hours. We had the 4x4 class, B class, and then the double A's were down in that 5th, 6th, 7th position. as the race went on, those AA guys kept ticking up towards the top, and the guys dropped down a few spots. The Pro 4x4 right in the same region. But, I mean, correct us if I'm wrong, but I'm thinking, you know, these guys are all experienced riders. A lot of experience in that AA class. They know that what their machines can handle, what their bodies can handle. You think that that's the reason how they've climbed to the top and the Bs are there is because of that experience?
For sure. And you got to remember, too, that the team, I'm guessing, is leading. What team is that?
It's the Look Pro Go Slows, the Edmondsons.
Edmondsons. So they've actually been pulled in a couple times. So you can't tell how hard they've truly been working to make up for that. So they have had their issues, but I think that talent and their experience is showing through to make ends meet. So I'm pretty sure they're down to one quad.
Yeah, they are. I did an interview with them down there, and I think Jericho probably had to be close to the fastest lap of the race. He was a sub 18-minute lap, and he did another 18-minute lap too. But when you're turning lap times like that are 2 and 3 minutes faster than some of the other people in your class, it doesn't take long to make up for that the 2 laps you lost.
Correct. Yep. And they've overcome a lot tonight. From injuries. We got one of them that's kind of hurting right now, and the machine's being down, and a lot of that's mental, coming back, and the experience showing through the no-quit attitude, to get back up there.
Right. And I know the Valentine Food Company team, the 4x4 team, they've had some quad issues as well, and I think basically they've been running quite a bit on Kevin Weedy's machine. So, and Kevin is so meticulous about his machine, but I know Jackson is too, and I know that Waylon is too. His dad, Scott, is a Polaris guru. So all these machines started out in tip-top shape, but you never know what's going to happen in a course like this for 10 hours of racing,
Correct, yep. And it's cool because you see the 3 different machines there, and those riders have a ton of experience down to somebody that's just went to 4x4s.
Right.
And then we got a youngster that's came up from the youth classes and then now has just jumped on this year. So you've got one very experienced and you got 2 very fast riders on there, and those 2 coming together are making it work.
Right. Jackson Carroll was a huge surprise out there when he switched over to a 4x4, but his first run out, I let him use one of my quads, and in that first lap, you could tell he's kind of getting used to the machine. Second lap, he came around in first place. I believe it was at, which track
Corden.
was? Corden, yeah, absolutely. And then he had some quad issues, but Jackson, I think, is going to be a real contender in that 4x4 class going forward. But, Kevin Weedy, he's been a 4x4 staple for how many years now?
Yeah, that's true. And, it's a double-edged sword because he was going to be one of our best workers tonight. He helps out at the Heartland when he can, but when the opportunity came up to race this one, I know he jumped right on it. He'd been talking about if he found the right team, and obviously he's found the right team. Them guys are going good.
Yeah, they're going really well. But it's nice to see so many people still out there. We've got clear down to in 23rd, 24th double-digit laps, So the Ironman class, like Caden Dyer, still at 12 laps. Riley Byer, 13 laps. They're still out there running, so we think they are anyway. But still putting some good laps in, quite a few people. And the numbers are not too bad, for missing last year, and everything like that. So that's encouraging.
I will tell you that as far as the numbers go, I believe the numbers are actually quite a bit better than what I expected this year.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. But it's pretty cool when we have people coming from Colorado, from Texas, northern Minnesota, that's not usually here, and they're coming to participate in it. So we can't thank them enough. They've had a lot of bad luck, but
yeah,
they've all left smiling, so that's a good thing.
Well, the Texas crew that was here, they had 2 quads. One machine went down right away, and then Allison had that spill on the hill climb and finished off the second machine. But boy, they're so stoked about it to be able to participate in this, and it was great to see that excitement like that. And, looking forward to the future and seeing what happens.
Yep. And talking about your Ironman there a few minutes ago, just popped in my head that I know some of them guys you mentioned are actually having some troubles behind the scene, like Caden Dyer. Caden took a hit to his wrist.
Oh.
And he's fighting a wrist issue right now. The ambulance crews looked at it, but he's hard-headed and wants to keep going. He did take a break, make sure everything was good, but he's out there. But he's riding in pain right now, but he just wants to finish. I think he's in third, if I heard right. And then,
yeah, he is in the Ironman class.
And then I know Jaden Jones, I think someone told me he was in fourth now. And Jaden, I know, locked up a starter. His team took the whole starter out of that Outlander, or Renegade, I'm sorry, whichever one it is. Took that whole starter out, rebuilt the whole starter, put it back in, engaged, took off, and then he blew a bell at the very bottom of our biggest hill, Bathtub Hill.
Oh, wow.
Took 2 quads to pull him out of there.
It shows Jaden has 8 laps in, but then you have Jace Noble and Shane Austin both at 9 laps. So if Jaden gets 2 more laps in, he's up in 4th place. Okay. Then we'll see how, if Caden can finish out, can Jaden get that 4 laps in the next hour and a half? It'll be tough. He'd have to really push it, and Caden would have to be, if Caden pulled in a shot at the podium. But I know Caden Dyer, and he's not going to quit.
No, 100%. And, they're both of them guys that we just talked to are late entries to the Heartland.
Really?
They haven't been doing too much racing. Well, Jaden's new on a utility. Caden has been racing a little bit, but this was a late thing. He just wanted to do one Heartland challenge, try the 10 hours. So them guys are out there gritting it out no matter if it's an injury or they're having parts. The thing is, nobody's quitting in there. We got a guy at 74 years old.
Is that the Hutchinson, right?
Yes. 74
Russ
years
Hutchinson.
old. Yes.
Wow. And I'm complaining about being 55.
And he's beating his son and his grandson.
Yes. This is the second Heartland in a row that family's had 3 generations racing the Ironman.
Oh, my gosh.
Not as a team, but an Ironman. That's pretty cool.
Well, it's been a few years, but wasn't it Jake Stratton? He was in his 70s too, wasn't he?
Yep.
And he's been, God, he was a staple for how many years at that age, or in the 70s.
Exactly. Yep.
So yeah, that's incredible to be in that good a shape to still go out and even make laps at 70-some years old. That's huge.
100%. Seeing these pictures up here, Rick just tells me this is my absolute favorite time of the year. When we get the opportunity, it's only for 2.5, 3 hours that we get a race in the night. But when you see all these lights and every quad's set up differently, when it comes to lights. But
right.
Just racing in the dark is my favorite of any time all year long.
Well, if we can, the drone that's out there right now, if it can pan around and get towards that east side of the track, back of the timber, it's so cool seeing from the air all of these quads they're maneuvering through the timber and winding through there. And earlier, Dean and I saw 3 or 4 of them training through the woods, and just light right through there. It's so cool to watch that. And it's just something you don't see every day. You can't see night races and watch these guys go through the timber like that.
100%. Yep.
But you see right now on the camera, the drone coming up that second half of the pit lane. We'll see. It's impossible for us to tell who it is, but they're keeping moving right on through there. Switch over. Maybe we could see who it is coming through on the finish line. And nope. They're fast. Hats off to the crew, the scoring crew there. These guys have been sitting there for 8:45 almost now. And Chris McKean and who else is over there in the scoring trailers? Tracy over there?
Yeah, Chris and Kim's been doing 90% of it. Tracy's over there helping out right now, trying to give them some breaks, but there's so much stuff going on behind. I'm glad you mentioned that because so much stuff going on behind the scenes, just little stuff where someone don't scan or someone got towed back, they're supposed to went around, but now they went through scoring.
Right.
And a lot of stuff, it's not as easy just pulling a lap out. Chris has to do a lot, which I don't understand all that,
Right.
There's a lot of stuff that goes in, so I know it's a lot of frustration, when you go for 10 hours straight there. They just need some breaks, but amazing the work that they're doing, the crew out there. Some of the things you asked me about what was going on behind the scenes. So we were just this close to having to cut out the neighbor's property.
Oh, wow.
We call it the appliance center where we cross over. There's some old appliances up there. Is how it got its name, the old dryer and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's a big pit, basically. And the only way to cross over from the main Sports Park Raceway over to the neighbors is to get down through this small canyon type thing.
Yep.
And with the 2 inches of rain that we've got the other night and the history, or the last couple weeks, that's a really low area. It's holding the water. It's actually where the river backs up. The Des Moines River backs up in there. It's gotten pretty nasty. The guys are coated. Their machines are coated. If anybody needs a refreshment afterwards, it's going to be them. They've worked their butts off. They came up, talked to me a little bit ago. They've rerouted it once. They were prepared to do it a second time. We talked about literally just cutting out the neighbors, which is only about 1.5 miles, but it's unbelievable 1.5 miles. It's great
Right.
Iowa black dirt. It's just perfect. It's probably one of the most joyful. You can relax and still go fast. You and have fun. But Brad came up, talked to me. Brad's one of the guys that that I put two basically out there and say, Brad and Brent, whatever you say, they've got all the power to do it. They know this place. They know what to do. Full trust in the team. Came up and he went back there to look about 20 minutes ago and said, I'll call you. And we were just going to do it in order to try to be fair to everybody. Instead of making a huge thing where we take 1.5 miles up and a guy comes through and say your next guy comes through now doesn't have to do that 1.5 miles. We were just going to put it out there that at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock it might be. If it wasn't going to last, we were just going to put out that would be changing, that we will be taking that out, and it just is what it is. However, we went back there, and them guys are just going nuts with shovels, pushing. I mean, just the physicality of what they're doing right now is unbelievable. And they came back, so we don't want it to come down to a situation like that. So they were actually going to do everything they can. They said, we are not going to take that out. We're going to have it the whole time. Something's going on there.
You had a little situation there right off the track. Looks like he's headed back to the impound. Or back to the pits, it looks like.
If somebody took my radio over there and called Brock, he could tell you what was going on there to get an update on that.
Well, and if I'm remembering correctly, that section that you're talking about, the appliance section, that has several lines in, several lines coming out of that, doesn't it? So, but I can't imagine what that's like. It's such a low spot with the water in there. It had to be just a slop pit.
Yeah. And for us, here's the deal. We couldn't get in there with the skid. So ideally on a situation like this, we would have got in there. We would have put some culverts in, buried them up. We would have been picture perfect. It was too wet to even get the skid in there. So everything that's been done in there since Wednesday was by hand.
Oh, wow.
So,
yeah, here's some great drone footage of a rider that just came through scoring. Again, with Steve at Tire Spine, these drone footages and such like that, that's just incredible that they can get this clear of a picture after dark, and following these guys around like that.
oh. Yeah, AMA rules mandates you must have long sleeve shirts.
Oh, wow.
We tried doing that. Brock did the right thing right there. They must have seen it coming through scoring, made him go back and get the right clothing on. So,
Sure.
Yeah, we tried to enforce all that.
And AMA is, so if the people that are watching that don't know AMA, they're not just the voice of the motorsports, but they're also an insurance. They provide the insurance for events like this, correct?
They do. And, here's the thing. I could sit here and preach to you all night long about AMA and how important that is for everybody to be a member, because of everything goes on behind the scenes. A lot of people get caught up in that you just have to pay $49 a year, or you're $20, $25 for the day pass, and that's what they see. But there's so much stuff behind it. I can tell you it's this big. I would never do another event if I wasn't an AMA event. Because that's how good their insurance is. It's kind of like having that big brother on your side,
Sure.
Plus, we know that the rules are mandated across the board, your qualifications, so you can't be an A rider and then come race C with us. If you're I call it an outlaw series or something, but when you're running AMA series like GNCC or ours, Texas has one, I believe Wisconsin has one. you're held to the same classification no matter where you go, and it just makes better racing, in my opinion. So.
Well, it's a written set of rules that everyone has to follow. There's no question about it. So.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah. So, no, I get that, and it's nice to have a big brother on your side, because if I remember right, you told me one other time, it's more safety to like the landowners and stuff, because they have attorneys that will step in if there's any questions. And correct me if I'm wrong, when you go talk to a new landowner and you have an AMA book sitting there that shows them all the liabilities and such like that, and what AMA is protecting them from, that they have the backing behind it to enforce it, correct?
Correct. And when I talk to a new landowner having a race at their facility, even looking at it, the absolute very first thing I say is, "Hi, my name's Andy Kiner. We run a racing series. We are AMA sanctioned." The first thing I say. And even if you're not part of racing, if you've been in motorcycle, sometimes just just out there, just recreation, you know what AMA is. AMA is just such a long-standing, big brother, I guess you call it, for us in every discipline, So whether it be supercross, motocross, hare scrambles, hare and hound, whatever it might be, they're there, and it's the long staple. When you get an AMA #1 plate, you've officially done something.
Right. So, those are pretty cool.
They are.
I've got one of them, but it's a huge organization backing something that everybody loves, that we know, with the motorsports. But it's not just quads; it's bikes. It's anything without a steering wheel. Correct?
That is correct. It's a straddle seat and handlebars. That's what AMA will cover.
Very good.
So, another thing too is, we mentioned the #1 plates. We have another event coming up here in a couple weeks at the Iowa State Fair.
That's right.
Absolutely honored to be able to put a race on at the Iowa State Fair. And one of the coolest things about that, as of last year, is that is an AMA state championship. So
wow.
We do hand out AMA state #1 plates there.
Very cool.
So.
Yeah, there's nothing better than that big red #1 plate on your wall. That's quite an accomplishment.
Yes, it is.
But
is that better?
Oh wow. Ugh. You don't have to shout, Andy.
That's something most people don't tell me, is to talk louder. So.
I just saw someone go through the challenge section. Looks like maybe someone's stuck in there right now. We've been watching this pretty close, and if they were coming up on the left side, not our left, but their left, that seems like a troubled spot. It's been that way pretty well all night. This one's coming up the right now. Okay, he's up and running now, but yeah, now he's diving in. I don't know if you saw that I did the live view of that hole after the challenge section. Man, that's a real deal there.
Yeah, I can't tell you. I've been over there and seen that. I've headed over there 3 times and got called to go help somebody. So I haven't made over there, but I heard that's the deterring factor this year, keeping as many people going through it. So we did move some of the big rocks around a little earlier. We could tell that they were having probably too big of an issue. And so we did move some of them around a little bit to get some more people going through it. But now we call that coffin corner at the end, where they make that corner and get through there. Yeah, that seems to be the reason most people aren't going to attack it this year.
Well, and if they're not going into coffin corner with some speed and momentum, they're going to be sitting there a little bit. And I couldn't imagine being a quad coming up behind them and popping over that and seeing it sitting right there. So, yeah, I could tell that that would be a deterrent for sure.
We got our skid steer kind of late this weekend due to some circumstances. We actually never started on this, and I never made it up here to spray it, which is my fault. But the weeds were 4 foot tall. You can see them off there on the right-hand side. So we had to clear all that and stuff. We got into there trying to get the rocks mixed up, and it was just so tough because of all the grass and and everything. We got all said and done. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning that we were starting to get finished up. I wanted to get back there and check out that coffin corner. I had Jerry and Joe Lutz with me, and they were trying to leave me because I really couldn't see much out of the skid when it was so dark. They walked down there in those coffins, and they came up with great big eyeballs this big around, and they were up to about mid-shin in water, just that deep. I was trying to get around the side to build something new, and every side was like a small pond.
Wow.
So we physically could not touch it. Them guys did a great job. They went out there with a weed eater. They cleaned that all up so the guys could see, but it truly was what it was this year. So
Wow. No, just looking at some live scoring here, that AA class looks like maybe getting a little tighter. The Go Slow Look Pro, 24 laps in, but second and third are both on 23 laps. There's a little bit of a gap in there, about 20 minutes. I don't know if they can make that up in another hour and 8. It's going to be pretty tough for them. 2 laps.
Wow.
So you've got 2 minutes, a gap, a 4.5 minute gap, an 8-second gap, and then a 3:11 gap. So that's still up for grabs in that B class.
That's wide open.
You bet. And then C class people, 18 laps for the Honda Trailblazers. Bold Off-Road, 17 laps. Bergman Racing, 16 laps, and Low Voltage, 15 laps. So that one's getting a little bit spread out there. Ironman. Boy, Dylan Trigg still out there running hard. He's at 17 laps right now. And again, when Dean and I were talking, I think crew chief Travis Brent finally got through to him that, man, you got to control it here. Just finish the race. So he's 4 laps up on second place. It looks like the time behind's about 2 hours and 49 minutes. But I don't know if that's, that could be pretty accurate, I guess. But still, Dylan's still putting in the laps, and the time's not right, I guess. They just said so, or the difference there. But still, 4 laps, 25, 30-minute laps. That's still a pretty good lead.
Yes.
And then it goes down to third place with Caden Dyer still at 12 laps. Jaden looks like he came through on his 9th lap. So if Jaden gets one more lap in, he's going to move up into 4th place. So good job on Jaden. So, time's been updated here. We'll check that again on Ironman. Yeah, Dylan's still pulling a big lead there. And, boy, he's had some obstacles, too. It sounds like he had a swing arm bolt break, had some lights come loose and such like that. But they've got him back out there and running. So
the pace he's turning, I can't believe he's had more bolts come loose out there.
Oh, I know that first half of the race, you're looking at oh my gosh, he was turning like sub 20-minute laps for like 4 hours. It's just insane. Shane Austin was doing the same thing right before he blew the motor. They were both turning sub 20-minute laps, and that's AA class times
Absolutely.
by themselves.
It'll be interesting afterwards talking to these guys, because you can ask them before, but that all goes out the window when that whistle goes off,
Yep.
And they start the race. But I'm always interested to see actually is what's motivating them throughout the race.
Right.
What's keeping them move? Where's there's little challenges? And when we talk about this stuff in the Ironman, you can't talk about the Heartland Challenge and Ironman without bringing up Matt Lindell.
Right.
And I never forget when Matt Lindell got off one time. We were talking about this in the awards. And I think when he won his 2nd or 3rd one in a row. And he was right up there with the pros. If you remember back then, I think he was 1 lap down from Walker Fowler's team. And he was running on his own. And at that point, we asked him about that. And it was pretty cool what he mentioned, because some people, was like, I got to beat this guy, I got to do that. He said, every single lap, I picked something different to keep my mind fresh. So when he was coming through the pits, when somebody else would pull out, he would chase them. That was his goal, was just chasing them every single time, when someone else pulled out. that's just what kept his mind fresh, kept him going, kept him charging, you know. So it always blows me away, though. I don't care if you're in the first or if you're in, you know, 7th place in the Ironman. You know, much props. You've done it. I've never done it. It's just, no matter what it is, I don't care what place you get. At the end of the day, if you finish that race, you and your team obviously are going to sleep well, but you got to go to bed knowing that we did it. It's something that we challenged ourselves. We came through. We made up one, but you know what I mean? We still challenged ourselves, and we finished a 10-hour race.
Right.
It's something a lot of people can't say.
Yeah, I know. It's the satisfaction that you have after the race is over. I mean, other than the little few pains of here and there, it's just a huge accomplishment.